Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to round 6 of the Cadet and Junior South Championship here at Ellough Park. It is great to be back. We really enjoyed yesterday's running, so here we are for part 2. It's our super lightweights out on track today. I am Reeve Taylor. Alongside me in the comms box, and same note as yesterday, he does exist, I promise. It's Jacob Harris. How are you, Jacob?
I'm good, thank you, Reeve. Yes, we've decided that people who long-time Alpha Live fans have seen enough of my face over the early years of live broadcasts, so no need to remind everyone what I look like. We are at Ellough Park today, right on the east coast. That blue dot is nowhere near the right position. Try halfway across the other side of Great Britain. We are on the far east coast in what is a lovely day of sunshine. Reeve, the overcast clouds, again, very unrepresentative of what we're actually experiencing here. Few clouds is about right. There is a little bit of a wind, but nothing that would drastically change the conditions here, I believe, or be sending someone down a straight at too dangerous a speed, should we say. And looking forward to another day's fantastic racing, really. We had yesterday lightweight classes across cadets and juniors, and today it's the turn of the super lightweights, and hopefully same again, more of the same, and much like that.
Yeah, I'm sure we are in for more of the same, Jacob. We are currently in the practice session at the moment, the final practice session of the day, before we're going to jump into a bit of qualifying. It's currently our juniors out on track. A reminder for those who might not be familiar with the format of the CLUB100 Cadet and Juniors. We have 2 fleets of karts, your cadets and your juniors, believe it or not, and our younger cadets head out in the slightly smaller go-karts, and our juniors out in the big stuff. So we're going to have 6 qualifying sessions after the practice running, then a short break where you'll get to have a quick glimpse into our paddock show from today, and then we have 12 races, 6 pre-finals followed by 6 finals for our super lightweight drivers today. Should be a great day's worth of running, as you say, Jacob. Weather a little bit warmer today, so we do make sure you keep your sun cream on, and you keep the water levels high, but a bit more wind out there as well, so the drivers might notice that in the karts.
Yeah, the paddock show itself that you mentioned, Reeve, features a decent interview actually, which explains the difference between these karts better than you or I probably ever could. We've got a couple of drivers today who graduated, as it were, from cadets to juniors, and the differences between the karts are explained during that, so keep an eye on the broadcast over the lunch break. As we said, there's a couple of minutes left of this last practice. All drivers get a practice session, this one being a junior practice session, of which there's 3.5 minutes remaining at this point. Once this is all done and dusted, every driver here today will have had at least 1 turn out on track, and we'll go into qualifying sessions. The qualifying sessions are 12 minutes long. There will be 6 of them, randomly allocated groups A, B and C, and then it's the best lap times from those sessions which will dictate whether or not you go into an A, B or C final. Quickest drivers go into the A final, and those with the lowest lap times go into the C final, with the middle group being B. There are opportunities for drivers to improve, having not maybe set the best lap time that they wanted to in their qualifying sessions, in that we repechage. Finishing in the top 2 of either C or B finals will take you up into the group above. So finishing second in the C final will give you a place in the B, and finishing first or second in the B will give you a place at the back of the grid for the A. Of course, there are 2 finals in cadets and juniors, the pre and the actual final. The trophies are for the actual final, but points are consistent across the 2. So both races really matter in terms of our championship fights here this afternoon. We'll be keeping an eye on our main movers and shakers with regards to the championships, now that we are round 6 of the season. In this, the South Championship, we have the South and North Championship in CLUB100 Cadets and Juniors this year, and it is approaching the business end of the season.
It is indeed, and this season we are getting plenty of exciting news coming from the world of Club 100. We discussed it a little bit yesterday, but I do want to give another mention to it today. The Rotax Racing Club International Finals. Club 100 are really privileged to be a huge part of that, and that is an opportunity for our fabulous young British drivers here to head out to Belgium and show us what we're made of, really. It's an international competition, a multi-day competition designed to bring the best arrive and drive karters from multiple countries across the globe, likes of China, America with Formula KFX, and we're really excited to be running that. The winner of that championship will be crowned the Rotax Racing Club champion for 2026. We're really honoured to be hosting this event, and you might be wondering how to get involved in that. So you need to be taking part in a Club 100 series already, and the eligible race categories for qualification this year are the Junior North, Junior South, in both your lightweights and your super lightweights, so what we're seeing today, as well as the senior sprints, and that's if you're a lightweight or a heavyweight driver. The top three from each of those championships will qualify directly into the field of the Rotax Racing Club International Finals, and the championship will be rewarded with a ticket entry, and I believe there's kind of a sliding scale of how much you were assisted with that entry based on how well you do in the series. I should note there is plenty more news to come for this competition in terms of who can take part, what we've got for future plans. Provisionally, there is nothing set in stone just yet for our cadets, but do watch this space as we see the checkered flag being waved for our practice session. And just quickly, the format for the Rotax Racing Club International Finals will be Thursday, being your setup day and your practice, Friday, your free practice and your qualifying, Saturday is your main race day, your super heats, your pre-final and your final. So basically a big party for all arrive and drive karters, isn't it, Jacob? It looks very exciting indeed.
Absolutely, Reeve. There's an event on Sunday as well. So, yeah, more details you can find on the Club 100 or Rotax Racing website. Please do go and have a look if you are interested in those.
So then, that brings an end to practice. It's time to jump into the qualifying action. We'll see you in just a few moments. Here we go then, our first qualifiers will be heading out on track any moment now. It looks like we've still got a few juniors just scything their way in to the pits, and here we go, cadets on cue heading out of the pit lane there in rapid succession. Turnaround times with the Club 100 always impressive. So up first it is our Cadet South super lightweights for Group A. A reminder, if you're new to the qualifying format for the Club 100 cadets and juniors, is that your allocation is what group you go into is completely random. It's not based off any practice time or pre-running that you might have done during the day. It's all just completely randomly allocated, and based off your time here in qualifying, you will get set into the relevant pre-final of the afternoon. I should note, if qualifying doesn't quite go the way that the drivers would like, there are still chances to improve and get up into those higher groups. So say you only qualify for the pre-B final, for example, if you do well enough in that race and if you finish top 2, you will rapid charge up into an A final if you do, a pre-A final if you do well enough. So just over 10 minutes on the clock for this qualifying session. Let's see who we got names that stand out. We've got Juan Amadeus Bocanegra, Freya Lally, or Rory Hamilton is in this one as well. All names that will be familiar to fans of the Cadet and Juniors series so far this season.
Yeah, so Rory is our championship leader at the moment. He's got a 10-point advantage over Jacob Underhill. James Vout is third, Harley Drew in fourth. And then we've got Jack Thompson, Zach Smith, Alex Cybernescu, Omar Ullah, David Kadar and William Moore are your top 10 super lightweight drivers. We've also got a couple of those in here: Jacob Underhill, Alex Cybernescu. Obviously, you mentioned Rory Hamilton, Jack Thompson's in the mix as well. So the random allocation has put fairly quick drivers in this. We expect to see some decent lap times. In terms of how quickly we're looking at going, yesterday we were looking at around 50.2 seconds for the juniors and 53 points 2 as well at this stage of the day for our cadets. Our cadets this morning around about the same times. We've had someone drop into the 52.9s already. That was James Vout. He's not in this session, but we will see him later on. Jacob Underhill is the fastest cadet super lightweight of the day so far, though currently showing up in 3rd place in this session, but he's set a 52.794. That is the time to beat for these guys. If you want to be the fastest of the day, of course you don't have to beat that, you just have to beat everyone in qualifying to get yourself at front of that A final. So yeah, keep an eye on the top of those times. Anything that breaks into the 52-second mark will be a pretty quick lap time.
It will indeed, yeah. Expect the super lightweights to be ever so slightly quicker than the lightweights, currently running in the mid-53s. From what we saw yesterday at this point, Jacob, was everyone is very close indeed, aren't they? We were seeing 1 second kind of covering your top 15 in some sessions. That gap did break up a little bit more into the racing, but in qualifying, it was a really close call between so many of our drivers. Hopefully we'll get the same thing once again. So far, it's looking pretty good. Our top 3 covered by just over a 10th.
Yeah, you've got your top 10 covered by a second, which I'd imagine will expand as the drivers further down the order get enough practice to set a representative lap time. They'll all learn from each other as well. As soon as you get overtaken in a car like this, you give the driver in front the chance to impress you, as it were, and follow their lines, braking points for a few laps, and naturally you pick up a bit more speed in doing so. And these being our cadets, our youngest drivers, will be as eager to learn as anyone. So yeah, as we see now, the time it's taken for me to articulate that whole sentence, the top 12 are now covered by a second, and there's drivers improving all the time.
I think this could be a real benchmark this session. You mentioned we got some big names running with the 7 minutes that we have remaining of the Group A qualifiers. These guys are experienced. They will have been out at Ellough Park in the past in various running, so we're going to have a real impression as to what our drivers should be aiming for with this run. We have quite a few rookies actually yesterday, but looks like we're going to be getting some decent times pouring in. 53.2 is Jack Thompson's best time. He is original pole at the moment, at least from Group A. He's the top of Group A, only separated by 100th though down to Rory Hamilton. Rory Hamilton is going to be starting to look at that championship now. You don't really think about it too much in kind of the first half of the season's running, but we are now at round 6 and we are starting to get later on into the Cadet and Juniors Championship, and Rory might now, I'm not going to say he's got one hand on the trophy, but he's certainly looking at that trophy at this point.
Yeah, so Rory is the only driver to have won more than one race this season. He's won 5. That still only gives him a 10-point advantage over Jacob Underhill, who's actually got 5 second places, funnily enough. And he'll be looking for his first win of the season, certainly in Cadets South. I know he's got wins in Cadets North, the likes of EFI. But yeah, most drivers will be thinking, perhaps today's the day I jump to the front and put my name in the frame for the championship at the end of the season. Jack Thompson, not least, being our first driver here to break into the 52 seconds with a 52.9, very impressive lap from Jack. And Will Moore, one of our rookie drivers, is currently in 2nd place, which is a fantastic effort from him, which is probably his first time here at Ellough Park in the CLUB100 Cadets.
Yeah, he was leading for a couple of laps though. I was just about to make the same point as you there, Jacob. Remarkable drive for our rookie so far. We do have Jack Thompson dipping into the 52s though, so that's an impressive run for the driver who's 6 laps in to their qualifying stint at the moment. Of course, with these short compressed qualifying sessions, you just head out there on track and run for 11 minutes to try and get the best time that you can. We've only got 19 karts in this session. We tend to have a couple less for our cadets, and with smaller karts as well, there's a bit more space out there with the 1 kilometre plus circuit that we are running on today. Plenty of room for our drivers to find to get a bit of an advantage, although I'm sure they probably want a bit of a slipstream as well, as we see a nice run through the right-hander there.
Yeah, so drivers seem to be trying to find space, maybe, each other. Jack Thompson there just pulled to one side and let Rory Hamilton through, who then pulled to one side and let Jack Thompson back through. So we're following Jack Thompson at the moment. We saw Rory briefly in the background. He's dropped back quite significantly here as well. Will Moore was in the mix as well. Like I said, if you can learn off other drivers, then more the benefit to you, and perhaps Will Moore as a rookie was benefiting from some of these fast lap times around him. But as time ticks down, we'll expect to see the lap times tumble, perhaps a few more breaking that 52-second barrier mark. But don't forget as well, we have got 2 other qualifying sessions to go. So the fastest lap times from this will be matched up to the fastest lap times of the other 2 sessions, the B and the C groups, to dictate who goes into that Pre-A final. So in theory, all of these drivers could end up in the C final if the other sessions went dramatically faster. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that would only happen in terms of if it was raining or damp, and we don't expect to see any kind of moisture on the track today of any type. But yes, just setting the fastest lap in this session won't be enough for pole position in that Pre-A final. You do need to have bettered everyone who comes after you as well.
Jack Thompson has put in a good effort though to try and do that. He's a 52.9 unmatched so far. William Moore slotting between Rory and Jack there to go second fastest out there at the moment. A couple of warnings coming in, but we've had no major penalties or anything like that so far in qualifying, which is a good thing. You want to try and avoid that in qualifying if at all possible. But yeah, this follows on from our cadet running yesterday, where everyone was really well behaved overall in our cadets. So that is great to see that. That looks to be as if it's continuing on. Just over 2 minutes left on the clock now, and we are following along with the number 42 kart here of William Moore, currently running second, and he is our highest placed rookie as it stands. He's just heading in to the second half of the lap now. Gets a little bit more tight and technical. Got a couple of hairpins coming round the left-hander now before you carry a bit of speed in to the final few corners of the lap.
Yeah, it's quite a high-speed track, Ellough, and lots of heavy braking zones. You'll see this little bend out onto the start-finish straight now as Will Moore goes around in front of the lap. First corner that we're following them down to here is a big, long right-hander. Good overtaking opportunity if you can get up the inside there, because the next 2 corners, turns 2 and 3, this double apex here, are also right-handers. It's only now as you head down here around this kink to the left-hander that you actually turn the wheel in that direction, but that's another heavy braking zone and good overtaking opportunity. We saw lots of drama there yesterday. You then follow a left-hander and a right-hander flat-out chicane over the hump, which you see brilliantly from this angle, and then once you're over that little crest, you brake for that right-hand hairpin as well. Little kink on the exit, you have to avoid the tyre barrier. Coming down to this, the final of the right-handers on the track, get up on that curve on the inside for the optimal racing line. And then finally, the last corner is the left-hander that we've seen previously. And there we go, number 62, trying to demonstrate exactly what I said a lap time ago.
Yeah, perfectly demonstrated there by Freya Lally. Bit of a train forming up here. I imagine some drivers may be trying to get some slipstream, but also they're just trying to get a quick lap in their final opportunities. It's going to be less about trying to find some space at this point and making sure you can either head round, start that across that start-finish line to get one more attempt in, or just try and get that last fast lap in.
Yeah, Jack Thompson won't want to be navigating through traffic for his final flying lap. So round goes one part there. I don't think there was any contact though. Drivers just trying to find the limits of these carts. I always say if you don't spin in qualifying, then you're not doing qualifying correct. Because I say it's about finding the limits, and that driver there has clearly found the limit. Next lap, they will know where the limit is and be able to go right up to it, which is how you set the fastest lap time.
And this is experience that these young drivers are building up now. It's going to help them in their near cadets and juniors experience, but it's also going to help them later down the line when they're next back at Ellough Park. They're going to take in these little tidbits that they found out about this track early on in their racing careers. It's great to see these young drivers progressing and improving as time goes by. The checkered flag has drop now on this session. Jack Thompson still out there on a circuit. We are seeing now as the last few carts come across the line. Rory Hamilton can't improve, does go at 52.998 though, really respectable time, but it's not enough for the lead of this session as it stands. Coming across the line in just a moment will be Jack Thompson, currently leading this session. We did see a few late charges in qualifying yesterday that did improve upon the best time of the session. Are we going to see the same again? There's only a couple more drivers to come across the line. Everyone seems to be in the 53s at the end of this session, so it looks to be pretty settled. It's Jack Thompson, Rory Hamilton and William Moore, your top three from this first qualifying session of the day. That's it then for our cadet running. Up next though, our junior Group A qualifiers are heading out on track.
Here we go then for our first junior running of the day. The larger framed carts come out on circuit. As you can see, the cadets filing into the pits. In the background, we alternate the classes, and so we will be seeing another cadet race, or qualifying rather, after this one. These juniors are slightly older, slightly heavier. Certainly the carts are anyway. It's still super lightweight class. The unnumbered one there is a kart tester, so ignore them. The numbered ones are our competitors. Get off into the pits. Juniors' lap times this morning were broadly similar to the kind of lap times we were seeing from juniors yesterday. It's a little quicker due to perhaps either increased skill or the weight differential. I'll let you be judges of that at home. Ellis McKenzie put in a 50.0 this morning in the first practice session. Jensen Barnard a 50.3 in the second, and in the third, Thomas Welsford 50.2. We did see one or two drivers break the 50-second barrier yesterday. Jamie Tiley-Gooden was, I think, the quickest in qualifying and the only one to have broken it before the lunch break. And as I said, Ellis McKenzie came close, only 0.05 of a second away from getting into the 49s this morning. And indeed, Ellis McKenzie is top of the timing boards for this session already.
It is indeed, that's a 51.3. We're going to get some more representative laps in just a moment. And here we go on cue. Edgar Azevedo, rookie driver in the juniors, 50.7 so far, so we're already well into the 50s. As you mentioned, those 49s did start to tumble in yesterday for our lightweight drivers, and it was impressive to see those times being maintained actually in the racing as well. We were seeing them push each other, and actually I believe the record was set during a late race in the afternoon, so remarkable stuff from our junior drivers. As you mentioned, there's a little bit less weight in the karts today, so we could be seeing a much similar experience today as well. Less than a tenth separating our top two at the moment. Leo Belimenko and Edgar Azevedo currently lead the charge. Just behind them as well, Ellis McKenzie, Jacob Brown and Jack Hayhoe as we head through the final part of the second fast lap here in qualifying. Yep, so it's rookies who still currently lead. An improvement there for Edgar Azevedo, who's just getting into that rhythm, and that's one of the benefits of having a qualifying session format like this, where you just go out and you just get your laps done, so that you are going to get into a bit of a rhythm. You're going to be able to chip away some time as you get further into the running. New leader of the session, George Greed, there with a 50.6 time there, so he beats Edgar by just about 200th of a second. That's how fine the margins are in these qualifying sessions, and you will see that translate through into the races further on into the afternoon as well.
Yeah, we're currently lapping on the 50.6s, so expect to see maybe as much as half a second come off these lap times in the remaining 2/3 of the session. Of course, these are the first drivers we've seen now qualifying, eligible to qualify for next year's competition that we spoke about briefly earlier, the Rotax World Finals, as we're calling them. It's officially the Rotax Racing Club International Finals. The competition right the way around the world, coming to compete in Genk as hosted by CLUB100 next year. People from the Formula KFX in the USA, people from Rotax Racing Club Montreal in Canada, the RD1 Elites from the United Arab Emirates, the TV Kart RMAX Championship in Italy, and the CRKC or the TRKC in China and Taiwan. So, yeah, big stage, and some of these drivers that you're seeing in front of you now could well be competing on it.
They could indeed. It would be great to see Britain being represented by these fantastic young drivers here from the Fastest Drive and Drive Championship that we have to offer here. And a big thank you to Rotax for all their support. Their engines do a fine job for us over our many Club 100 competitions. And I might give quick mention to the BUKC, which runs in identical karts to what you're seeing on your screen at the moment, our British Universities Karting Championship. Only a brief mention, but the calendar for that has been announced this year. So if you're a fan of university karting, perhaps you've got family members who might be taking part in Club 100 Juniors, and also you've got family members in university as well. They're involved in the BUKC, or maybe you're just not tired of my voice yet, which is odd. But we've got qualifiers dates are going to be mid-October at Wilton Mill, and then late October 31st at Bookmore, and then our main days are going to be Warden Law. Bookmore Park to start off with in late January for rounds 1 and round 2 into round 1. Then we have Warden Law in mid-March, followed by Dunk as well, a new venue for the BUKC. Really excited to see what we make of that, as well as perhaps a big hitter there, Silverstone, for round 7 and round 8, and the Drivers' Champs as well. So an exciting calendar to come for the BUKC, but still no change here in this session for the lead. Edgar Azevedo leads with a 50.492.
Yeah, 2 new tracks you mentioned there for Club 100 in general. Dunk as well, Club 100 did not come to, and Silverstone is obviously a brand new circuit. So I know people within the Cadets Juniors Championship and indeed the Club 100 Seniors have been keeping a keen eye on the BKC socials this past week with a view to perhaps learning a little thing or two just in case the other championships happen to go there. Obviously, Club 100 calendars are usually released around October time, so you've got about a month to wait to find out whether or not those 2 circuits translate to any other championships within the Club 100 stable. I'd say keep your fingers crossed if you're hoping for some of those. You might just get lucky.
Jacob Brown now leading this qualifying session at a 50.290. That's the biggest delta we've seen between a leader and the runners-up so far in qualifying. 2/10 is the margin between Edgar Azevedo and Jacob Brown. That's an impressive run for Jacob, given he's actually in a little bit of traffic at the moment. He's just heading around the final big hairpin on the lap, the corner that we're currently looking on where the pit lane exit is. And yeah, has a few karts up in front. That might give him a bit of a benefit in terms of a slipstream, but he might be vying for a bit of clean space out on a track. Let's see, here he is now heading into that first corner. He is having a bit of competition for some track space to occupy. He is currently behind the 101 by the looks of things of Harrison Bishop. Yes, he is. And Jacob Brown works his way past now. These drivers, they don't want to battle too much at this stage in qualifying. They want to work together if at all possible, because it's all about getting a good lap in for the racing. The racing's when you can fight, gents.
Yeah, in terms of this year's Junior Championship, said obviously we are now at round 6 and starting to think about the standings. We've got Logan McAllister sat at the top of our standings, currently with Benjamin Hamilton for company just behind him. There's a 5-point difference between the 2 of those. Then we go back to one of our drivers from this session, Jack Bromham. He is currently 3rd in the championship, so we're looking to set as quick a lap time in this session as possible, currently in 3rd place. Sam Morse and Ellis McKenzie, who we mentioned earlier, are 4th and 5th. Ellis down in 9th in this session, having set the fastest lap in his practice earlier. Other contenders in the top 10, we've got Ethan Pritchard, Jules Larkin, Edgar Azevedo, he's our leading rookie driver in 8th place in the championship. Matteo Erenfracter is in 9th, and Jamie Riches is in 10th. So 1 or 2 names in this session. Jamie Riches, you can see there, in 8th to keep an eye on. Edgar Azevedo just pops up into 2nd place, a strong, very strong showing from our highest placed rookie in 2026. It's still Jacob Brown leads at the top with that 50.2 second lap time.
He does indeed. Massive improvement there for Leo Belemenko, a 50.4. That's a huge improvement over his previous best. Found 2/10 on his compared to his last fast lap. A couple of co-warnings coming in, but once again, everyone being very well behaved in qualifying so far. Jacob Brown still leading with that lap that he posted on lap 7, looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Just under 2 minutes to go left on the clock, so the checker flag is not that far away now. A couple, maybe 2, maybe 3 laps left for these drivers to push on to try and get their fast times in. But everyone overall being very quick indeed. I mean, we have to go down to 22nd on the standings to find someone who is more than a second behind Jacob Brown. So the top 20 within a second. Really impressive stuff from our juniors. And we do have a new leader in this session. It is Ellis McKenzie, a 50.2, the number 33 plated car. So we're on board with Edgar Azevedo at the moment. But yeah, really impressive stuff from Ellis McKenzie, who has been a little bit quiet so far in this qualifying session, but making an impression when it counts.
Yeah, I mentioned that Ellis is currently our fastest junior driver of the day based on practice times. Was down in 11th before he posted that lap time though. Based on what I've seen, Reeve, and you had a brief mention of working together, the field was quite bunched up at the start of this session. I'm just wondering if drivers were thinking the fastest laps in the second half. I'm going to see where I am in comparison to some of my rivals and give them a bit of a race for a bit, as we see the 13 Jacob Brown consider racing there into turn 1. But it's a business end of the session. There's 30 seconds left, so keep an eye on that leaderboard. Any changes now could well be permanent.
They will indeed. Yeah, as you mentioned, plenty of racing. Still pretty bunched up overall. We're seeing big formations for our junior drivers. That is to be expected. The junior, as I mentioned, the junior field's slightly bigger than the cadet field in terms of numbers and also physically more space occupied by the karts out on track. That just makes those overtaking opportunities a little bit more tricky perhaps. You've got more speed in the car, but also you've got less track room relative to the karts themselves. As the checker flag is now waved, going to see the first of our drivers coming across the line. Edgar Azevedo crosses the line, cannot improve on their previous best, so they remain in 3rd position for the time being. Jacob Brown likewise doesn't improve. Ellis McKenzie next to cross the line stays where they are in that's the original pole, but leading this session. And because we've got everyone so bunched up, everyone else is pouring in at the end of this qualifying session as well. We wait to see if there's going to be any major last minute changes, but it's all looking pretty settled for our junior Group A qualifiers. It's Ellis McKenzie who leads. Jacob Brown, Edgar Azevedo, Leo Belemenko and Jack Aho, your top 5 from our junior qualifiers. So we've seen our first taster of the juniors out on track in a competitive session today. We wait for just a moment to see what our cadets can do out there for our Group B qualifying session.
Back to our cadets then with our B group qualifying. Cadets are heading out on circuit now, as you can see on your screens, as the juniors file into the pits in the background.
It's a smooth transition, isn't it? They always nail the stage on, stage off sort of go to see the cadets heading out on track.
Oh yeah, as soon as the track is cleared, we move on with our schedule. It allows us to get the most amount of racing in a race day, which is what it's all about, really. People are here to race, not wait around in the pits.
Exactly, 10.5 minutes then for these drivers to have some fun out on track, and we're just getting the first kind of initial warm-up phase where the drivers get a feel for their cars, get a last reminder of the circuit after they've had a bit of practice running before we get those fast laps in.
So 3rd and 4th in the championship are in this one, James Vout and Harley Drury. They will be hoping to be towards the top of the timing tower come the end of this one. There's plenty of decent drivers outside of those two as well, so keep an eye on your favourites. Let us know who you are supporting in the comments. We've had plenty of comments so far, and we will answer any questions that you want to pop in there should you be wondering anything that we can help you with. There are quite a few rookies in this session, Reeve. I was just looking on the time in tower.
There are indeed. Group A, we had quite a lot of experienced names, but this time around we're going to see what our new drivers to the Cadet Series, at least in the Cadet South division, can do. So James Vout currently leading the charge, but we're waiting for our first fast laps to pour in now. And we can see drivers already, a bit of inter-kart communication as drivers try to find a bit of space to occupy, as we need to make sure we've got some clean running for everyone. And Harrison Outram is the first driver to set a competitive time. He's in the 53.8, but we will expect those times to tumble down as we progress further into the session. Currently, as you can see, we've just seen an improvement for Jacob McClone there, currently running in 7th as he comes across the line. Doesn't quite improve quite as much as some other drivers around though. Edward Cybery there with a 53.4 now leads the charge ahead of David Carrara on Harley Drury. Our top 3 covered by 1/10 once again, as we see that was the number 14 there of Omar Ullah, looking like they were getting pretty close to that tyre wall. You mentioned, Jacob, drivers finding the limit of the circuit. I think Omar's just nailed it there, doesn't want to go any further than that.
Yeah, whenever I race seniors, there's a half-hour practice session before the sprints, and I always used to come in as like black flag, occasionally like a black flag, I'll be honest. But I'd pull up in the pits regardless of what happened, and they say, do you know what you did? I say, yes. I found the limits of the kart, that's what practice is for. Not advised to be that cheeky to staff. I do set a bad example myself and didn't win many races because of it.
No, so, but I'm going to mention it again. You have won a race here, though, haven't you, Jacob? So you have the winner's mindset at Ellough.
Yeah, so I can't explain how to win a race here. All you do is start on pole and hope everyone behind you fights amongst themselves. Yes, I have some respect for the 14 that we're following now, Omar Ullah, who was just finding out the best way to take that corner.
Yeah, that's what we like to see.
What works, what doesn't work, especially in the session. We've had practice already, but perhaps there's areas for improvement identified in practice that you want to go out and use these little parts of qualifying to see if you can do any better. And yeah, find the limits of the track, find what works for you and what doesn't in terms of racing lines, and then apply that learning in the second part of the session as Omar pops up in P5, very respectable lap time. And yeah, other drivers to keep an eye on as well. James Vout, as we said, is currently 3rd in the championship with the number 3 plate. Harley Drury down in 8th as well, his closest contender for the top 3. He's only 2 points back in the championship.
There we go, we see James Vout there, who we're just having a chat about. You can't miss him out on circuit,
Easy
can you?
To find in a crowd is James. I like that though, I like
yeah,
that.
It's cracking.
Look, he's got most of these drivers, to be fair to them, do have good colour coordination in this little train of karts.
They do.
Which you don't always see in seniors, I'll be honest.
And it's even more eclectic when you get to the aforementioned BUKC as well, I find. It's an interesting mix of what drivers might be wearing out on the circuit. But James Vout, as we mentioned, doing very well in the championship, currently doing very well in this session as well. It's a 53.153, not to be confused with the current leader, Edward Cybery, of a 53.135 there. So we're oh so close for our top runners once more. Zach Smith, who we had a quick chat with in the paddock a moment ago, so you'll see that in the paddock show coming up soon. Harrison Outram currently in 4th as well, only a 10th down here as we watch James out side by side here with the 102 plated driver Gillian Townsend there.
I wasn't sure if there's the 102 or the 100
It was one of Chloe Hankins, sorry, yeah, who is no longer side by side. That's irrelevant anyway, because yeah, a little bit of a skirmish, I suspect there, but happens in qualifying sometimes when you're trying to push to the limits when there's other cars around you. 5 minutes to go then, and it's still Edward Cybery who leads the charge.
Yeah, half the session left. We've got lap times in the low 53 seconds. Just a reminder of that benchmark set in the first qualifying session. We had Jack Thompson lapping just under 53 seconds with a 52.9, but that was quite a superlative lap time from Jack Thompson. We've seen people break the 53-second barrier this morning in practice, but only 2 managed it in that session, Jack Thompson and Rory Hamilton. So any lap time in the low 53s should be enough to get you through to that Pre-A final here. We've got Ed Cybery on a 53.1 at the moment, as is James Vout. He's just 200 behind, so those two are looking good for an A final, but there's still plenty of time for the other drivers to improve. There's quite a tight field spread. We mentioned that 1 second boundary, and it's currently up to just not quite including 14th place, but as the session goes on and drivers improve, I'm sure we'll see further drivers get closer and closer to that low 53 mark and be lapping the 53s themselves.
I am sure we will. We did, I mentioned earlier on yesterday, it was often a late charge in qualifying that did make the difference and did see a big change at the top end of the qualifying run. David Cadet has just jumped 3 positions into 3rd overall at 53.20 on. Means that we're just over half a tenth behind Edward Sybri. He heads into the top 3 in this session. Zachary Smith, Holden Harrison, Outram, Omar Ellough not too far behind at all. Another very clean session, and literally as I say that, we get a cone warning for David Cadet, but it's only a warning. First offence, no kind of repercussions from that. Just a reminder to the drivers that where the limits are out on track. That's what our cones and tyre walls are for here.
Yeah, bit of side-by-side action there. Some hand signals as well.
Just asking, what have you had for lunch, or what are you going to have for lunch?
Yeah, we're not quite at the lunch break yet, are we? It's 1:45, but we will break after qualifying for lunch here at Ellough Park. So we still have the junior super lightweight B qualifying after this, followed by a C qualifying group for both the cadets that you're seeing now and the end of the juniors. And then we'll have a short break, during which you'll see our Paddock show, and where we interviewed a number of the drivers that are both out on track now and in this class as well as in the junior class. We'll have a quick chat with them about how they're finding Ellough Park, how their seasons are going, various other things. Stay tuned for that one when there's a brief pause in on-track action. Then we'll come back. We have 12 races this afternoon. The pre-A, B and C finals for both classes, and then the finals, A, B and C finals for both classes. So 6 pre-finals, 6 finals across junior and cadet classes, making up for 12 races. So we've got that to look forward to, and if yesterday's action was anything to go by, you are in for a treat this Sunday afternoon. Do not switch over to Sky Sports. The F1 will be nowhere near as exciting as what we've got going on here at Alpha.
It actually won't. I mean, I was very fortunate to go to Monza about a month ago and have a wander around the track, and you can't help but feeling it would be better if we just had to CLUB100 cars there.
There you have it. You're a month late for Reeve Taylor at Monza. You tune in this afternoon.
Yep.
Whereas stick with Alpha Live and you get
Reeve Taylor at Ellough Park.
5 hours of him? 4 more hours of him.
Yeah, you're all very fortunate indeed. I just want to give a brief shout out in the comments of the broadcast there. Amanzi Nwosu is still in the comments, even on race. He's on the entry list for today, and he was very prominent in the comments yesterday, and he's still showing support for his fellow competitors today, which is great to see. We've got just under 90 seconds left to go in this session. Zach Smith, who we had a chat with earlier on, is currently leading the charge at 50.0. Hasn't broken into the 52.9 yet, but doesn't need to at the moment, although we might want a bit more of a safety net with just 500 separating himself and Edward Sybri just behind there. 60 seconds left on the clock as we head across the line. Here is Zach Smith heading into turn 1 at the moment. Just behind is Edward Sybri as well, so it's our leading drivers leading the lap as we head round for what will be one last time here in this qualifying session. We might have just broken into another lap potentially, actually.
Yeah, we talk about field spread. Reeve, the top 6 are all currently within 800ths of a second of each other. It is very close at the front of this one, but then you've got to consider the A and C qualifying sessions as well. It is very close, tight-knit group of talent at the top of the cadet super lightweight classes. We've got 20 seconds left, and then we'll see the checkered flag. Any lap times finished at the point of the checkered flag will be your final lap times of the session. So this 29 of Zach Smith here should get one more lap in. Indeed he does, as does the driver or 2 behind him, but the checkered flag has been shown now. So the session is finished. These laps will be the last. Ed Sybri is unable to improve at his 3.1. Harley Jury, David Cadet and James Vout are all finished for the morning as well. So Zach Smith looking good for top of the tower in the group qualifying. Harrison Outram probably the most likely to displace him, being only 0.078 of a second away from his best lap time. Let's see what Harrison can do in the remainder of the session. But we follow Zach around now. These final 2 corners, 29 wrestling with the steering wheel. Can he improve and take provisional pole in the Pre-A final? Takes the shorter route to the line. It's a 53.0 for him, but unfortunately not quite as fast as his previous effort. So he'll go right about 3rd in the Pre-A final for now. And that's the end of the super lightweight B qualifying.
Yeah, fantastic run there for Zach Smith. He won't know how well he's done until he gets out of the karts, but we're ready for our juniors to head back out on track once more. And here we go. It is our junior super lightweight B qualifiers heading out on track now. 11 minutes of the running for our second junior category to head out on track. A reminder that these are randomly allocated groups that head into qualifying. It's irregardless of any championship standings, any previous results, anything like that. It's all randomly generated. You head out, you get your qualifying in, and then that organises the starting order for the racing later this afternoon. Some names that immediately spring to my attention, the likes of Miles Harrison, Jensen Barnard, Amy Gualtieri, all familiar names to those who have tuned in to the broadcast so far this season.
Yeah, just a reminder then of what we're looking for from the drivers this session. Ellis McKenzie, currently the fastest junior driver of the day, but it was practice that he set his fastest lap time in. Qualifying, he only managed, I say only managed, it's a very impressive feat. I'm sure I couldn't manage to go this quick, but 50.246 is the benchmark that these drivers have to try and match up to or even beat. Jacob Brown in the 50.2s as well in that session, and a 50.3 for Edgar as the Ado. So drivers setting a 50.2 will be finding themselves, I think it's safe to say, in the Pre-A final. We don't usually see the quickest lap times this early in the session as they warm up the tyres, brakes, and get back into the groove that hopefully they found earlier on in practice, and indeed find themselves enough space to set lap times representative of their true pace. I think the earlier junior session, Reeve, we saw quite a lot of bunching throughout the field, and so the lap times took a while to come down as everyone tried to find their place in the pack. We've seen a lot of slowing down and trying to find room, especially from the cadets, I would say, so far today and indeed this weekend. Let's see what this Group B of the Super Lightweight Juniors have to say about that.
Just over 8 minutes then to go in this session. We've had our first competitive times pouring in. Samuel Spencer leads with 51.2 ahead of Max Miller and Kieran Steadman. They are only a 10th separated. I mean, we can include Dan Griffin and Ollie Baldwin in that group as well. Realistically, our top 5 then very close indeed. But as we come across the line once more, we see those times improve further. 50.9 for Jensen Barnard as we run down towards the double apex right-hander in just a moment. We're on board with kind of the mid-pack heading through to the latter half of the lap in a few moments. Separated by just 200ths of a second are Jensen Barnard and Ethan Pritchard, so once again we're going to be in for another really close qualifying run. As we've mentioned, not too many rookie drivers here in this Group B qualifying set at least, but we've got Caden Seville, Callum White and Callum Wilson, as well as David Snesko and Daniel Harmon. I almost forgot Ryan Butt and Sam Doyle as well, our rookie drivers for this division. And we'll be excited to see how they perform throughout the days of running. Jensen Barnard then improves to go at 50.5 ahead of Max Miller. He builds a 3/10 gap to his nearest rival. That's an impressive run for Jensen Barnard. Early on, gets a nice banker lap in, if you will. Times are going to improve beyond that, but it's impressive to see Jensen, who we're watching now, head through and set in a good time already. Let's see, though, as we head into the final part of this qualifying session, what he can do.
In terms of our championship battling drivers, obviously they all are entered into the championship, but our highest place driver for 2026 is indeed, I think, our highest placed driver from 2025. Ethan Pritchard, the number 8, who finished 8th in the championship last year, naturally, is currently 6th in the standings, so doing a little bit better than he was this time last year. Jensen Barnard, who's currently at the top of the standings, is in 13th place overall, but there's not much between our competitors sitting in this year's championship standings, and certainly before we take dropped rounds into account, there will be 2 rounds dropped in effect. 4 scores are dropped at the end of the year. This is done so that we can ensure that any mechanical faults to the karts that are no fault of the driver do not impact their championship standings, as well as any off days. We all have off days, and I think it's safe to say the dropped rounds facilitate an off day or two across the course of the championship, and means that you're judged at your very best rather than at your very worst, which I think is a fantastic way of doing it, really. We do that across all Club 100 championships, and it seems to work very well.
It is indeed. That's why we have those drop scores as well, those drop rounds as well, is that, it's a big commitment for a lot of these drivers. We do have to go across the country. It's part of the reason why we've got that North and South division. We know a few drivers actually take part in both, but it does mean that, if life gets in the way of what you'd rather be doing, that's CLUB 100 racing, you can afford to miss a round or two and still be very much within a shout. Hello to Call of Jules in the broadcast chat there, who says, are the junior karts different to the seniors? Absolutely they are. They're a much bigger chassis. They are
they're the same as the seniors, Reeve.
Oh, sorry, yeah, no, I'm thinking cadets and juniors in my head.
Cadets are different to
apologies.
The seniors, yes, but no, these karts here that we're racing right
identical,
now are identical.
Yeah, but if you are, I'm going to change your question, Paul Jules. If you're asking the difference between the cadets and the juniors, which was apparently the question I had in my head, yeah, completely different. These are the bigger Birrell R chassis, powered by Rotax Evo engine. About 3 seconds lap quicker overall for our juniors.
The only difference is that they are physically different karts. There are 2 fleets in the Club 100 stable. There's a junior fleet and a senior fleet, but they are prepared identically. They use the same parts and have the same setup, or at least use the same setup. The setup varies track to track, but yes, for all intents and purposes, they are the same. They're just not physically the same karts. Hopefully that's clear enough.
It's certainly cleared it up more than I did anyway, so thank you, Jacob. Just over 4 minutes to go in this session, and again, another very clean session indeed from our juniors. This is a really fine example that our young drivers are setting it out there on a track.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen any penalties yet today, which,
considering
we are nearly 2/3 of the way through qualifying, is great. Qualifying penalties are applied to your position rather than sometimes you see lose fastest lap penalties going out there. But yes, once all lap times have been collated, everyone will be put into one big long order, and certain penalties will cause you to lose more places than others. But for example, I think hitting a cone or as perhaps is a more appropriate range here, tyre barrier will cost you 1 place, so you'll get down 1. In the rankings overall at the end of all 3 qualifying sessions, you wouldn't necessarily go from 5th to 6th in this session. You'd go from 5th overall to 6th overall at the end of qualifying.
Yeah, effectively these qualifying sessions just make a big list of times at the end of them, and then you get jumped into the right groups based on whether you're in that top third, that middle third, or that lower third from the end of your running in your class. 3 minutes to go then. It's Jensen Barnard who still controls things with that early lap that he posted. He has actually improved upon that, but it was pretty similar with a 50.370, so about a tenth or so faster than Max Miller, Kieran Stedman as well, and looking pretty good out there at the moment. Should be able to get another 3 or so, maybe a bit more than that, laps in if we are lucky, and that should see our final charges for the lead of this session. But Jensen Barnard looking confident out there at the moment.
Yeah, with a 50-second lap time around here. I'm thinking of cadets, 51 second lap around here. Obviously 2 minutes gives you a couple of laps to go, and as long as you've started your lap before the checkered flag drops, you can finish it. So in theory, some of these drivers could have 3 more laps, 3 more chances to improve their times. As we said, the benchmark from qualifying Group A was a 50.2, not quite there yet with 50.3 we're seeing at the top of the timings In fact, it's only really Jensen Barnard and Max Miller who put in a lap time that's going to compare to the top of Group A. I think the majority of these drivers will be able to go a little bit quicker if they want to find themselves with a safe position in that Pre-A final.
Yeah, that will be the goal. The track conditions haven't really changed at all since Group A. We wouldn't expect such a major difference in terms of multiple tenths anyway. It's going to be windy all day, I suspect, so hard to judge whether things have changed out there. But yeah, it's 90 seconds, just under, in fact, 90 seconds left on the clock now. We're watching along with Jensen Barnard as he has some company out there on the track, but doesn't have too much company in terms of competition on the timing tower. He's looking pretty comfortable out there and should take the lead of this session, unless we have any late charges, which we always welcome, which we have certainly seen here at Ellough Park so far this weekend.
Yeah, Jensen's pretty consistent in his lap times as well. I'd be interested to see what happens now as he rounds onto the very wonky start-finish straight. Drivers towards the end of the session as well, you will see as Jensen posts a 50.4, which isn't better than his best time, but still a top 3 time in this session. You'll see drivers take that narrower line to the start-finish line. I think you get that at Monza actually in the F1 and various other tracks with a bent start-finish line. So you're travelling that little extra distance can shave off a few hundredths or even thousandths from your lap time. And indeed, the checkered flag is being prepared now with just 10 seconds left. I'm not sure Jensen Barnard will get another lap in here. I think this might be it. So as he rounds the final corner, indeed the checkered flag is out. This will be the last one, and indeed he goes tight to the line. Can't improve on his lap time though, as neither can Max Miller behind him. 22 of Miles Harrison remains in 6th overall as well. And through they all come then to finish. Not many movers and shakers towards the end of this, and I think we might have had our first penalty of the day, Reeve.
We've had a couple actually in this session. We should never have said, oh, we've done really well so far, because we have cursed it in from the comms box. But that does bring an end to the Junior Group B qualifying run now. Now it's time for our final bit of qualifying for both our cadets and juniors. Up next, it's the Cadet Group A qualifying session. And here we go then, our cadets heading back out on track for one last time here in qualifying. Apologies, I said Group A, it's Group C. It's inversed from the races. So here we go, Group C heading out on to the circuit now. 11 minutes of qualifying for these drivers to negotiate once more. They're heading out now for a bit of a warm-up run before we get some proper laps underway, and we will see those times pouring down.
Yeah, so these are the last drivers of this class to set the lap times. We've got a number of representative lap times already to use as a benchmark. These drivers have the slight benefit of knowing what they have to beat. This morning's fastest lap times from Session A, we had Jack Thompson setting a 52.9. He was quicker than anyone in Cadet Superlight Group B, who was topped by Zachary Smith with a 50.083. So anything that breaks that 53-second barrier will get you right at the front of the Pre-A final. Anything in the low 53s should be good enough as well. Beyond that is where we start looking at perhaps the Pre-B final, which isn't the end of the day by any stretch of the imagination. And lots of these drivers will be aiming for getting into that Pre-B or even getting to the front of the Pre-C final. But you can repechage up from one to the other. So the top 2 drivers from each pre-final will go into the next pre-final. And as you see, we alternate the classes, so it's not the very next race to do so. You get the chance to improve your score overall by winning or finishing second in one of those races. In theory, you could qualify for the Pre-C final and still end up in the A final at the end of the day. Take a Herculean effort of overtaking to do so, but we have seen it done. Yeah,
we have indeed. I think I've seen it once in my recollection. I can't unfortunately remember the names of the drivers, but as you say, it's one of the things I really like about this format is it does give you that opportunity to pick up the pieces maybe if qualifying hasn't quite gone your way, and gives a fantastic story watching the drivers work their way up through the field, and gives you an opportunity to pick up some decent points in your championship haul. As we see the first proper times beginning to pour in for our cadet drivers now. Ronnie Deacon currently leads with a high 53. We are going to see these times jump down though as we head further into the session.
Another strong session for our rookie drivers, Reeve. We mentioned that Group B was quite heavy on the rookies, and Group C as well. It's great to see so many young drivers getting into CLUB100 via the cadet route.
Of course, yeah, it's all part of that karting pathway that we now have here in the UK, and yeah, as you mentioned, a huge number of rookies, and what we tend to see as well is they'll carry on up through the juniors. So we've got some familiar names, the likes of Materio Overvoigte springs to mind, who we had an interview with in the Paddock show. You'll see that coming up after the end of the qualifying session after this one. And yeah, familiar names that we see progress through Arrive and Drive karting here in the UK. 8 minutes on the clock, and it's 53.4 from Jaden Williams. He leads this session at the moment. Ronnie Deacon and Ben Kate are our top three, but we are going to see those times improve.
Yeah, plenty of opportunity for our cadets to keep learning. They will have had a practice session already this morning, the results of which don't count towards anything other than getting in the groove and finding what works and what doesn't for these drivers. They know what to apply that learning, as well as the learning from the first half of this session. Maybe track conditions change ever so slightly, and opposition changes ever so slightly as well. You find out what works, what doesn't work, and what works for other people as well. We see Freddie Thompson there climbing the times, Barnaby Rolfe as well, and Kabir Singh pops up in 11th place. The longer you drive these karts, the more you know, the more you know, the quicker you go, the further up times you go.
Very true indeed. Hello to Bob watching along on the broadcast comments there, who says, looks like there's a bit of a traffic, I think he's tried to spell traffic jam there, but it's gone a bit wrong. Traffic jam in the pit lane there. So hello to him watching along at home. And it does look like a bit of a traffic jam, but it's not. That's actually the next set of karters ready to go out. That's our junior fleet sat in the pit lane. They'll be heading out and going out in just about 8 minutes or so time. There, as we mentioned earlier on, how quickly the changeover is between cadet and juniors as we run the two divisions here today. And Jaden Williams currently going pretty quickly out on track at the moment. We're looking at him, another distinctive helmet and suit combo there. 53.4 is the fastest time of the session so far. Everyone kind of lapping in the mid 53s. We're actually seeing a few 54s as well. So Jaden looking pretty happy out there with a 2/10 margin.
Yeah, he's found himself some space to set his own pace. You do see certain drivers want to be driving around on their own, others want to be in a duo or a trio, perhaps using the slipstream or helping each other learn. But Jaden here, you can see, has plenty of the track to himself, taking some decent lines as well. You see him come down now into the first corner, heavy on the brakes, nice early apex to that one, run wide on the exit, use all of the track, coming down to 2 and 3, the double apex right-hander, nice and tight, especially on the second apex. You see the drivers using all of the track there as well. So yeah, there's that second apex, you can see the rubber on the curb there. We then come down to this left-hander, which is effectively a hairpin. You use the curb on the inside, and as much of the runoff as you like on the exit of that one this weekend as well. Flat out right and left-handers. You can see where the karts have been up on the curb and discolouring the red and black. Over the crest and then braking for the right-hander. Keep to the right because there's a tyre wall on the exit of that one. Then to right hand final corner before left hand final corner, for which you get back over to the right hand side of the track, kind of like you do there been to it before. And you've got a curved start finish straight. As you said in the last session, you'll see drivers taking the shorter route to the finish line towards the end of these ones. When drivers know it's their last lap, typically they try and eke out a 10th or 2, or rather 100th or 2 at that point on their very last lap.
Nice improvement I've just seen from Ben Cape, currently third in the session, has just made around about half a second compared to his previous best, so we're still seeing some really strong progression this late on in qualifying running for our cadets. Final 4 minutes that the cadets will be out on track in a qualifying session today.
I think the most important improvement, Reeve, has been at the top of the times. Ronnie Deacon, who we're following now in the green and white, has jumped to the top. He's set a 53.328, not our fastest lap of the day yet, but Ronnie, who we're following around now, who's that? He's side by side with it. I think that's Aman's Noazu, is it? It is indeed. And he's going up the inside there to say, right, you follow me for this lap. I think I can eke out a little bit more pace, and yeah, whilst he might have had the benefit of the slipstream for that previous fast lap, he's now going to have the benefit of some clean air to set his own braking points, his own turn-in points, and see if Ronnie can go any faster than 53.328.
I did think the broadcast comments had gone a little bit quieter, but that's because Amanda is currently out on track at the moment, half second here. So yeah, pretty close. Field spread once more has been the story of qualifying. 3 minutes to go. Let's see if we get any late charges. Ronnie Deacon, as we mentioned, with that impressive 53.3. Let's see if we get low 53s, maybe 52s in the final few laps that we are going to have out on a track. It can sometimes just come unexpectedly, can't it? In the sense that we'll see everyone just kind of hanging around in, around, let's say, for example, the 53.3s, and all of a sudden someone just absolutely nails a perfect lap, and we see 4/10 just disappear all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, as a driver, there's probably a couple of areas on the track, especially once you've been out for practice, that you think, yeah, I could be doing better there. And occasionally you get the odd lap where you nail absolutely all of them and set a lovely lap time. Other times you might get one right and not the other. Sometimes you might get the one right and then do that consistently for 3 laps, and whilst you focus on the other ones, lapse back into making mistakes in certain areas of the track. It's totally hard to tie up an absolutely perfect lap, especially a track as long as this one. 53 seconds is quite a long lap time in karting. But yeah, Ronnie Deacon coming back around now to set another lap time, and not quite as quick as previously. Oscar Bradley improving though into 8th with a roughly half a second back of the best lap time. Everyone within the top 13 within a second of that quickest lap time in this session. So once again, tight field spread in our super lightweight cadets.
Kabir Singh with a nice improvement there, jumps up into 3rd with 53.461. A quiet qualifying session so far, but making the difference when it counts here. I think we could see a few more times begin to improve as we progress later on. We're seeing 4 drivers, in fact 5 drivers improving on that final run here, and it's going to be on the more physically demanding side is this circuit with the higher speeds. It's a fairly high grip level on the tarmac as well. So it's impressive still to see. I know it's only 11 minutes, but still to see those drivers improving during that time, despite any fatigue that might set in. Because I'd certainly get knackered and worn out after 11 minutes of running, but that's probably more of a me issue than it is anything else.
Yeah, no, it is a physical track. Lots of changes in direction. Obviously, this section we're coming up to now with Ronnie, flat out left and right-hander. You have to maintain rigidity with your arms and the steering wheel. Karting, you essentially, and your body become an extension of the chassis, and to maintain some form of rigidity. If you're flopping around, then your weight is causing all sorts of problems with the balance and grip of the kart. But yes, this last session, for example, a big long right-hander before a big long left-hander, and then a right-handed start-finish straight, double right-hander to start the lap as well before swinging into that left-hand hairpin. It's a challenge. Session coming into an end now though. Checker flag is out, so these will be the last laps that these drivers get in. I think 1 or 2 may have just finished already. But yes, it's last chance saloon for our super lightweight cadets.
Yep, still got a few to come in, as we say. The big one to watch really is going to be the likes of Jaden Williams, Kabir Singh, or I suppose anyone could leapfrog really into the front end of the field. It looks like Jaden Williams will be crossing the line ahead of Ronnie Deacon at the moment. Let's see then as This is Ronnie Deacon heading around the hairpin at the end of the lap we are on board with at the moment in the number 50 plated kart. Jade Williams does not improve heading that time around. Ronnie Deacon crosses the line as well, doesn't improve as well. I don't think we've seen too many improvements in this final stage of qualifying for our cadet drivers. We'll wait for the last couple to cross the line before we say that it is Ronnie Deacon who is going to take the lead of this session. 53.328 ahead of Jade Williams and Kabir Singh. Amanze Nwosu, Ben Cape, your top 5. That brings an end to the qualifying action for our cadet drivers here at Ellough Park today. But don't go anywhere, because we've still got our juniors yet to qualify for one last run.
Here we go then for our final qualifying session of the weekend. Our super lightweight juniors are filtering out onto the track. Here they are. Big long train of karts. We expect to see that dissipate over the next couple of minutes as our 11-minute qualifying session gets further and further progressed. We've got a benchmark of, or rather 2 benchmarks to look at specifically in this race. The A group, Alice McKenzie was the fastest in that one with a 50.2 second lap. The B group weren't quite as fast. Jensen Barnard at the top of that one only managing a 50.37. So the best junior lap times are around the 50.2 mark. Indeed, that's roughly where they were in morning practice, although Ellis McKenzie did manage a 50.0, and we saw yesterday that Jamie Tyler-Gooden proved that a sub 50-second lap time is possible in these, as well did a couple of other drivers eventually once we got the racing underway. A couple of drivers in here with names familiar to long-time viewers of the championship, and indeed people who are keeping a keen eye on the championship table. Our championship leader is in this one. Logan McAllister is out there in the number 2 car, and his next closest challenger, Benjamin Hamilton, is in the number 3. Those two finishing second and third in last year's championship. A couple of other names from the top 10 as well in this one. Jules Larkin currently in second. Jules sits in 7th place in the standings, and Matteo Ehrenfreiter is 9th overall. He too is on track for this one, so a competitive looking session. We will expect to see the lap times tend towards the low 50-second mark, perhaps even breaking into that 49. Logan McAllister currently top with a 50.7. We do typically see slower lap times at the start of the session as they warm up the brakes, engines and tyres and find themselves some room to race. Matteo there gets a cone warning early doors. Yes, I expect to see some decent lap times from this particular group of drivers, and plenty of them featuring in the Pre-A final we've got coming up after lunch break.
Yep, some familiar names. You mentioned Matteo Ehrenfreiter just picked up a cone warning, currently finding his feet at the moment in the junior division. We had a chat with him in the Paddock show coming up just after this session, so do stay tuned for that one. I'm going to give a quick shout out to Evan in the broadcast comments, who is supporting Tom Justice, to Bobby Hartley, who's supporting Piers Hartley, currently running in this session, although their profile picture is of a dog, and they've said, in other words, woof woof, so they've clearly trained the dog at the Hartley family home to show some support for Piers out on track today.
Yeah, I've trained my dog to do the same.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Anything that we can talk about, or?
No, that's the story. Really,
yeah, okay. Yeah, and having said that, is unfortunately cone warning just coming in for Piers Hartley there. Just a warning at the moment. Doesn't translate into a penalty.
It'd be barking like mad, Reeve. Like that.
Yeah. Logan McAllister takes the lead of this session. We're going to move swiftly on with a 50.437. That is very closely matched, though, by Jules Larkin, a 50.441, so 4,000ths of a second separating those two drivers. And Matteo Ehrenfreiter really picking up the pace and showing us the Matteo that we knew from the cadet, running a 50.5 in P3 in this session at the moment.
Matteo gave me a long and detailed instructional on how to pronounce his surname at GYG last year. I'm sorry to say, Matteo, that I'm just as bad at it now as I was back then, so apologies to him and his family if we do slightly mess up that surname or even get it completely wrong. I don't think we're completely wrong, but we do try our best, and we do have a lot of respect for Matteo and his abilities in the go-kart.
New session leader, though, that is Thomas Welsford, now leading with a 15.425, has found 8 thousandths of a second on Logan McAllister, who has just picked up a penalty. That is for
racing under yellows.
Yeah, so we have got a yellow flag waved on track, or at least we did, and a couple of drivers have fallen foul of that yellow flag. Unfortunately, that means that Logan McAllister, who is currently second, he might progress further, will not be listed on the qualifying results at the end as his position that he finishes in.
Yeah, you see the penalties coming in at the top screen there. Jamie Warner's also got a racing under yellows. Typically it's for not slowing down enough with a yellow flag present, and one of the ways CLUB100 can judge that is if they are setting their fastest lap times whilst a yellow flag is out on track in a significant area that would impact a lap time. Quite simply, if you've gone faster than you have on a previous lap where there was no yellow flag, it's very difficult to argue that you've slowed down, and especially slowed down to an appropriate level when that yellow flag has been present. So a couple of drivers have fallen foul there, and another one there, the 69 of Stefan Jafan has also been penalised for going purple at that point. 5 minutes remain of this one as another penalty comes in. Ruben Tucker also set his fastest lap, presumably whilst the yellow flag was present out on track.
We've got a few racing on the yellows pouring in now, so I think a few drivers pushing on when perhaps they otherwise shouldn't have. So we are definitely going to be calling the results from this session provisional, aren't we, heading into the racing this afternoon. A few drivers with a penalty to take with them into the afternoon's racing.
Indeed, and our leader at the moment, Benjamin Hamilton, has a cone penalty as well. I think that's indeed down at the left-hand, as I've just seen a cone being replaced down there, the one we've just seen on the stream. There's another racing in the yellow for Iris Trees there too. So the lap times are looking pretty hot at the front of this one, Reeve. 50.1 is, I think, good enough for pole position in the pre-A final, but a cone penalty should drop down a place, so perhaps second is more appropriate to say.
Yep, definitely at the hot end of things, as you say, though, regardless of any penalties. Yeah, difficult to call the results after the end of this session, because all the penalties will kind of stack based on where the drivers position themselves at the end of the running. But yeah, it's Benjamin Hamilton, Logan McAllister, Matteo Urban for your top three as it stands, and we head into the final few minutes of this run.
Does Logan McAllister have a penalty, Reeve?
Logan McAllister does have a penalty. He was the first racing on the yellow penalty.
His lap time of a 50.213 is also good enough to put him at the front of the pre-A final, but I think as it stands it will remain with Ellis McKenzie. Penalties are applied in the order which they were received as well, so Logan would drop down before Benjamin's penalty is applied. We've got Matteo Ehrenfrechter and new name now, Caden Ward pops up with a 50.129. That might be putting him on provisional pole of the pre-A final. Matteo Ehrenfrechter, I think, if I'm reading this right, just 0.04 of a second off that Mackenzie time from earlier, but there is still just under 3 minutes to improve in this session, so it's another time for another 2 or 3 laps at least.
Absolutely, Logan McAllister on a flyer at the moment, and in fact it's our top three who lead the charge in this session, who are also in front of everyone else on the lap at the moment in qualifying. They will be first to come across the checkered flag as and when this session ends in around about 2 minutes. Logan McAllister, first driver into the 49s then, Sude at 49.986. Really impressive run. It is a great shame about that penalty that he got early on in the running, because, yeah, 49-second lap is very impressive indeed.
Yeah, we are currently following the number 2 around that left-hander, where the cone was displaced not too long ago by the man behind him, or as judged by the stewards to be the man behind him, Benjamin Hamilton. So the 2 and the 3 looking to be learning from each other here. They'll know each other pretty well at this point, having raced all of last year and all of this year together. And 70 ready for Livestream lap times, both of their best lap times good enough for pole in the Pre-A final. In fact, both of their best and second best, I believe, I'm right in saying, would have put them in the front this time round. Also a sub 50 second lap from Logan, but not quite as quick. He's about 5 thousandths of a second slower, so very consistent there. Ben Hamilton of 50.220, which is the exact same time that Caden Ward did last time round as well. Is that Ward at the back of this? It is indeed. So yeah, no wonder they are lapping the exact same time that Caden's following Ben Hamilton around. Pink helmet there at the back of this trio. So they'll get this lap, and then they'll get one more lap after it. There's still 50 seconds on the clock, which isn't quite long enough to get round. The checkered flag will be waving next time they hit this part of the circuit, and I think they'll be aware of that as well, given that they can see the clock. There is an improvement this time, isn't there, Reeve?
There is indeed a 49.898, so Logan McAllister on a flyer at the moment, and Benjamin Hamilton, Caden Ward, just Benjamin Hamilton behind for now. So Benjamin maybe picking up a couple of pointers here or there if he can at any points of the lap, but it must be said that Logan McAllister is very much in control of proceedings here in this final qualifying session of the day.
Checkered flag ready to be waved in the next 10 seconds, and we're about to collect. Look out the window and see if I can find out. I think it's the 135, isn't it? About to finish the session. Yep, that's Harry Thompson, whose qualifying is over. There's Logan McAllister then, crosses the line for the last time. He, Benjamin Hamilton and Caden Ward stay the top three. Sam Morse finished now, Matteo Ehrenfleiter, Tom Welsford and Jules Larkin all crossing the line. These results, as we said, will be compared to the other two classes and drivers divvied up into Pre-C, Pre-B and Pre-A finals, all of which are coming up after the lunch break. We've got our last qualifying session to go now with our junior super lightweights, and then we'll be racing.
Well, indeed. So this brings an end to the qualifying running for the day. Our juniors bringing it home. We're going to get into some racing action just after the lunch break here at Circuit, but in the midst of this, you've got a Paddock show to enjoy. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Paddock show for round 6 of our Club 100 Cadets and Juniors here at Ellough Park. It's a super lightweight today. We enjoyed a bit of lightweight action yesterday. It'll be great to hear from some of our drivers. A busy day today, and a very nice one as well, Jacob.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got 12 races coming up, but 6 qualifying sessions before then, lunch break in between qualifying and racing. Yesterday's action was absolutely superlative. Really well behaved drivers, discipline was fantastic, but the racing was even better. And hopefully we'll see plenty more of that this afternoon. Let's go have a little look around the paddock and see who fancies to chat with us. I think there's a couple of people already looking. I'm going to jump straight over here and see who we've got here. Are you looking to talk to us? No, I thought you were waiting. You sure? Just wanted to see the trophy. Go on then. I think those guys over there are waiting. We'll jump in and talk to these guys. Guys, can I interest anyone in an interview? Anyone wants to talk? There's a yes from over there. Who have we got here then?
Jamie Watson.
Jamie, and which class are you racing in?
Super lightweight Club 100 Cadets.
Okay, how's your season going, Jamie?
Bog.
Okay, no, glad. Hoping to do better today?
Maybe.
Have you been to Ellough Park before?
Never before, no.
And have you been out yet today?
Yep, one session.
How'd you find it?
Mid.
Okay. Which part of the tracks are you thinking you're going to be strong in? Any bits you got to improve on in qualifying?
Last corner there I'm not too good at. I need to go flatter. Most of them I'm calm with.
All right, good stuff. And what are you hoping for today? C, B, A?
B final at podium.
B final podium, maybe a repechage up into the A, yeah?
C final merchant, to be fair.
I see. All right then, fair enough. Who else have we got here? What's your name, sir?
Ed Cybury.
Ed, how are you getting on today?
Not too bad. 8th in my pre, I think. Yeah.
Okay. And what are you hoping for this afternoon?
A final.
A final, yeah. How's your championship going, Ed?
I'm not too sure.
Okay,
I
good.
think I'm somewhere like 20, 30-ish.
Best to focus on what's on track, is it? How about you? What bits of the track are you finding hard, and what bits do you reckon you've nailed?
Back corner, very difficult. I'm not finding it the best. So I'm pretty good at the first sector. So yeah.
A couple of people struggling. Back corner down there as well. Apologies if you can't hear me whilst the microphone's in use. Who reckons they've nailed the back corner? Anyone? Haven't been out yet. Okay. Maybe more throttle we got from the back. Who've we got here? I'll jump in behind. Who? Secret Cat, yeah. Didn't see that one coming, did you? What's your name, sir?
Teddy Mullen.
How you getting on, Teddy?
I'm doing okay.
Yeah. Which final are we hoping to be in this afternoon?
Hoping B.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you reckon Ellough Park's the track where you can make it happen?
Maybe. I think I might be very good at this track.
Okay. What makes you say that? Was it the high-speed corners, the hairpins?
Yes, definitely.
Brave on the throttle, are you?
Yes.
Good man. All right, I'll see who else we've got in here as well. Just quickly try and get around everyone. What's your name?
My name's Millen Pillay.
Okay, Millen, how are you getting it on? You said you haven't been out yet, is that right?
No, we are Group C. I've been out for pre-event testing.
Okay.
Went pretty well.
Okay, and how do you think qualifying and the races are going to go this afternoon?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
What's your target for today?
Top of the B final or A final.
Excellent. Well, hopefully we'll get you at top of B final and repecharge up to the A. You get more racing that way, don't you?
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, and who else have we got around here? I'm trying to get around everyone. What's your name?
Jaden Williams.
Jaden, what do you think of Ellough Park?
I think it's fun.
Yeah.
And the final corner, every time, there's just understeer everywhere, the final corner.
Okay, you reckon if you get a grip of that understeer, you can do well this afternoon?
Yeah.
And what final are you hoping to be in?
The A final.
A final. Good man. And last but not least, who have we got here?
Gillen Townshend.
Gillen, how are you getting on, Dylan?
Well, I've not actually been out yet on the pre-event testing. So.
Okay, have you been to Ellough Park before?
No.
First time. And, okay, you've been watching loads of onboards on YouTube?
Not really.
That's all right, you don't want to learn the wrong things, do you? What's the plan then? Go out, learn the track, and hopefully put in a few good lap times?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to try and do my best, to be honest. I mean, A or B would be really good, so. I've not actually done Club 100 before.
Is this your first round?
Yeah, my first proper round, but I have done a practice Buckmore, so.
All right then, well, glad to have you here. Hopefully we'll see you make some moves this afternoon, and good luck for it.
Yeah, thanks.
All right then, I'm going to pass over to Reeve. That's a few of our cadet drivers. I think Reeve might have a junior.
I do indeed. That was a big queue that you managed to build up there, Jacob. I'm joined now by Tom Justice. Tom was one of our cadet drivers last year. Has worked his way up into juniors. Tom, could you tell us a bit about that kind of transition into the big junior karts?
It's not too different. It's very similar, but slight driving difference. But I found it fine. It's pretty similar. Yeah.
Fantastic stuff. So you're running in both North and South this year, which we've got a few drivers doing. I believe you've been to every round, which is really impressive stuff. North, you're looking really strong in there. South, maybe a few further places down, but still top 10, so pretty good overall. Are you hoping that Ellough Park might change your fortunes today?
Yeah, I mean, pre-test looked really close. I was 8th, but 2 tenths off, so I mean, it might change in quali, and it depends on a lot of factors, so yeah.
Fantastic stuff. Is this the type of track that you enjoy? You enjoy the fast-flowing stuff, or you're more about that technical, tight, twisty stuff?
It's a bit of a mix of fast and slow. I mean, there's a few tracks I like more, but it's up there, it's up there.
Fantastic stuff. Wish you all the best of luck for today, Tom. Get out there, get some practice under your belt, and enjoy the running. We did have another driver lined up. I think he's disappeared, but I believe Jacob's got a bit of a queue forming up.
I'm here, height adjusted, with 2 of our cadet drivers. Remind me of your names?
Harrison.
Harrison and
Sammy.
Harrison and Sammy. Harrison and Sammy, this is your first season in Club 100, right?
Yes, it is.
And Sammy, your first season as well?
Yes.
How are we finding it, Club 100 in general? Are you enjoying yourselves?
Yeah, it's so good. Like, it's just so competitive, and I just love like a challenge. So, yeah.
Excellent. And Sammy, how are you finding it?
It's so
competitive and the karts are really fast.
Good stuff. That's what we want to hear. First season of Club 100, first time at Ellough Park. How have you found Ellough Park so far?
Oh yeah, Ellough Park's a great track. It has flat curbs. Yeah, I just love it so much.
Brilliant. Sammy, would you say Ellough Park's the best track we've been to so far?
Yes, the curbs are fun to ride and the straights are really fun.
Good stuff. And what are we hoping for this afternoon, lads? What do you think we do? C final, B final, A?
I'm hoping for a top 10 and A final.
Very good. And Sammy, how about yourself?
Hoping top 5A final.
Top 5A final. There we go. And these two are the two to watch this afternoon. Good luck, boys. We'll see you on the stream later. Reeve, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Jacob. I'm joined by Matteo and Foychter now, a name we're familiar with in the paddock. So, Matteo, how are you doing today?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Very well, thank you indeed. Enjoying some of this sunshine, which is a bit of a surprise this time of year. We're very lucky indeed. So, Matteo, tell us about how your championship's going so far. What's Club 100 been like for you this year?
This year's been difficult, more difficult than last year. Last year did cadets, been a bit challenging moving up, but we'll see how it goes. So round 6th in the championship overall so far.
Do you think it's just a little bit of kind of misfortunes out on track, or would you say it's just kind of getting to grips with the big Club 100 machinery that we do run for our juniors?
It's mainly getting grips to the Club 100 junior karts, but it's a bit of bad luck here and there as well. So.
Such is the way of racing. I'm sure we're going to see you again, though, in the future, and we're going to be enjoying your antics out on track.
Hopefully, yes.
Fantastic stuff. So, round 6 now, we're looking kind of further into the championship. Ellough Park, is this a track you're familiar with?
Yes, I was here last year in the cadet karts. Not been here with the juniors, but it's been good fun. Pre-testing's been good, so we hope for good results today.
Cracking stuff, Matteo. So we enjoy the high-speed stuff. You enjoy the challenge that Ellough Park offers you?
Very much so, yes.
Fantastic stuff, Matteo. Best of luck out there today. Enjoy your running.
Thank you. Bye.
And I believe, Jacob, you've got a few more drivers lined up.
I do indeed, Reeve. Thank you very much. Sorry, remind me of your name.
Lewis.
Lewis, you've moved up from cadets to juniors, is that right?
Yeah.
Talk to us a little bit about the difference between these karts. Obviously, we see the size difference on the broadcast, but what's it like to drive, and is there a different challenge, really?
Yeah, there is quite a difference. With cadets, they're so light, so it's more of a easier... You can take the corner more speed and fling it in better. With juniors, it's more you have to really lock and hold. And in the wet, it makes a massive difference because cadets, they'll wheel spin, but they won't do much. Where juniors, they really kick out the rear end.
Nice. Would you say it's a different driving style between the two karts?
Definitely.
Yeah. And which do you prefer then?
I'd have to say juniors for the speed, but cadets for the handling.
Interesting. So how are you getting to grips with the juniors then? The more speed, as you said. Are you enjoying them? Are you finding that you're getting better results, or around about the same?
Yeah, I'm getting better slowly. Just a few dud rounds, but nothing that can't change really. I mean, hoping for better.
Yeah, nothing that can't change this afternoon. What are we looking for this afternoon then here at Ellough Park?
At least like top 10 in the A final.
Nice. Is Ellough Park one of your favourites? How would you rate it in terms of the calendar?
Don't know, I definitely think it's probably about like a 7 out of 10.
Nice. And lastly, championship-wise, how are we looking this year?
28th currently, because I didn't do Rissington, but hoping to get into the top 10.
Yeah, hopefully once those drop rounds come into play, we'll be a lot higher up. Well, thanks for chatting to us. We're going to go and see who Reeve's got lined up over there.
Cheers.
All right then, Reeve, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Jacob. I think we have Zach here, who's going to have a quick chat with us. Zach, how are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you indeed. Basking in the sunshine, wishing I brought some sunscreen though. That probably would have been helpful. Tell us about your Club 100 racing so far, Zach.
Well, I'm doing well, yeah. I'm in 3rd in the championship, and I came 3rd in the pre-test.
Cracking stuff, so you're hoping to be up there in those A finals today?
Yes.
Awesome stuff. And is this a track that you're enjoying so far?
Yeah, it's a good one.
What in particular do you like about it? Is it the speeds? Is it some of the heavy braking zones?
Well, it's like the overtaking parts and the corners.
Cracking stuff. Where would you say is kind of your best overtaking opportunity out on track?
Probably at the hairpins.
Yeah, that seems to be what we saw yesterday with our lightweights, is that's where you can set up a lot of great moves before you run to that start-finish straight. Wish you the best of luck today out there, Zach. Enjoy your running in our round 6.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff. Yeah, lots of really keen drivers today, just like yesterday. Seem to really enjoy running out here at Ellough Park so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of those tracks that people just like in general. Lots of high-speed corners, lots of hairpins, which provide overtaking opportunities. And the weather's usually like this, to be fair. I think we've had one rainy day here in the past 5 or 6 visits. And even then, I think most people enjoyed the racing. So, yeah, Ellough Park's just one of those places.
It is indeed. What you've done there is just jinxed it. We're probably going to now have an afternoon's worth of wet weather racing, which would probably also be enjoyable.
I mean, good luck with that. Looking at the sky, there's not a cloud in sight. A few chemtrails, and that's about it. So, yeah, I don't think I'll put the commentator's curse on that one this afternoon. But yeah, we'll see. Reeve, perhaps you're right. You know, I'm no meteorologist.
Fantastic stuff. So really exciting to hear from our drivers today in the paddock. We're going to get ready for some racing action now this afternoon. See you in a moment. and welcome back to the action here this afternoon at Ellough Park. Folks, we are getting ready for our first race in a few moments. Hope you enjoyed the Paddock show. Hope you had a bit of a break and get ready for 12 races this afternoon. It's our pre-finals up first, followed by our proper finals. It's the Cadet Super Lightweight Pre-C final. That will be the first session coming next. And let's have a look at the grids and how they are shaping up then for this session, as we see the pace car heading around for a last bit of testing. On the first row of the grid is Mohamed Issa Subadar with Freddie Thompson on row 1. Row 2 it's Nathan Gretsch, and then we have Samadip Daliwal, followed by row 3 being Sam Fowler and Oakley Sands. Moving on to the fourth row of the grid, Hugo McMillan, Toby Meredith, followed by Chloe Hankin and Chloe Van Beneden on row 5. Then we have Joseph Hornsey and Sammy Desi on row 6. Seventh row of the grid then will be Zahi Lana, Murphy Hogarth, followed by Freddie Adams Fetham and Maya LA on row 8. Row 9 has Lewis Milne and Teddy Morton. And then our final few rows of this grid will in fact be... No, that's everyone, sorry. That is everyone for our pre-C finals. They head out of the pit lane and on to the racetrack now. Last chance to get formed up, a bit of warming up before we go racing.
Looking forward to 12 races this afternoon, this being the first of them. We have pre-C cadets, pre-C juniors, pre-B cadets, pre-B juniors, and pre-A cadets, and pre-A juniors, the first set of 6, followed by C, B, and A finals for both categories as well. Top 2 drivers from each of the 12 races you're about to see, bar the A finals, will push on to the next race in their class. So the top 2 in the C final will go to the B, the top 2 in the B final shall go to the A.
Juniors now, please.
The rapid charge positions are highly coveted, and that will be the target for the likes of Mohamed Issa Subadar and Freddie Thompson, who start this one on the front row of the grid.
So currently under formation now. I think we are looking pretty formed up. Slightly smaller grid for our cadets. We are looking like we're good to go racing, so the pace cart will dip away in just a moment, and it's going to be Mohamed Issa Subadar versus Freddie Thompson as we run down the start-finish straight into the tram lines. Our cadets go, and we are good to go racing. It is green for the first time in a race session today, and it is the number 43 of Issa Subadar who defends on the inside from pole, takes that through into the next couple of corners, maintains that lead there. Freddie Thompson, Samadip Daliwal and Nathan Gretsch following through.
Yeah, Saudi up into second place there. Be interested to see if he has dived down the inside of this corner into the lead. Doesn't. So Mohammed keeps his place there. Yep, the 95 of Nathan Gretsch is in third place at the minute, with Oakley Sands, I think, up from a couple of places back on the grid to fourth place. As there's the move for the lead. I'm not quite sure if it's come off, though. I think we've still got Subadar in the lead.
We do indeed, but that challenge is certainly mounting as we head into the hairpin part of the lap. This is where you get so many overtaking opportunities, and it's key to get a great run through the kind of chicane that heads through the final part of the lap, because that is the speed that you're going to carry all the way down into the first couple of corners on this lap. Here goes change for the lead, then Samardeep goes into the lead heading through turn 1, but it looks to be a challenge mounting back up now as we head into the next couple of corners.
Yeah, good move from somebody. Dives at the inside of turn 1, and then, as we said earlier in the broadcast, you've got the next 2 corners, or 2 apexes, as right-handers as well. And he takes the first left-hander on the track in the lead of this race. We've got a gaggle of about 5 karts, I think, that is at the front of this one. Be interesting to see if Subadar and Daliwal are able to pull away, or if, it's 6 cars, 4 cars behind are able to stay with them and manage to challenge for those repechage places.
Here's our front runners then heading through the final corner of this, the first truly competitive lap out there in terms of times. On the defence then is Samardeep. Mohamed Issa Subadar wants to take that lead position back. What they are at risk, though, is they slow themselves down in this battling. Nathan Gretsch, as we mentioned, Oakley Sands, hot on their heels, very close behind, close in terms of time at the moment. Our rookies are going to want to work their way through and try and take that race lead if at all possible. Tighter run there for Mohamed Issa Subadar, boxed off though by Samardeep Daliwal as we run towards the second half of the lap.
Yeah, Dhaliwal's done good since he's got into the lead of this one, controlling it quite nicely. It's a bit early to be going too defensive. As I said, these two might want to work together. And as I say that, up the inside goes Issa Subadar. Great move into that hairpin, and let's just see. Yep, he's managed to hold on for the final corner, so change for the lead. These two don't seem to be taking too much time out of each other, is the main thing. They keep doing this, and they might, though. Back to the inside goes Dhaliwal, and the cutback is on for Subadar. You can see there in third place, Oakley Sands is keeping right up with them. And yeah, quick. Keep on changing positions, lads, and Oakley Sands will be fancying a bit of it himself. Work together, and he might just get away. As you can see, the front three are ever so slightly edging away from the likes of Nathan Gretsch, Sam Fowler, and Hugo McMillan, back in 4th, 5th, and 6th. Although some good pace, certainly from Hugo McMillan, the fastest lap of the race, could factor later on.
Could indeed, as we head into the hairpin once more. Those three just behind, we mentioned Nathan and Samuel, for example, enjoying their own battle, very similar to the one that we're seeing out in front here. Heading around the final corner of the lap are top three, all fighting for the podium. This is your entire podium, battling it out on a circuit. Issa Subadar taking back the lead of this race, but that is not going to be without contest as we head further into the race. I suspect, though, Samadip Dhaliwal might be more concerned about Oakley Sands behind now. Oakley has had a great run, as you mentioned, Jacob, had a bit of clean running while those two slowed themselves down with some battling, and is now poised to try and find a way past Samadip Dhaliwal as we head down towards the left-hander.
Yep, Nathan Gretsch still leads the trio behind Sam Fowler now as the fastest lap of the race, but the pace of those three needs to remain consistent if they're going to catch up with the trio. Lead this one, and only 2 reportage places Reeve. Only 2 of these drivers will be able to go at the back of the pre-B final, so those 2 spots currently occupied by Mohammed and Samadip are the ones that are most coveted. Oakley Sands dropped a little bit just now as we see a change for position behind. I think that's Sam Fowler going ahead of Nathan Gretsch. It is indeed. They jostle a bit for position back there. But Mohammed's now looking reasonably comfortable out in front, so we drop back and take a look at Sam Fowler, Nathan Gretsch, and Hugo McMillan. Sam Fowler still with the fast lap of this one, a 54.125. Pressure now for Subadar to soak up. Dhaliwal on the back of him, going wide into the right-hander. That's not going to work around the outside of there. And indeed, the lead is maintained. Over the start-finish line once more. Defensive driving now from Issa Subadar. Seems to think that the two of them, between them, have the pace to battle it out at the front of this one, although gives a little indication there to somebody that they might need a little bit more working together before they start duking it out for the race win.
Yeah, I think they absolutely do. They're now starting to potentially compromise those reportage positions, as you mentioned them, Jacob, because they've got some very close drivers indeed behind them. And what we're seeing is the times, because our front runners in this race have been so close and battling for so long, we haven't seen a lap time any better than a 53.9. So they're around about a second, or maybe perhaps a little bit less than perhaps what we would expect to see from some of our front running cadets. So they do need to pick up that pace.
Yep, fastest lap last time round was sat by Samadip, which is why we saw him closing in this time last lap. Subadar's had a little bit of a better time this time of it. Sets his fastest lap of the race. Mohammed is a rookie driver in this scenario, as is Oakley Sands in third. Somebody with a little more experience in Club 100, having raced with us last year and looking to use that experience now to reel in Issa Subadar and hopefully playing top spot in this one. Of course, he may well be content with the gap that they're building back to Oakley Sands and take the fact that they are both going to be going to the pre-B finals. He goes to get outside there, this right-hander, and subsequently will be sweeping back to the right-hand side of the track for the final left-hander. Very close this time around, and looks like he's got alongside, going down into turn one. does indeed. Brakes a bit later. Is the cut back on? Oh, they contact there. Perhaps trying to cover off the switchback a bit too keenly, but both still facing the right way. And Issa Subadar regains that lead with the switchback.
He does indeed, but look who's on the scene as well. Oakley Sands, who's had some pretty impressive pace throughout this race, is now trying his best to jump in to those repechage positions as we head further into the running.
That gap further back as well has reduced. Sam Fowler is within touching distance now of this front trio too. That little bit of contact wouldn't have done either of our lead pair any good. Any more of that, I think, in the last 3 minutes, Reeve, and we could see a 6-way battle for the lead of this one. As it stands, it's still a 2-way battle for now. Dhaliwal goes to the inside of turn 1 again.
Oh, nice switchback though.
Yeah, he's perfected it this time, and Dhaliwal gives him the space he needs to perform that switchback. But yes, you can see behind them now, queue starting to form for a little look at that spot in the preview.
You can indeed, and it's all well and good saying, "Oh, these two, they need to stop battling." I mean, it's great. It's great watching for us from our point of view, though, because now we have a 6-kart battle potentially for the lead of this race. Certainly a 5-kart, at least in the final couple of laps. Perhaps Mohammed might be a little bit more released now that he's found a way past. I suspect that is not going to be the case, though, because here is Samardeep heading around into the final hairpin, very much on the rear axle of his competitor. As we now drop into the final couple of corners, the right-hander comes up next. We need to carry as much momentum as possible. Sam Fowler takes the new fastest lap of the race so far. That goes to show how competitive the pack behind is, but trying to hang it around the outside. Samardeep Dhaliwal, can he make it stick? No, he can't. Boxed off at the end of the corner there by Mohammed Issa Subadar. It's going to be Mohammed who leads us into the double right-hander coming up next. A train of 5 begins to form up, but I am sure we're going to see further challenges later on into the lap. Just behind there, I think that's Hugo McMillan having a look to see if he can find a way past Sam Fowler. We know Sam's got some strong pace. He set a really remarkable lap previous go around. Let's see if we see that changing heading into the last part of this lap. Now, Mohammed Issa Subadar then has about a kart length, if not a little bit less than that, as we head into the final couple of corners. Here's the big hairpin, yes. Mohammed boxing off Samardeep Dhaliwal as we head into the final couple of corners. We are going to be side by side potentially. It's Mohammed who still leads us, rounding the right-hander and on to the start-finish. Not so straight. Mohammed takes charge, but Samardeep having a look around the outside. He's going to try that switchback that has worked for Mohammed in the past, but Mohammed still leads us into the next couple of corners.
Contact warning for Samardeep. I can only assume that was for earlier on when they came into contact just after turn 1. We haven't seen much more rubbing from these guys. They've been very clean, very fair so far. Dhaliwal is very close now, and this will be the penultimate lap. They will see the last lap board next time out. I think both drivers will know that at this point. They've built out that bit of a gap now. There's a second back to Oakley Sands. I think they are safe to fight it out for the last lap in the 2 corners. 4 and behind have run great races and have worked together well to try and keep in touch with these two, but their pace, unfortunately for those 4, has been too high. Defensive goes Subadar to the inside. Still though is Dhaliwal, and up the inside he goes, takes the lead of this one, keeps the inside line for the double right-hander. And if he can keep this nice and tight, he can't. Back up the inside goes Subadar. Excellent move there from Mohammed Issa Subadar, and he takes the left-hander with a bit of a gap as well. Back to Dhaliwal. Great driving from the pair of them.
Yeah, this is a really impressive battle. Look what's going on behind them as well. They've got Oakley Sands, Hugo McMillan, Sam Fowler and Nathan Gretsch all in the mix, battling it out for that final spot on the podium. And that's an important position, but an even more important position is second or first as we now bring these leading drivers in to on the last hairpins on the lap here. It's Mohammed Issa Subadar who still has found a way past, actually heading into the final couple of corners.
Was ahead anyway.
Anyway, we head round the final corner. It's going to be Mohammed Issa Subadar who takes the checkered flag. Victory in the end. He certainly had to work for it. Samardeep Dhaliwal crosses the line in P2. Oakley Sands wins out in that 4-car battle for P3. Hugo McMillan, Sam Fowler, Nathan Gretsch, Joseph Hornsey, Sam Desi, and then we have Chloe Van Beneden. Your top 9, Toby Meredith coming home in the top 10. What a battle we have for the front end of the field there, Jacob.
Yeah, fantastic racing from our front two. Mohammed Issa Subadar, a deserved winner. Samardeep Daliwal threw everything at him, but it'd be great to see those two in the pre-B final in just one race's time.
It will indeed. So that's our first taster of cadet action in the racing this afternoon. I'm pleased to report, though, that we have our juniors heading out on track in just a moment.
Here we go then for our first junior race of the day. The drivers head out on circuit. Let's have a look how they are going to line up for this one. Edward Jones starts on pole with Harry Harvey alongside his second. Ewan Platt will be third. Harrison Bishop will be in fourth position with Ethan Pritchard in fifth. Sixth will be Monica Bolton Ramos. And then row four, Amor Zayana and Ethan Miles in eighth. Boyden Kodjayan in 9th with Callum White, 10th for this one. Dawid Sniesko in 11th. Harrison Maxwell starts in 12th. 13th will be Iris Crease. Kai Ferner is 14th overall. Row 8 is Amy Gutierrez and Dan Griffin. Imogen Owen starts 17th and Theo Brown lines up in 18th. This one. Fawaz Arda is 19th overall. Row 10 joined by Harry Titchener. Thomas Wardley is 21st, Elliot Spencer 22nd, Lewis Taylor 23rd, and 24th is Liam Weatherall. Daniel Harmon and Josh Taylor are row 13, Hooray Buznu and Jasmine Richardson are row 14, 29th overall is Harry Thompson, and Sam Doyle in 30th. Last but not least, we have Curtis Dwayne and Josh Lewis. They are 31st and 32nd overall, and I believe, Reeve, we are ready to get going.
We are indeed, Jacob. Perfect timing there as we see our drivers form up behind the pace cart. They have to head down those tram lines in formation. Can't break outside of them. The pace cart is away. It's going to be Edward Jones versus Harry Harvey as we run down through into the first corner. And it's already pretty eclectic as we run into turn one. No one seems to be too put out by it, though. Everyone pointing in the right direction. And Edward Jones controlling things quite nicely after the first couple of corners.
Yeah, great start from pole from Jones. Harvey, I think, has managed to hold on to second as well. Bit of argy-bargy going into the left-hander as to be expected in these big fields. But we rejoin our leaders now, and that's the 50 of Boyden Bajayan, who's miles up from where he started, really. A fantastic first lap from him. Braking formation for the 149 of Sam Doyle. That's further down the pack. But, yeah, Kajayan is absolutely storming through the field in this one.
He is indeed. Had a few rookie drivers to contend with, so I wonder if just that experienced set of hands in the car there has done wonders for Kajayan, who now jumps up into third from 11th, as you mentioned. A really impressive drive for Kajayan, just kept the nose clean there. Sorry, fourth.
Fourth, yeah. Dawid Sniesko is the one who's made an even more impressive start, having taken the place off Kajayan there towards the end of the first lap. Cone warning for the number 8 of Ethan Pritchard, running in fifth.
So 9 minutes to go in this race, and Edward Jones with that remarkable start, controlling things quite nicely out there. We can already see a bit of a gap, a relative gap at least, building up there as we see a change for P2 heading in to the hairpin there. Sniesko versus Harvey as we run on through the next couple of corners.
Yeah, great move. Looks to have got it sorted, and the fastest lap with it as well. Expect to see that those keep coming in. ABC BAP, that's a bump and pass for the 61 of Dan Griffin, adjudged to have made an overtake illegally there by the steward, so a penalty coming his way at the end of the race. Still battling going on here for what looks to be 4th and 5th for me, and a little hand signal there from the 103. 103? I don't think that was the 103. I've completely misread that number plate. Apologies, viewers who did get a good view of it. Am I perhaps looking at the 119?
Which name are we looking for?
I was looking for the 103, to be honest with you, for that. So number plate just does not exist in this race. 4th position, I believe it was, which is why I think it's the 119 of Monica Bolton Ramos. But we'll see now as they come round for another lap. We have picked up a big gaggle of carts. Edward Jones comes under a bit of pressure now at the front from Dawid Sniesko. That battle is beginning to shape up with the fastest man on track. Once again, last time around, Darrod was BBC back coming in for Ethan Pritchard as well. This race is considerably feistier than our pre-C in super lightweight cadets. And up the inside goes Sniesko and gets the move done. Quick readjust of the helmet, and away he goes. He'll help him be pulling away now as Harry Harvey joins the party in this front three with the new fastest lap of a 51.1.
Yep, hardly surprising to see that David Sniesko taking the lead of this race. Started 11th but has an immense amount of pace, had about half a second advantage on everyone else before Harry Harvey put in that really respectable 51.150 as well, so he's looking pretty happy out there. Is David Sniesko. Watch out for Harry Harvey as well. I suspect Edward Jones might be looking to find a couple more tenths if at all possible. He had that really strong lap 1 start here, so we just need to push a little bit further, and we're going to be in for a fantastic battle here. We've got a couple more penalties creeping in for some more drivers. Lewis Taylor with a bump and pass, but otherwise all looking good out there.
Yeah, so we follow here now Voidan Kajayan, who also had a great start. He's got Ewan Platts and the likes of Monica Bolton Ramos for company. As to the outside, I think that was Platt. Having a look, was it? Oh, and to the inside of this corner now, side by side, bumper to bumper contacts. That will be allowed, but yes, the 119 of Monica Bolton Ramos. Oh, and round we go. That's Ewan Platt. And frustration there for Platt as a penalty comes in as well for Ewan Platt. That's not gone the way Ewan Platt would have hoped from 5th position there. It's all gone wrong in the space of a few quarters.
Yeah, bad to worse for Ewan, and one of the most painful sights in Club 100 racing is obviously you're obligated to wait until you can rejoin the track safely, which means that Ewan has to sit there effectively and watch as all of his competitors just side on through if they're in a close pack like we are enjoying today. So Ewan tumbling down the order there. Hopefully he will have a better run out in the next
We've got a transponder not working. The 103 of Amor Zanea has a faulty transponder, hasn't got the transponder. So there you can see him in 4th place, and rest assured, 3rd place now, I think. I think that was him signalling to 4th, which is now Harry Harvey, to follow him. So yes, Amor's transponder is not working as it should be. We do have a 103, I wasn't going mad earlier. And we have a 4-way battle for the lead involving one of those drivers with the faulty transponder. Amor is in this battle.
Fantastic stuff then. We're watching as our upper midfield heads through the final couple of corners now. Heading on to the start-finish, straight diving down into the cars to try and get as much of an aerodynamic advantage as possible is the number 50 of Voidan Kajayan there. Started 9th, as we mentioned earlier on, makes up a decent start here to pick up a few more points. A couple of positions off the front end of the pack. So we've got that driver there without a transponder currently functional, so isn't in with a shout realistically of the repechage positions in the latter stages of this race, but can still take away some decent points nonetheless.
We've had our first overtake and the yellows penalty of the weekend. That's what that OTY stands for at the top of your screens, or stood for a moment ago. Is down the inside, very squirrely on the brakes. Ethan Pritchard slides up the inside there of, I think, Monica Bolton Ramos, and takes the place. Yeah, a bit loose, but looked fair enough to me. Hopefully the stewards are in agreement with that. Yes, let's keep reminding ourselves that we have a kart with no transponder or a faulty transponder. So this train of karts that we're watching here is actually the battle for 5th place. You see Voidan Kajayan at the front of it. He's in net 5th, not 4th, as showing on the time screens.
Yep, really strong race from our midfield.
Oh, and there's that change for the lead, Reeve, that we've just seen at the front.
Could well be. Let's see as they head round the final couple of corners. Now there's some of our mid-packs still battling it out, and there we can see David Sniesko, I think, still leading the charge. He is, but that is plenty of pressure from Edward Jones, and don't count out Harry Harvey as well, as we're going to have a 3-kart battle for the lead. Over the shoulder looks David Sniesko, darting across the circuit, trying anything.
It's not Sniesko, Reeve, it's the transponderless Amor Zayana. So this is the battle for second place. Zayana in the 103 there at the front. You can see white helmet with the little reddish trim and giving hand signals to demonstrate exactly who it is. He's got the better of Edward Jones for second, who I believe was our pole sitter, wasn't he? Was Edward Jones. But yes, the last of the rapid charge positions is now in the hands of Amor Zayana. And I think we saw in the background there as well Ethan Pritchard putting a very similar move to the lap previously. That would be for what is now 5th place on Voidan Kodjayen.
Over the shoulder then looks Amor Zayana, defending with everything, and wondered if that was going to happen. Unfortunately for Amor Zayana, it all goes from a pretty good show actually to unfortunately dropping down a few places. They are able to continue on and haven't lost too much time compared to what we've seen elsewhere in this race, but that makes things a little bit easier for Ed Jones now. You can see Zayana on the defence, but Edward Jones was already kind of parked there, was already getting ready to go for a move down the inside. Unfortunately, moving around in that defensive position kind of opened up that incident that we
Penalty
saw.
for Edward Jones, ABC takeout. That means he's taken out a competitor, and as we saw, take out that driver for second position. So Amor Zayana drops back down now to what I think is 5th, as Ethan Pritchard is now correctly showing in 4th. Harry Harvey has now got the better of Edward Jones, so Harry Harvey takes that final rapid charge place and will look pretty secure there as well. It might well be that last lap next time round, and even if Ed Jones does manage to get back ahead of Harry Harvey, that penalty will take him out of contention for the pre-B. So Sniesko's run off with it. He's 4 seconds up the road from these two, which is now the battle for second place. Harry Harvey currently heading that one from Edward Jones, and we got a couple more seconds, another 4.5 second gap back to Ethan Pritchard, who was 4th last time round, but was battling with Amor Zayana, and looks to me like Zayana has got back ahead of Pritchard for 4th place.
So still a few pieces to pick up from this race, then at least that's still a decent haul of points for Zayana. But yes, Sniesko, as we mentioned, just absolutely running away with it really in this one. Had the pace to work their way up from 11th on the grid. I want to give a shout out as well to like Dan Griffin, 16th up into 7th. And we have Fawaz Adra from 19th up into 9th as well. So some really impressive drives throughout the field, throughout plenty of the running in this, the first junior pre-final of the day. But the headline, I think, will be David Sniesko, who started from 11th and is controlling things very nicely indeed.
Yeah, fantastic drive from Sniesko, and you just missed him there coming round the final right hand. He'll be navigating the final left as well now. And there he is. David Sniesko takes the checkered flag, wins the Junior Super Lightweight South Pre-C final for today. Coming home in second is Harry Harvey. Edward Jones with that penalty, 3rd on the road. Then, Amor Zayana, very frustrated as he crosses the line in 4th place, having been taken out from a rapid charge position in 2nd. Ethan Pritchard, 5th. Voidan Kodjayen, 6th. Iris Crease has improved quite a bit from their grid position to take 7th. Callum White, 8th. Fawaz Adra, 9th. And Dan Griffin, I think, will be 10th overall, given the malfunctioning transponder that we have in the field.
We do indeed a few penalties from that race as well. In fact, Dan Griffin has a bump and pass penalty to serve. So a reminder, all these results are provisional, but that's it for our Junior Super Lightweight Pre-C final. Up next, though, the Cadet are heading back on track for the Pre-B final. Here we go then, it's our Cadet Super Lightweight Pre-B final. They're heading out on a track in just a moment. They're currently sat in the pit lane. Let's have a look at how the grid will be formed up then. On the front row of the grid, it's going to be Gillen Townsend, and then we have Jacob McLeod. Row 2 is Omar Ulla and Amante Nwosu. Row 3 has Georgian Hillary and Ben Cape. Moving on to the fourth row of the grid, it's Freya Lally and Rocco Titchell. Then we have Guy Baxter and Jack Dowding on row 5, Juan Armandiras Bocanegra and Dexter Hazeldine on row 6. Moving on to the seventh row of the grid, Jamie Watson and Milan Pillay. Then we have Frankie Charles Jones and Oscar Bradley on row 8. Row 9 has Tedley Mullen and Xander Cameron. 10th row of the grid, it is Jensen Fuller, Barnaby Rolfe, and then we have Mohamed Issa Subadar and Samardeep Dhaliwal working their way up from the pre-C final a couple of races ago.
Yep, and let's hope this race is as entertaining as that pre-C final. What a great show that was from the drivers in that one. And as you said, they've made their way to the back of this one. Could potentially feature later on at the front if they carry on the pace that they were showing in that pre-C. For now though, we follow our field rounds, all nicely formed already, through the shortcut that you don't normally see them going through, and then being picked up by the pace cart manned by Rory O'Regan.
And there is that pace cart picking them up now as they head through the final couple of hairpins, slightly short, smaller grid than what we saw for our previous junior race, so we should be ready to go in just a moment. I don't think there's any carts that look like they need to form up. We're going to go around once again. Yeah, we're going to go around once again. A few carts out of position. Yeah, and we still got one waiting to join up on the field.
That's the tester cart, Reeve. Don't worry too much about that one. But I think, yeah, the back of the field still needs to shape up correctly. They'll go around fairly quickly. It won't be walking pace formation lap. It's keen to get started. But we do want to make sure that all of these drivers are in the positions that they should be before we get underway.
A reminder, the starting procedure for these races, drivers have to head down to two kind of tram tracks that we see on the start-finish straight. Your cart can't leave those tram tracks, otherwise you will pick up a braking formation penalty, as we have seen a couple of times throughout the weekend. It's something that you start to get familiar with in the world of Club 100 racing. But we head round the two hairpins once more, and hopefully we are good to go racing once again. We will await confirmation.
Yeah, we are good this time.
Looks like we are indeed.
Townsend then will manage the pace from here on out. You see Dante Dillon down there telling him to keep it slow, and as soon as that light goes green, we are away and racing. Good start from Gillen on pole position. Omaula in behind, looks to have taken second place up the inside, and indeed is challenging for first now, has the inside for the double right-hander, and Omaula takes the lead of this one, following through. I think that's Jacob McClone taking second place in the red. Excellent move from him as well. Our pole sitter, Gillen Townsend, down in third.
Yep, still a decent start overall. Everyone making it through cleanly, but Omar Ulla and Jacob McClone flying through that first couple of corners. Gillen has found a comfortable spot in P3 at the moment, so he isn't at any major risk from the likes of George Hillary or Manzi Nwosu just behind as we continue on further into the lap. We do unfortunately have a couple of braking formation penalties. One of those is a Repcharge driver, Mohamed Issa Subadar, as we push on towards the end of the lap now. And here is Omar Ulla leading the charge on to the first proper full-speed racing lap of the race.
Quite evenly spaced, but we pick up this battle here, which I think is 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, side by side, the 58 and the 39. All managed to get through the double right-hander. There's not much of a braking point, it's more the second apex that you need to slow down for and get tight in there, which is why you don't see many moves up the inside like that one. You typically need to be alongside them to make that work. Pressure at the front here though for Omar. Jacob McClone is getting pretty close.
He is indeed. Much less than the cart length separates those two drivers as we head in to the hairpin. A bit of an overtaking spot has become present here on this track. A bit of a favourite spot to try and get the better of your opponents as you run around the long right-hander. Bump and pass comes in for Oscar Bradley as we see Omar Ulla very much aware of Jacob McClone right behind. These two have separated off from the rest of the pack, both pushing on as much as they dare through turn one. And continuing on down, it is Omar Ulla ahead of Jacob McClone, our rookie driver, with the fastest lap of the race so far. But I suspect McClone's not going to make it easy for Omar Ulla over the coming laps.
Looking like a bit of a rerun of our pre-C final at the minute. Two drivers at the front pulling away a little bit with a band of 4 or 5 behind them, hoping to stick with them. Will we see what we saw then, and fighting continuously from the front two, which always threatens to bring the rest of the pack back in, or can these two work together, or indeed just display the levels of pace that they need to keep the others at bay? Plenty of action going on behind them. Back here to third place now. I think George Hillary has got the better of Freya Lally. In fact, Freya Lally, apologies, has got the better of Gillen Townsend. Townsend drops 2 places in that one. Jamie Watson's got the fastest lap at the back of that quartet as well in the 39. Here they all are now. So Freya Lally leads this one in the blue and yellow helmet, and to the inside goes the 39 of Jamie Watson up the inside. Oh, it's very tight through there. Well held by Gillen Townsend on the outside, but up the inside of the following corner goes Jamie Watson. Place has been taken.
It has indeed. A really strong qualifying for Gillen Townsend. Hasn't quite translated into the race perhaps that they would have wanted, but still some nice fair racing going on there. We've got a penalty coming in for Jamie Watson, an ABC takeout penalty there, but these guys are who we're focusing on, because that's where all the action is out on track at the moment. Our front runners have pretty much checked out seemingly at this point, as we have a look down the inside. The number 39 of Jamie Watson goes to take the position, but very much feeling under pressure here.
Yeah, these guys need to resolve this as quickly as possible. The leaders are 3 seconds up the road. I think their best chance of getting into that Pre-A final is figuring out amongst themselves who's the quickest, and then following them up to that lead 2. Currently occupy those places. McClone not challenging Ellough just yet. I can see them out the window, seemingly happy to work together to get to that Pre-A final. These guys, though, it's a different story. To the outside goes Watson. Nothing doing there. Switch back on for the next corner. Not if Lally closes the door, which she does expertly. We're following them down to another lap. Lally gives the suggestion that we need to catch up to the guys in front. Up the inside goes Watson. Jamie says, we'll do that with me in the lead if you don't mind. Lally thinks about going back at him into turns 2 and 3, but I think we might see a lap or 2 here of working together now. Yeah, Lally not diving to the inside of this hairpin. Perhaps a push down the straight might be in order here, with the hope of maybe reducing that 3-second deficit to the lead 2, and perhaps getting to those repechage positions for the Pre-A.
And Lally now very much concerned, I suspect, with what is going on behind George Hillary. Very close indeed as we head through the right-hander hairpin now. Has allowed Jamie Watson to kind of break away from it. You start to suspect, I wonder why Jamie Watson said, we're going to do this with me out in front. And that is because Lally losing a position there as we start the next lap. Actually, no, stays ahead of George Hillary, apologies. But Omar Ullah leads in front of Jacob McClone, but not by much, that is for sure. Jacob McClone, that last lap, posts the fastest lap of the race so far. And it's now poised for another attempt at going for the race lead.
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on these two out the window as the cameras have been focused on the battle behind. There's not been too much battling. We saw, as I said, in the Pre-C final 2 carts. Speaking of which, Samadhi Dhaliwal gets an ABC bump and pass penalty. As to the inside then, here's the move. Jacob McClone up the inside. You're right, Reeve, he sets the fastest lap and then goes for it on the following. So he takes the lead now and decides that he wants to be in charge of pulling this lead duo away from the rest of the pack, or maybe thinks with less than 5 minutes left in this race they've got enough of a gap to start battling it out.
Yeah, there's a very clear argument for that. They've got a 3-second margin up until the next kart. McClone on the defensive then. These guys are just going to be having fun, I suspect, until the very end of the race. Omar Ullah trying to find a way back through. Yeah, is pretty much attached to the rear bumper of the kart out in front, staying within his slipstream, staying right within his toe, wanting to wait and maybe kind of force a mistake by pressure as we look at our mid-pack battling going on through the left-right complex in just a moment. This is between Ben Cape, Gillen Townsend and Samadhi Dhaliwal. Samadhi Dhaliwal started, of course, in those repechage positions. 22nd up into 9th, is carrying a penalty. Regardless of that, what a drive through the field for Samadhi. McClone leads us on to the next lap. Omar Ullah still putting that pressure on.
Yep, good drive into the top 10 so far from Samadhi Dhaliwal. Let's not let the penalty distract from the fact that there's been plenty of decent overtakes in this one. To go from the very back of this one, you need to be overtaking 13 people to get to where he is. So he's done 12 perfectly legally, which I think should be the focus rather than the one which was adjudged to have been against the rules. McClone still out in front here, leading Omar Ellough, who probably, after a couple of laps ahead, wouldn't mind a couple of laps behind just to see where McClone is strong and where he might be able to fashion a chance to get back at him. Jamie Watson in third, fastest lap so far, but last time round wasn't quicker than this lead two, and so will not be catching them with pace like that. Although outright he does have the fastest lap and was catching them before, he needs to consistently be a couple of tenths quicker, which unfortunately for Jamie he's not been able to on that lap either. Solid effort back there in third, you can just see him in the back of the shot, but it looks like the repechage positions will be going the way of these two young men, Jacob McClone and Omar Ellough.
Yeah, I think this bodes well for their next race as well, which will be the Cadet Pre-A final. They know how to battle, they know how to occupy the same bit of track together as they try to work through that next field. And hopefully that race goes well for them, as this one has. I'm sure they're having a great time out there. We're looking at number 39 of Jamie Watson, a rather lonesome Jamie Watson, it must be said. Currently has the fastest lap of the race so far, is breaking away from that mid-pack. Now he's got in front of Freya Lally, and I suspect could well have been involved in this front-end battle that we're watching here, headed through that final corner, if this race was a little bit longer. As I mentioned, he's a rookie, has the fastest lap, could have closed up if that was possible within the time that we have left, but it isn't, so we'll just be having a nice, quiet drive home.
Yeah, Omar Ellough there with the little hand signal, and up the inside, second apex, that double right-hander. He's going to be on the outside for the next corner, but he's got ahead of Jacob McClone. Excellent driving there from Omar Ellough. He gave him a little hand signal into turn one as if to say, I'm not coming for you here, you go through. But then the next corner, he was up the inside of the second apex. Beautifully executed move. I don't think we've seen many, if any, like that so far this weekend, but really well done, and it's a good move if you can pull it off. McClone now looking to the inside, has to think about it, into the final right-hander of the track. Not going to happen on this lap as they go through the left-hander as they were for the first couple of laps. We will get another one in after this, I believe, as McClone thinks about turn one. Can he maybe do what Ellough did to him in turns 2 and 3 this time round? No, very tight to that second apex is Omar Ellough. McClone looks for a wider angle into the left and next to a flat out. So you'd have to be alongside going through them to make anything happen there. Perhaps the braking zone after the crest is worth a lunge, not this time round. Jacob decides. Slightly different exits there, but not too much of a difference in overspeed to consider an overtake. So yeah, we will see the final lap board as we come around this time, unless I'm very much mistaken.
We will indeed. There it is on your screens now, folks. The final lap board, and this has been a thoroughly enjoyable battle to behold for our two front runners here. They've judged it perfectly, I think. They haven't gone too aggressive, because you go too aggressive, you risk penalties, and why risk penalties when you're in such a good position? Effectively, what we've watched is the qualifying battle for the Pre-A final now. We're seeing the last glimpse of qualifying for Pre-A, and it's going to involve these two on the back row, and it has been very enjoyable indeed. Omar Ellough currently leading Jacob McClone then after an effectively race-long battle.
Yep, they've both got the pace to be in that Pre-A as well, setting lap times in the 53.1s. The low 53s are where you want to be for that Pre-A final. Jamie Watson does have that kind of pace as well, but unfortunately it's 3 seconds back on this battle. And this battle is going to the line. To the outside goes McClone. Can he get alongside for the final corner? He's going wide. Ellough defends and keeps the position. And it's going to be neck and neck to the line, but Omar Ellough is going to win the Pre-B final. Jacob McClone, a very, very close second. Good battle from those guys. Jamie Watson comes home in third place. Ben Cape will take fourth, and I think Freya Lally is going to show up in fifth. And then there's a bit of a jiggery-pokery behind as George Hillary takes sixth. Dhaliwal, takes seventh, but has a penalty. Oscar Bradley eighth, Jensen Fuller ninth, and Dexter Hazeldine in 10th.
Yeah, fantastic battle to end the run there. Nice to see Omar Ullah and Jacob McClone giving each other that celebratory sign there. They know that they've made it through into that pre-A final and congratulate each other on a job well done. That's it for our Cadet Super Lightweight Pre-B final. Up next, it's our Junior Super Lightweight Pre-B final.
All right then, Super Lightweight Juniors Pre-B final heading out onto track. Let's have a look who the runners and riders are. For this one, on pole will be Jamie Riches with Kieran Stedman for company on the front. Samuel Spencer's third with Austin Lawrence Fielden in fourth. William Harvey and Sienna Chappelle are third row. Harrison Bishop starts in seventh with Ryan Ball in eighth. Milo Stewart will be ninth with William Mark Wick for company there in 10th. Nikolai Eisgard is 11th with Miles Harrison 12th. Row 13 is Charlie Murray and Henry Eaton. Stefan Chifan is 15th with Jamie Warner in 16th. Tom Justice 17th and Hassan Iqbal is 18th overall. 19th is Jasper Clark-Sass and 20th is Tyler Nickelbine. Callum Wilson starts 21st with Caden Seville 22nd. Dina Rowan is 23rd and Ollie Baldwin 24th. And at the back we've got our repêchages, David Tinesco and Harry Harvey from the pre-C final joining the back of the pre-B. They'll roll up once more.
They will indeed.
Them going around in formation. Just a few at the back of the pack to close up and get into position. And then we'll be racing.
We will indeed. Interesting to see that with the cold tyres, obviously these carts have been sat for around about a race or just a bit longer than that perhaps. Actually a lock up into turn one, not something we've seen all that much this weekend, so it seems.
No, it's you have to slam on the brakes and it's not that much of a braking zone, turn one. It's enough of a braking zone to make it an overtake possible, but it's a light dab of the brakes before turning in. It's very fast sweeping right-hander is that one. So Jamie Richards then will be looking to be on the inside of that fast sweeping right-hander, the number 12 kart, Kieran Stedman for company alongside him, black suit and helmet in the 42. There's Joe Holmes there, heavyweight senior champion. From the side, and we are indeed going this time. So Jamie Richards controls the pace, the lights go green and away we go for the pre-B final. Richards gets a good start and has the inside line for turn one. The 42 of Kieran Stedman holds it round the outside, and they're side by side coming into three. There's carts off in the background, but these two are still side by side going through 2 and 3. I think that's Sam Spencer as well involved in the 40. It is indeed Sam Spencer round the outside takes second place. Well done from Sam. And there's a couple of hits of the tyre barrier as well for good measure in the background. We'll see if that can be repaired instantaneously by the time they get round for lap 2.
Yeah, we will indeed. Just looking back at that further midfield driver who had that issue through turn one, they are back underway. They're back on track. A lot of time lost, but at least still in the mix and in the race as we look further forward as we head around the final couple of corners now.
We've had a change for the lead, Reeve. The fast starting Sam Spencer is up to the front. Jamie Richards just about held on to second place with Kieran Stedman looking to regain that front spot and a repêchage for the pre-A. But yeah, Sam Spencer is a man on a mission at the minute.
Yellow flags out.
They're all being told to slow down for yellow flags. As I said, there was a couple of hits to the tyre barrier on the exit of this corner. Doesn't look to be anyone there repairing it just yet, but I assume there will be in the near future. I think someone's just replaced the cone at turn one before they do that. But yes, fantastic start from Sam Spencer. Look at the gap he has already. Reeve over Jamie Richards, Kieran Stedman and the chasing pack.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. Doing exactly what he needs to do to get into that pre-A final coming up in around about 20 to 25 minutes. Building up a nice consistent gap. He can carry that into the yellow flag sector. At least he could have if the yellow flags were still being waved, but they are no longer being waved. We have a full racing lap on offer. Over the shoulder looks Sam Spencer. Doesn't need to worry too much. It's Jamie Richards versus Kieran Stedman heading into the next couple of corners.
Very tight there in turn one between the 32 and the 62. That's Austin Lawrence Fielden and Will Harvey. A little bit of contact between the carts there. It'll be interesting to keep an eye on the penalty board as cone warning comes through for Ryan Ball, the 1-1-2 cart. Spencer is almost a second ahead now. You can see there it comes through the final right-hander. There's a trio behind him, I would say, of Richards, Steadman and Bishop. Those will be the ones looking to battle out for that last repechage place, especially if Spencer zooms off into the distance with another fastest lap of 50.7. That's good pace from Spencer so far this early in the race. Only the third lap there that they completed. He looks good measure for a 3B final win.
He really does, yeah. Remarkable pace from our race leader here. Kind of checking out at this point. We're following a battle being led by Miles Harrison. Harrison under pressure by the looks of things from Harrison Bishop. Harrison Bishop wanting to take back the position as we head around the next couple of corners here. First hairpin is a prime overtaking opportunity, but it's not quite as good as the one that we are watching. Sam Spencer heading through now, the long sweeping right-hander. That brings you up to the final corner. And there is Harrison Bishop. Harrison Bishop perhaps now more preoccupied with the drivers immediately behind than he was with Miles Harrison. Miles Harrison having a great run at the final part of the previous lap, and here is Stefan Chiefin heading up on through.
Spencer continues to go quicker out in front of the gap now, 2.2 seconds back to Steadman. We are following the battle for 5th position as they come down to the left-hand infield hairpin. 22 of Miles Harrison. A little bit of a gap now back to Harrison Bishop, who's under intense pressure from Stefan Chiffan. Blue and yellow Stefan can't quite get close enough through there as the contact warning comes in for Austin Lawrence Fielden, who's in 4th position at the minute. That means the trio there, you can see the 32 is where the contact warning comes from. They'll see that on the digi-flag as they come around. 32 perhaps trying everything they can to get past the 12 of Jamie Richards, and indeed now looking to the inside of turns 2 and 3, thinks better of it. Comes to fight another day. Perhaps this left-hander is worthy of a dive. Not going to happen there. The Miles Harrison 22 car is pulling up behind these guys as well, and Kieran Steadman is getting way ahead of them. Sam Spencer's run off into the distance. Kieran Steadman is following him now as the gap between Steadman and Richards extends to almost a second. Richards wide on the exit of that corner, gives the opportunity for these two to close right up to the back, but no overtakes to be had on this lap of the circuit.
Certainly not, and in effect we're only fighting for that kind of second repechage position. As we mentioned, Samuel Spencer kind of breaking away as we see down the inside goes number 32 of Austin Lawrence Fielden there.
But a double switchback from Miles Harrison, the 22, puts him up into 3rd place. Excellent move there.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Miles Harrison. He had some immense pace breaking away from Harrison Bishop. We knew he was going to be on the scene, but it seems to have come around quite quickly with that remarkable double switchback overtake. That now sees him running very nicely indeed, as I say, is in with a real shout. Those repechage positions don't count out any type of penalties or issues for our two front runners with half of the race to go. And I should mention a contact warning. That is only a warning, doesn't affect any type of position in the race as we watch them heading through the bigger hairpin at the end of the lap.
I think Miles Harrison will be very happy that we caught that one on the stream. That was excellent. Jamie Richards successfully defended from Lawrence Fielden, but lost the place anyway to Miles Harrison, who said thank you very much, I'll have a piece of that. Miles Harrison now gets the opportunity to chase after Kieran Steadman for that last repechage place. Jamie Richards will hope to stay with him and get involved in that battle as well, but Austin Lawrence Fielden perhaps thinks he's more appropriate to lead the chase there. Contact warning coming in for Sienna Chapel as well.
Still, we continue on. Samuel Spencer, as we mentioned, with that really impressive pace out in front, no change there. Miles Harrison, 9 places gained so far in this race. Stefan Chiffin building up a great number of positions as well. Here we are heading through the final part of the lap. Around the right-hander we go. The number 12 of Jamie Richards looking over the shoulder at Austin Lawrence Fielden. These two have found themselves on track on a number of occasions in this race so far, and they're going to continue on that battle towards the end. That is Harrison Bishop potentially feeling like a little bit of a cork in the bottle, maybe. He's looking over the shoulder, but the pack of carts behind are too busy battling it out quite closely indeed, as we see one driver having to go for a bit of an escape route there.
Yeah, that's the blue and yellow. I think it's Stefan Trifan in the 69. It is indeed. Yeah, just forced wide on the exit, not necessarily on purpose, but having to take the escape road nonetheless. This battle, the closest one we've got in our top 10. As we see there, the distinctive orange 49 of Hassan Iqbal. I think it's going to jump up a few places here, yeah, up to 8th from 11th on that. Great lap from Iqbal. The gap at the front is 5 seconds, but it's the gap between second and third that we want to pay attention to. Reeve, it's less than a second now as Miles Harrison hunts down that last repechage spot with only 3 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, can still find himself in an A final with a few laps to go. Just look at this train of carts now forming up. Harrison Bishop leads the charge there. Ryan Borth involved as well. Hassan Iqbal also gaining positions compared to the previous lap. Relative calm, followed by an absolutely huge train, a huge armada of carts, if you will, heading down through the right-hander.
Yeah, we had a brief look there at our battle for second place. Still not as close as this one we chased through here. So that's the 136, is it, of David Schnesko? Yes, it is, up to 10th place. One of our repechagees doing absolutely fantastically. Winner of the Pre-C final is up to 10th in this one. Fantastic progress to be making there. And in fact, am I right in thinking Will Harvey in 9th is... no, it's not Will Harvey, was it? Who was it that came through?
David Schnesko came through from the previous race.
He was the winner, yes, that's what I was
10th.
mentioning. Who came with him? I can't quite remember him.
Really,
Harry Harvey, wasn't
that's
it?
The one,
He's,
yeah.
down in 24th, so not doing quite as well. But yes, Schnesko, excellent effort from him in this Pre-B into the top 10, having started this afternoon in the Pre-C.
Yeah.
Here we go then. This is still Jamie Riches with the 32 for company. Austin Lawrence Fielden had a look down the inside a few laps back, and they both got overtaken by Miles Harrison, who just up the road is within a second of Kieran Steadman, but seems to have hit a brick wall and can only remain within a second. You see the two of them there just ahead of this battle. Jamie Riches holding on well to what is now 4th place, having held on reasonably well to 3rd, but for Miles Harrison in the 22.
Yeah, Jamie Richards and Austin still demonstrating strong pace despite the battling that they've had throughout the race. Miles Harrison is, as you mentioned, seems to have come to a bit of a stop. He is still chipping away at that time compared to Kieran Steadman, but there's only so much you can really do with 50 seconds left on the clock, as we now have the final lap board showing up on the screen in front of you. We'll watch Jamie Richards and Austin Lawrence Fielden heading around to start their final lap, as we see that is going to be the number 12 for Jamie Richards defending the inside. Austin goes for a bit of a switchback here, gets a good run through that first corner. Can he get a car out in front? He's going to have the inside for the next corner. They go a little bit too wide into the corner, and Jamie Richards for now loses the position. It's Austin Lawrence Fielden up into 4th.
Yeah, good move. As I've said before about the first couple of corners, there's not much of a braking zone there, so you do need to make sure you're alongside in order to make a move work. But I think we'll switch back now to Samuel Spencer, who's rounding the final corner just out the window. Sam Spencer, there he is, the number 40, takes the checkered flag, wins convincingly in the Pre-B final. I think Kieran Steadman will just manage to hold on to second place.
Only just.
By less than a 10th from Miles Harrison. Another lap, and it'd be interesting to see what would happen there. Miles does have the consolation of probably overtake of the day so far, at least overtake of the day caught on the live stream. 4th place, Austin Lawrence Fielden gets the better of Jamie Riches finally, and it's 5th for Jamie. Hassan Iqbal in 6th place, Ryan Bohr in 7th. Harrison Bishop ends up in 8th, Milo Stewart 9th, and then Will Harvey just gets back ahead of David Chesko for 10th. That's your Pre-B final in the juniors. Next up is the Pre-A final for our cadets.
fantastic rendition of the transition music by Jacob there. But let's have a look at our grids for our Cadet Super Lightweight Pre-A finalists. Our final pre-final for our cadets: Jack Thompson, Rory Hamilton on row 1, Zachary Smith, William Moore row 2, Senna Panna and Edward Sybry on row 3. Moving on to the 4th row of the grid, Harley Drury, and then we have David Cadar. Row 5 is James Dow and Harrison Outram, followed by Jacob Underhill and Alice Ibinescu on row 6. Moving on to the 7th row of the grid, Valley Finberg, Ronnie Deacon and Jaden Williams, Aubrey Harrington Evans on row 8, Mia Gualtieri and Kabar Singh on row 9, before we have Omar Ullah, Jacob McClone working their way up from the pre-B final with that fantastic race leading battle a few minutes ago. That's our pre-A final grid then. They are currently forming up and waiting to catch that pace cart.
Looking forward to this one, Reeve, and yeah, championship considerations to be had across this one. Like I said at the start of the broadcast, you get the same amount of points for a pre-A final as you do for an A final. However, the trophies are being dished out for the A. Apologies if you can hear any background noise. We are getting some sort of warning signal here as a test. 3 PM and Ellough Park is testing their warning signs, but I think we're all clear and ready to go.
Yeah, that looks to be the case. We are all formed up. Part of me just checking to see if everyone else got the same alert on their phones in the paddock. We're going to go round again by the looks of things. We are indeed going to go round again as we wait to make sure that everyone is formed up and behind those tram lines.
Was it a phone thing, was it?
Yeah, it was the emergency test for the national test. I suspect that's what the timing system has got as well, or race control have got, as that came at a really inopportune time, right as we were getting ready to go green flag on a race. So, well, it seems to work, so that's a job well done from everyone there as we continue to get formed up. And that has been, well, I was about to say been declared a false start. That's just what you see on the timing system when we are going to go round once more. No race time to be taken off there. Looks like we're actually a little bit out of formation as we see a few more karts getting into their rightful positions before we go racing once more.
I get one of those alerts on my phone whenever Andrew Mather comes within 500 yards of me.
I don't want to delve into that any more than needs to be honest, so we'll leave it at that. But we head round the final couple of corners. I do hope Andrew's watching along for that moment in particular, but our cadets are good to go for one last pre-final this afternoon. Don't worry, plenty of final action to go. They head round the final corner then behind the pace cart. The pace cart dives away. It's going to be Jack Thompson versus Rory Hamilton as we run down towards turn 1. It's Rory Hamilton, the championship incumbent, on the outside. Can he do anything into that first corner? It doesn't look like he quite can. Jack Thompson then feeling under pressure, and that is still the lead for Jack Thompson. Rory Hamilton potentially losing out to Zach Smith, who runs up into second position through the first couple of corners.
Yep, great start from pole side. Jack Thompson and Zach Smith making the most of the right-hand turns. Someone's facing the wrong way back there. Unfortunately, 2 karts there facing backwards. It's a braking formation penalty for Harrison Outram. We'll keep an eye on where he pans out at the end of the lap. But yes, the 65 leads the 29. The 1 is still involved there. That's Rory Hamilton in 3rd place. And then it looks to be a change for 4th behind, or at least a challenge. 4th in behind. Let's see who's got better of that as we come across the start-finish line for the first time. Just to confirm then, Thompson leads from Smith, Hamilton. Then it's Moore, Panna, Vout and Gugliatri in 7th. As to the inside goes Jack Thompson to defend this lead already. These 3 breaking away a little bit at the front, Reeve.
They are indeed. Rory Hamilton, obviously well experienced and well versed in Club 100 Cadet and Junior running. Zach Smith, though, we had a chat with in the Paddock show, is looking very strong here. Might be losing out to Rory Hamilton at this particular moment as Rory Hamilton goes back into second as we side our way through the hairpins, gets as close as he dares to the tyre barriers, run through the long right-handed hairpin at the end of the circuit. Over the shoulder looks Jack Thompson. He is not secure in his race lead for the time being. Rory Hamilton rounds us the final corner once more. Don't count out Zach Smith. He might have lost a position, but he's still very much on the scene here. And Jack Thompson has a very hard task in front of him here. It is to defend against 2 drivers trying to take their way into the lead of this race.
Defend he does, but he can't defend there from Rory Hamilton, who takes the lead going into turn 2.
gets himself alongside, and Thompson's gone quite wide enough to lose out 2 positions now. Zach Smith up into second place. You can see these 3 separate from the chain of karts behind them, which is super long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 karts, I believe, or even more if I miscounted, in the train behind these. But Rory now at the front of this one, and there is, yeah, karts side by side they go. That's number 4 of Jacob Underhill going up the inside of that right-hander, trying to make a little bit of progress from P10. Rory Hamilton leads through to start another lap.
Over the shoulders looks Rory Hamilton. Now he knows he's very much under pressure here, and Zach Smith nailing turn 1, it must be said, keeping as close as he does to Rory Hamilton. Jack Thompson just a couple of kart lengths behind here. This is now a 2-kart battle, I would say, for the lead, but I don't think that is going to be the case for very long, because Jack Thompson's going to be hot on their heels as soon as these two slow each other down just a little bit more with the battling. Rory Hamilton then controlling things, putting his kart in a nice defensive position to try and keep Zach Smith at bay. In terms of their overall pace, Rory Hamilton is just that little bit quicker, has a best time around about a 10th faster in this lap so far, continues to look over the shoulders, very much aware of his rival's presence as we head into the long right-handed hairpin here.
Yeah, not as many overtakes at that right-handed hairpin as I thought there might be this weekend so far, Reeve. We've still got time to disprove that notion, though, as defensive goes Hamilton into the first corner. He and Smith are bumper to bumper once again into turn 2. They take the first apex and tight to the second one as well before they come down to this left-hander. This time, no defensive line from Rory Hamilton. Perhaps Zach Smith doesn't have the confidence under brakes to dive up the inside there. Speaking of under braking, this next right-hander coming up now just after the crest is another overtaking opportunity, and we drive down to the right-hander I was just on about. We haven't seen as many overtakes as we perhaps thought we might this weekend. The last corner as well is a potential overtaking opportunity. You can dive up the inside of the left-hand side there, but it does cost you a lot of time, and that's why we haven't seen it following the front runners around so much this weekend, because it compromises you all the way down this straight and into turn 1.
Here we go, Zach Smith having a brief challenge there for the race lead, gets a tighter run through turn 1. It is going to be side by side, but it is boxed off by Rory Hamilton. Rory Hamilton, obviously experienced in the cadets division, and has certainly used his experience to the best of his abilities in this race so far, because he's had a big, tall order over the past few laps to keep Zachary Smith at bay.
Yeah, taking such a tight line through there is considerably slower though, and that's why Jack Thompson's right on the rear bumper of Zach Smith now. That's allowed him to close right back in, and yes, as you said, well, it had become briefly a 2-kart race. Defensive driving like that isn't going to slow you down as a whole. It does keep Rory Hamilton in the lead of this one though.
He does indeed. Let's see how it goes this time around at turn 1. That's going to be Rory Hamilton covering off the inside this time around. Can Jack Thompson see an opportunity here? Well, he's looking pretty good. He's going to go to the opposite side of the circuit compared to Zach Smith. Nothing he can do from that far back, though. The order does not change for our top 3. If our top 3 continue to slow themselves down, might they be under any threat from the likes of James Vowles? We know there's some decent pace just behind them, but they have built up a nice 2-second margin at this moment in time.
Yeah, Senna Bernard is also having a look at James Vout in behind. Fancies crack at this leading trio with still 5 minutes on the clock. We've still got 5 or 6 laps to go, and if they keep battling as they are, if they keep defensive driving, you see that pack behind is absolutely ferocious. It's going to take some solid racecraft to come out on top of that one. Don't forget, we've still got the A final later on, for which the grid is decided by the outcome of this race. Ronnie Deacon now jumps up to 6th place. Jacob Underhill in 7th in that one. You can see here the 50 of Deacon with the fastest lap so far, and the 4 of Jacob Underhill, 2 green-clad drivers in the middle of that pack.
Seeing our front three here, no change in the order still. We did see Jack Thompson go a little bit deep into turn 1, but was able to collect it. Hasn't lost out too much pace, and as we mentioned, a fantastic train of karts beginning to build up. It's going to be a proper battle until the very end. But here is our leading drivers. No repertoire positions to gain, as we mentioned, but it's about all about taking the most points possible as it sets the grid for the A final, which Jacob, of course, mentioned a moment ago. We start the next lap of the race then. Over the left shoulder, over the right, looks Rory Hamilton. Zachary Smith tries to get the better of him heading around the left-hand part of turn 1, but we don't change position still. Jack Thompson just seems to be kind of laying in waiting almost. He's just kind of taking a slightly wider run through some of these corners, a bit more flowing, just waiting for his opportunity to present itself to him, I suspect.
Yeah, Jack's doing exactly what he needs to be doing at this point, which is taking the racing lines, keeping up with the front two, not getting too involved in what he might perceive as their little squabbles, making sure he keeps pace with them and is there to pick up the pieces should anything bad happen, or perhaps even put himself in with a chance of making a move in the latter stages of this race.
We do know that Jack Thompson has some strong pace here, of course. He started this pre-A final on pole, so it would not be a big shocker at all to see him taking back that position where he started this race. Already setting himself up for that turn 1. The two drivers in front seem to be slightly wise to Jack Thompson's antics here, well, not antics, or just his strategy. And here we see Jack Thompson looking really close this time around as we exit turn 1, just not quite enough this time.
Catches right up around turn 1 as the two take a very, very tight line, swings around, and I think the excitement there came from the fact he looked like he was pulling alongside the 29 of Zach Smith on the exit of the corner. Perhaps starting position a little closer to them might be possible next time around. I mean, 2 minutes left of this one, it's time to start making those moves if you want to be in the top 3 of this.
It absolutely is, as we see still our championship leader from last year, Rory Hamilton, maintaining things quite nicely as we start the next lap of the race, and it's carbon copy of what we saw last time around. Zach Smith's going to have a look at a slightly wider run. Jack Thompson goes even wider still, and we see some squabbling in the kart just behind. James Vout there having a discussion with Senna Panna, but we're having more on-track discussion between our 3 front runners here that occupy the podium as we head further into the race.
Yeah, Rory Hamilton, the only super lightweight cadet to have won more than one race this season. He's won 5 so far. Zach Smith in search of his first race win of the season, but at the inside goes Jack Thompson in search of his second win and makes the move stick. They've lost a bit of ground to Rory Hamilton and they'll need to work to make that back up. Can't see the final lap board being prepared just now. We might get 2 more laps out of this one. Yes, we do. And pointing towards the front, look, is Jack Thompson, saying we can get him if we work together. Zach Smith's not interested in that, though. At the inside of turn 1, he retakes second place. They're going to be side by side coming down into 2 and 3. 65 as the better exit. Jack Thompson goes a little wide through 2 and 3, but I think he's still going to be in second place. Defends now, coming into the left-hander, and they've got James Vout and Senna Panna for company now. Rory Hamilton's got a little bit of a cushion. It could be that the battle is between 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, Reeve, as we come around for the last lap and a half.
Yeah, it could indeed. The battle that has been brewing for so long in this race seems to be finally decided now. Rory Hamilton able to breathe for just at least a brief moment. Jack Thompson eventually working his way up into second position. As you mentioned, 3 karts turns into 5 as we now head round for on one of our final laps of this race. In fact, the final lap of this race, as you see on the screens in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. Rory Hamilton now taking that more traditional racing line. He can start to set his sights on the top step of the podium for this pre-A final, but it's still undecided, that podium between Jack Thompson, Zach Smith, James Vout and Senna Panna as we run up through the mid part of the lap. Jack Thompson then controlling things, squirming a little bit as he tries to keep Zach Smith behind. That might have opened up an opportunity though for James Vout, who goes side by side with Zach Smith. Through goes Senna Panna as well, and Zach Smith, who was second around about a lap ago, now finds himself in 5th position. Jack Thompson maintains second for the time being, but James Vout very much fancies his chances at that. We head through the hairpin with our race leader now through the first right-hander. The left-hander comes up next as we see a few more cars heading through that hairpin, but through the final corner goes Rory Hamilton. Here's the checkered flag. He celebrates a well-deserved victory. Rory Hamilton takes your pre-A final victory, followed very closely by Jack Thompson. James Vout gets into 3rd in the end. Senna Panna 4th. Zachary Smith, commiserations, but still an enjoyable drive indeed. Zachary Smith takes home 5th. Jacob Dunhill in 6th. Mia Gualtieri in 7th. Alex Ivanescu in 8th. Ronnie Deacon P9, and then we have Jacob McClone running in P10. Jacob McClone, 20th up into 10th. Well done for that drive. Likewise, Mir Gualtieri, 17th into 7th. What a great Pre-A final that was for our cadets. They've delivered, certainly delivered. Let's hope our junior Pre-A final gives us the same level of excitement.
Here we have it then, the Junior Pre-A final for this round 6 of the 2026 Club 100 Junior South Championship. Let's have a look how they line up today for the Pre-A. Pole position is Caden Ward in the 111 car. Benjamin Hamilton is alongside him in second. Logan McAllister is third with Mateo Ehrenfreiter in fourth. Ellis McKenzie will be fifth with Thomas Wellsford for company on row 3 in sixth place. Seventh overall is Jacob Brown and Jules Larkin is 8th. Piers Hartley 9th with Jensen Barnard in 10th. 11th, Edgar Acevedo in start of row 6 with Leo Valimenko completing it. 13th is Jack Hayhoe, and we should have a few more cards than that, but unfortunately we've got a technical issue here which does not allow us to bring you all of the names. Luckily though, we are ready to get going, so we wouldn't have had time anyway, and Caden Ward brings them round in that distinctive pink helmet, waits for the lights to go green, and away he goes. Gets a little bit of a tap from behind from Logan McAllister and the rest of the train, but Ward leads us into turn 1 and holds that lead coming down into 2 and 3. Filing in behind are the rest and up the inside of the second apex. That's a fantastic move. I think that's Ben Hamilton, and there's someone going rally crossing already in this race. But yeah, Hamilton to the front. Logan McAllister now up to second place as well. Whilst it was a great first corner from Ward, Hamilton seized the initiative through that second apex of the second right-hander and dived up into the lead. Excellent move.
Yeah, fantastic running there from Hamilton to get such a strong charge from the front row of the grid. We'll see a few more position changes as we come across the line in just a moment. Heading around that final corner we go. A couple of contact warnings coming in there, just warnings for now. Logan McAllister, Jacob Brown jumping up from 7th. We have big mover there, Jack Bromham from 14th in to 7th. Jules Larkin 8th into 4th. Jacob Brown, as I mentioned. Then we have 7th into 3rd.
Yeah, Bromham needed a start like that from 14th. Currently 3rd place in the championship, and he's seen there's 2 main championship contenders up the road in Hamilton and McAllister pulling away at the front of this one, so he's made good progress. Ellis McKenzie in 5th. He's been one of the fastest junior drivers all day today. Good to see his form continuing. And Jacob Brown's made his way into 3rd as well. You see the 13 blue liveried young man makes his way as there's a change for the lead. Reeve, Logan McAllister up the inside of the corner. I said there hasn't been enough overtaking on so far this weekend, and with the fastest lap as well, briefly before Jules Larkin takes it, Logan McAllister heads to the front of this one. Side by side now, Hamilton fancies at the back, but he's only going to get it done by the second apex of that corner. The first one not enough, and then he defends into the left-hander. So a brief spell in front from McAllister, but it lasted all of half a lap.
Yeah, it does indeed. It just seems to be that Hamilton has struggled a little bit on exit compared to McAllister here, who is looking pretty controlled through some of these corners and is controlling things quite nicely.
Yeah, but the battle has brought Jacob Brown into contention as well. Jules Larkin's not far behind either. If they continue to fight through here, as they have done previously, yeah, you'll see now that gap come right the way down. These two have failed to work together to pull away, and that's brought other carts into play. Jacob Brown just sizing the two of them up now as they come into turns 2 and 3. Fastest lap, Ollie Brundell-Weil is putting a 50.6. Expect lap times to come a little lower than that as we progress through this Pre-A final and indeed the final later.
Yep, nice early race pace there for Ollie Brunel-Weil, 50.6. We're still looking at our front runners though as they get ever so close to that tie wall on the exit of the first true tight hairpin of the lap, although there's plenty of switchbacks that goes on elsewhere throughout the layout here at Ellough Park.
Would you look at that train as well, Reeve?
That is a pretty big train to say that the pace that we've got going on out in front. Basically everyone in the field.
Yeah, right the way back you see this helmet Ward there. He's not had the best races from pole position, but he's currently 11th. So the top 12 in this one, separated by 3.5 seconds, all pretty much bumper to bumper with a few exceptions dotted in. Ellis McKenzie once again has the fastest lap of all the juniors. He's got the fastest lap of the day, or at least he did after practice. May be slightly mistaken now that Ward might have dipped below the 50-second mark towards the end of qualifying.
Yeah, we did see a brief spell of 49s from a few drivers. We're getting closer though. Logan McAllister just crosses the line there with a new fastest lap of 50.444 as we now run up to the next part of the lap here. Seeing a bit of battling going on elsewhere in this train though. That is that's Mackenzie versus Pierce Hartley, just a little bit further behind our race leaders.
Yeah, another lap like that from McAllister, and he could well pull away from this pack. He was good 3/10 quicker than Hamilton on that one. Another 3/10 would see him best part of a second out in the lead, halfway point approaching of this race. That would certainly be a big comfort to McAllister the next time he gets a glance over his shoulder. Jacob Brown and Jules Larkin now very close together for third and fourth. Brown hasn't been able to make an impression on Hamilton thus far for second. Whether or not he'd want to is another question. But, Larkin might fancy it if Brown doesn't. Hamilton responds to McAllister with a fastest lap that time around and closes the gap ever so slightly. They're not quite in as close proximity as they were earlier, still within touching distance around the right-hander. It is Larkin that looks most likely to make a move in the top four. They're a little look further back to see what's going on in the chasing pack. Whilst that 12 were quite closely bunched and still are quite close at this point, there are gaps forming between them. Now that's a change of position. Jules Larkin has overtaken Jacob Brown there as we took a wider look at this group. Jacob Brown fancies the spot back in the top three if Larkin gives him half the opportunity, but for now it looks like it'll be Larkin leading the chase for McAllister and Hamilton.
Yeah, Larkin had that overtake poised for a little while, was looking very close indeed. Has eventually got it settled, but I don't think, as you say, that is the last that we are going to see of this battle. It has it's brought Jack Robb and Ellis McKenzie into the mix here, as well as these begin to drop off from the top three runners in the session. We have a huge train of carts forming up now, and Jules Larkin setting that cart up pretty defensively to make sure that Jacob Brown can't find a way on through just yet. We can see Jack Brobham having a brief glimpse to the left hand of the circuit, as does Ellis McKenzie as well. We head round the turn one right-hander there, and there we see Jules Larkin is keeping control of this pack battle for the time being. Jules and Jacob ideally would want to kind of work together to try and make sure that they keep Jack Brobham at bay, but Jack Brobham goes down the inside there, side by side with Jacob Brown, who gets the better run. Jacob wins out in the end, I think a little bit compromised as they came so close together, and now we see that Jack Brobham has his work cut out for him in keeping Ellis McKenzie at bay.
I think there'll be a couple of contact warnings being dished out here. Reeve, there's elbows being
firmly out
in this pack. Larkin stays at the head of it. Jacob Brown still in fourth. Brobham has managed to hold on to fifth, as well as there's a contact warning for the 133 of Liam Belimenko. Nothing through for the rest of them so far. That gap out in front, McAllister has a second, nearly second and a half on Hamilton now, but Hamilton is further second and a half from this battle. Those two look pretty set as to the inside goes the 64 of Thomas Welford on Matteo Ehrenfreiter. If It's all change at all points for these guys. But as you were at the front for now, time is running out as well, Reeve, if these guys want to be making up positions.
It is indeed. It's looking sewn up at the front, as we say they have, after some close battling earlier on, been able to settle into a nice rhythm out in the front. But third place down, certainly not settled. Jack Bromham on that previous lap gains a position, jumps ahead of Jacob Brown. Just Jules Larkin for competition yet if you're wanting a spot on that podium. Jacob Brown is very much under pressure though from a couple of drivers here, as we see the all-important escape road comes into use once again, as Piers Hartley has to take avoiding action before he rejoins the circuit.
Yeah, Hartley tried to get up the inside, I think, of was it Jacob Brown or Jack Bromham going into turn 2 and 3. He didn't quite have as much of his car alongside as he needed to make that stick, and there was compromise for the second apex where someone tried to dive up the inside of him, and naturally then was wide on the exit there, going down to the left hand and had to stick to the escape.
Here we see another train of cars here being led by Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, who we caught up with in the Paddock show earlier on, getting to grips with the full-size Club 100 machinery is Matteo Ehrenfeuchter. I believe does have a penalty from earlier on in this race. He does indeed. That's for an ABC takeout. He's currently in 6th, so still got a decent run here in the mid-pack. We'll be hoping he will still take away some decent points here from our pre-A final, and always has the final later on to show us what he can do out there.
Yep, we've got a minute left on the clock. Will we get another lap after this? I'm not sure we will. Our leader comes round, and yes, indeed, there is the final lap for Logan McAllister. He's got a 2-second gap to Benji Hamilton. Support coming in for Piers Hartley.
Yeah, plenty of support.
Strongly worded support from
a sibling, I suspect.
I assume it's a sibling or a relative, but at the very least, yes. Keep your support coming in for all the drivers. But this one, Reeve, looks to be sewn up. Logan McAllister, fastest lap, biggest gap out in front, and he's coming around the final couple of corners now, as we see Jacob Brown still defending through there.
Yep, rounding the final corner then. Here he is. It is going to be Logan McAllister still chipping away those impressive lap times. He takes the checkered flag, takes race victory. That's our final junior pre-final all said and done. It's Logan McAllister, Benjamin Hamilton, your top two. Jules Larkin wins out in the end in that all-encompassing battle that we've enjoyed for the third spot on the podium, followed by Jack Bromham, Jacob Brown, Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, Thomas Welsford, Edgar Azevedo, Piers Hartley and Ellis McKenzie, completing your top 10 in this final pre-final running of the afternoon. Don't go anywhere though, folks, because in just a moment we're going to jump into our first finals of the afternoon. That's it for our juniors. It's the cadets out on track next. So we roll on around to our finals for this afternoon. The cadets are back out on track. It's our C finalists. Let's have a look at how that grid is shaping up then. We see our cadet drivers just heading out on to track. I know it includes the likes of Oakley Sands, Hugo McMillan on our front row, so we'll dive into that if we can in just a moment. Front row of the grid then, as it shapes up, will be Oakley Sands, Hugo McMillan. Then we have Samuel Fowler, Nathan Gretsch on row 2, Joseph Hornsey and Sameh Desi on the third row of the grid. Moving on to row 4, it is going to be Chloe Van Benaden and Toby Meredith. Row 5, Zahi Lada and Freddie Thompson, followed by Maya LA and Lewis Milne on row 6 of the grid. Moving on to row 7, Freddie Allen Feetham, Teddy Morton, Murphy Hogarth and Chloe Hankin completing row 7 and row 8 of the grid. So there's our competitors. It is a 16-kart grid for our Cadet South C final here at Ellough Park today, as we begin to get formed up. A bit of a longer wait, I suspect, to get everyone formed up as they just catch the pace kart now at the end of the hairpin. Great to see our cadets back out on track for our first bit of final action for the day. A reminder, you can still charge up on through in our finals in those top 2 positions, but these are last opportunities really to get those big hitting point scoring positions out here today at Ellough Park. A big thank you for watching the broadcast at home. Maybe you're here getting another glimpse of the action if you're here in the paddock. So do keep those comments coming in. Thank you for your support on the Alpha Live channel and for the Club 100 series as a whole. We are still heading around and getting formed up for this, the first final race of the afternoon.
Yep, looking forward to another 6 races as we've just had. All fantastic affairs. Oakley Sands in this one was unfortunate to miss out on a place in the pre-B final. Very quick earlier, but the 2 leading the pre-C unfortunately just had too much of a gap on him. He does get the reward of a pole position here, and we'll see what the number 91 kart can do from there. He's got Hugo McMillan for company on the front row. They'll come now through the shortcut around to the final 2 corners of the track, and I believe we will then be getting going, Reeve. I think we are good, just kart tester going around the circuit elsewhere. So yes, the pace car leads them round this final corner, that left-hander, and Oakley Sands will control the pace. Takes the inside line for that turn 1. Dr. Dillon there telling them to keep slow. The lights go green. Away we go for the pre-C final. And Oakley Sands does hold that lead. The 83 of Hugo McMillan tucks in behind as there's a little bit of argy-bargy there going on mid-corner, and the 2 karts found themselves to the grass, and one even in the tyre barrier further back. A great start for Oakley Sands. He's well out in the lead, look. Hugo McMillan having to defend from the 95 of Nathan Gretsch. Sam Fowler is still in there in 4th place as well. Round they come through the flat out left and right handers and into the next braking zone. We've got 5 or 6 karts in this lead group. In fact, much more than that. 7, 8, maybe even 9 coming through in this first lot of competitors. Oakley Sands, though, has converted pole position into a race lead at the end of lap 1.
Here we go then, on to the next lap, and there's plenty of action to be had in the fight for 2nd position, as we can see Hugo McMillan under pressure from Nathan Gretsch and Samuel Fowler, who were previously enjoying a battle for P3. Hugo maintains P2, but here is Gretsch on the scene, trying to find a way up the inside into the 2nd corner. Wasn't to be this time around, but I'm sure there's going to be plenty more opportunities as we look a little bit further back to the number 92 of Freddie Thompson, under pressure from Chloe Van Beneden there as we run through the mid-pack here. A couple of contact warnings pouring in, but nothing, in fact, not even pouring in, just briefly trickling in really there, but we continue on with no penalties.
Yeah, no surprise after that first couple of corners, didn't look a little bit tetchy. Stewards doing their best to dish out what needs to be dished out in those regards. Millen then holds 2nd place from Gretsch, defends up the inside of turn 1. Hornsey still in with a shout there as a braking formation comes in for the 92 of Freddie Thompson in 5th. That's disappointing for Freddie, but he'll still be able to battle on with these guys for the remaining 9 minutes of this one. Just won't be able to get a race win out of this one, and indeed a penalty for 4th place, Joseph Hornsey. So a couple of them breaking formation in the challenge line. I did think, as I commentated over it, that a few of them were taking liberties, and the stewards have judged that our 4th and 5th place drivers were outside the tram lines before crossing the finish line.
You've got to remember, with our cadets here, especially in this C final, the vast majority of the field are rookie drivers. Their first experience out here. You're going to get little kind of procedural issues like the braking formation. That's why it's such a gentle penalty, if you will. It's just a position. It's just to let you know you've fallen foul there. But yeah, it's expected with our cadet. With our cadet drivers here, especially with the number of rookies, and outside of that they are doing a really impressive job out here on our screens for you folks.
I tell you what also is hard about that from a driver's perspective, Reeve.
you naturally assume that you've crossed the start-finish line once everyone starts
Yes, yeah,
spreading
100%.
out.
Yeah.
And so if people start doing that early, then you naturally do it yourself without a second thought, really. You're more focused on where the guy is ahead of you, what kind of line you're going to take into turn one. And especially if the guys on the front row make a move early on, straight after the start-finish line, should we say, you have that knock-on effect then for guys who haven't quite got there, and that's probably what's beveled Freddie Thompson, Joseph Hornsey there. Freddie Thompson has the fastest lap in this race now. Oakley Sands was the quickest driver on circuit, but it looks to me like Hugo McMillan has found a tenth or two on him in the last time round.
And big news, Oakley Sands picks up a braking formation penalty as well.
Oh, okay.
So our race leader will be in with a very good shout of bringing it home on track, but can't do it on paper. Oakley Sands will not be able to win this race.
Well, that just goes to show if Oakley Sands is the first driver, you would probably use him as your marker rather than the white line on the floor. To your detriment, evidently, as we've now got 3 of our top 5 taking formation penalties. But you see the guy in front of you do it, and you instinctively do it yourself, I think, Reeve. And that's caused a couple of our drivers to pick up braking formation penalties.
As we see, that is Hugo McMillan looking over the shoulder to Nathan Gretsch, who is putting the pressure on to try and find a way past. Of course, they've got penalties, but they still can get positions to negate those penalties. And thinking back to those penalties, I know a big one in the BUKC, or at least during the time that I was driving in there, was you'd often see the jump start from the front end of the field. That's because our BUKC drivers are, well, let's say our cadet drivers are arguably a little bit better behaved there.
I think that's fair to say.
I think that is fair to say.
Not that our junior drivers have been badly behaved.
No, our cadet and junior drivers are very well behaved indeed. And what I've seen in the BUKC quite a lot is you'll have someone at the back of the tram line begin to start pushing and start to form up, and then someone out in front might get a jump start, and it might not even be potentially their fault.
Yeah, not something I've ever done, Reeve.
Oh, I completely believe you there. Completely and utterly believe you there, Jake.
Would never. Have never.
Either way, we continue on to the next lap. We can still see Hugo McMillan defending from Nathan Gretsch. What this has done, though, has brought Freddie Thompson right into the mix. In fact, it's brought a few more karts into the mix as well. So we're running into the next right-hander here. Oakley Sands looking pretty comfortable out there with a 7/10 lead. Can't completely rest easy yet. If the karts behind begin to start working together, they will close up and will put that pressure on. But for now, Hugo McMillan a bit more focused on what is going on behind him.
Yep, the gap just 7/10 to Oakley Sands. So you can see in your shot as we follow Hugo and Nathan around. Difference in lap times not all that different. Most of them are lapping in the mid-54-second region. And the gap to Sands doesn't look to be that big at all, does it here? So McMillan takes a tighter line there, perhaps defending. Could do with a lap maybe or two of just focusing on what's ahead of him, actually, because only 3/10 now, the gap to Oakley Sands. Round the second and third corners they go. And perhaps McMillan's just starting to wonder, is there a potential race win in this for me? He's still got eyes over his shoulder at the moment from Nathan Gretsch. Perhaps Gretsch could give him a bit of a point forward. Gretsch is certainly going to be thinking about the race win here as well. He can definitely see what's ahead of him. And the not so big gap now. In fact, it's not much of a gap at all between first and second. It's going to be very close when we come around to start the next lap, Reeve.
Yeah, it will indeed. Let's watch them now as they head through the right-hander. This is a really important phase of the race for McMillan and Gretsch. They're in those repechage positions. They're the ones running very nice indeed. Watch out for Freddie Thompson, though, on a bit of a charge. Nathan Gretsch, new fastest lap of the race, so is pushing on, is wanting to do it on the road, not only on paper, and he certainly wants to get past of McMillan if he can do so.
Yeah, sorry, I tried to draw your attention to Freddie Thompson there. It looked to me like he was pulling alongside Nathan Gretsch down the start-finish straight. Gretsch managed to pull ahead just about. It really is a four-kart battle now for the lead of this one. Oakley Sands, Hugo McMillan, Nathan Gretsch and Freddie Thompson. Any one of those could be seeing the checkered flag first in just 3 minutes' time.
They could be indeed. A reminder, some penalties at the top end, but we're gonna report on it as you see on the road. Of course, a brief reminder: there's not many penalties here, but the results are always provisional. That we say, obviously, CLUB 100 will declare them at the end of the race. They can see all the information in front of them. We just get to see all the action in front of us here as we see Oakley Sands looking over the shoulder. Hugo Macmillan closer than perhaps ever, pretty much attached here as we run through the first corner. It's going to go side by side, in fact, with Oakley Sands, but Oakley Sands boxing it off, and Nathan Gretsch just staying behind in third position.
Good defensive driving, but he's going to need a little more here going into the hairpin, and does indeed fend off the challenge so far. Looks like the 95 is going side by side. That's Nathan Gretsch around the outside, flat out left-hander. The right-hander's up next, and that's a brilliant overtake from Nathan Gretsch. He's got the inside for this right-hander as well, and it looks to be that Freddie Thompson fancies following through as well. Macmillan does well to defend that one, but yeah, Gretsch up into second place. Really impressive move. He got a great exit from the left-hand infield hairpin and goes around the outside of the following left-hander to have the inside for the next two rights. And Gretsch fancies a go at the lead as well, Reeve.
Yeah, effective race lead already for him. He theoretically doesn't need to get this overtake completed, but of course you want that extra safety net, and you want to say you've done it on the road, of course. So let's see now as Nathan heads round into the next couple of corners if he can do that. Hugo Macmillan not phased by that overtake, is still very much present and is going to go and vie for that race lead to be back in his possession, as we can see a slightly compromised run there for our two front runners, and Oakley still stays out in front for the time being, but they have closed up once again to Hugo Macmillan. Freddie Thomas have closed that gap as we run through the final part of this lap. Now only just about 60 seconds left on the clock. It's still Oakley Sands on the road, but Nathan Gretsch is your net race leader at this moment in time. Hugo Macmillan knows that he can still take back that second position.
We are going to get two more laps, Reeve.
We are indeed,
now
yeah.
The penultimate lap that we're on, but the drivers will know that. There's no digi-flag or board out for penultimate lap, but they can see the clock and they can see that there's less than a minute left. It will be the final lap next time out. Gretsch, very loose on the exit there for Gretsch. He just managed to hold on and keep going in sympathy with Sands and Macmillan. Gretsch recovers nicely from that one to come through here. He's now going to be thinking about when he makes that move, if he can make that move for the lead. Not happening at that right-hander. Can he get a drive out of here? He's a little far behind for this corner, and we haven't seen much, certainly from the cadets, in this final left-hander either. Round we go then on to the final lap. Oakley Sands leads, holds a penalty. Nathan Gretsch, the fastest lap, second place. Hugo Macmillan at second for most of this race, still there in third. And Freddie Thompson as well. Braking formation penalty, albeit is in fourth place.
Is indeed. These four have put on a great show for us in this first cadet final of the afternoon. Still two more to go after this, and three more juniors as well. Looking a little bit closer is Nathan Gretsch, trying to hang it around the outside, potentially be brave if it were to work. Hasn't quite worked out just yet. Oakley Sands can defend with all his might. Still plenty for him to defend for, because obviously the higher he finishes, the less his penalty kind of knocks his position down relatively. So run through the next couple of corners, and Oakley Sands leads that charge into the penultimate bend. The right-hander still to negotiate. It's Nathan Gretsch just behind Hugo Macmillan, a little bit further back. Oakley Sands takes it on the road, but celebrating there, knowing that he's going through into the next final. Nathan Gretsch, perhaps not knowing, he could well do, that he's actually just taken race victory as well. Hugo Macmillan in third on the road, followed by Freddie Thompson as well. Then we have Samuel Fowler, Joseph Hornsey, Chloe Van Beneden, Chloe Hankin as well. Toby Meredith, Zahi Lardy, your top 10 from our first cadet final of the afternoon. That brings an end to the Cadet C final. Coming up in just a few short moments, though, it's going to be our junior lightweight, super lightweight C final.
Here we have it then, our first junior super lightweight final of the day. Let's have a look how the grid shapes up for this one. Pole position is Amor Zayana, who had a transponder issue earlier on. Hopefully that will have been rectified now. Voidan Kodjan is in second place. Iris Crease starts in third with fourth Callum White alongside. Flowers Adra is on row 3 with Ethan Pritchard. Row 4 is Edward Jones in 7th and Monica Bolton Ramos in 8th. 9th is Harrison Bishop and Amy Attieri is in 10th. Daniel Harmon starts 11th with Dan Griffin alongside in 12th. Row 7 is Thomas Wordley and Harrison Maxwell. Ethan Miles is 15th and Kai Turner 16th. Imogen Owen starts in 17th and Harry Thompson starts 18th. 19th overall is Liam Weatherall. 20th is Harry Titchener. Josh Taylor starts in 21st ahead of Curtis DeWay. Elliot Spencer's 23rd and Theo Brown starts this one 24th overall. 25th is Hooray Visnu. Joshua Lewis starts 26th. Sam Doyle in 27th. 28th is Lewis Taylor. Ewan Black will be 29th for this one and Jasmine Richardson 30th. That is your starting grid for the C final. 2 places available in the B final for those finishing the top 2 positions, and points to be scored for all. There's a trophy as well for winning this one, Reeve. It is all to play for now that we are onto the finals.
It absolutely is. The silverware, as you say, very much on offer. We had a brief look at it before. Looks very nice indeed, as we still see our carts forming up. I'm not quite sure if we are going to be good to go on this lap. So we've got a few more carts heading around the hairpin, a few more carts looking like they are out of position. We'll wait to see official confirmation, but potentially let's just wait and see what the pace cart wants to do. We are good to go.
Amol Zayana then controls the pace. The lights go green and away we go. Zayana on the inside of the 50 of Voidan Kojayan. Leads into turn 1. Looks pretty clean so far. Zayana retains the lead and has got a little bit of a gap as well. Cushion back to second place. Excellent start from him from pole position as the battle rages in behind. So far so good and all facing the right way. There's a cone looking slightly disappointed and heading to the floor, but that seems to be the only major damage from this initial lap. Zayana then pulls ahead of the field. A little bit of a cushion back to second place. I think that's Iris Crease, but we will double check as they come over the start finish line. The green and black outfitted driver there. Indeed, you have Zayana with a working transponder, and Iris Crease is the driver in second place. Ethan Pritchard has found his way up to third from a grid of 7th, I think, or 6th rather.
Yeah, put on a fantastic show for us in the previous running. It did Amol Zayana right in the mix at the top end of the running. Ends up now leading the charge here in our C final with the other pre-C finalists working their way up through the pack.
Taken out, if I remember correctly, Reeve.
Yeah, of course,
Zayana,
in the end, yeah.
Whilst the transponder wasn't working. The ghost cart almost. I thought I saw him early on in the race, decided that I hadn't, and then popped right back up to that 103 plate. We found him at the bottom of the timing sheet with a faulty transponder. Yeah, we'll be disappointed to have been taken out in that race. I think very much by the look of his body language was disappointed. Iris Crease loses out second place to Ethan Pritchard. But yes, if Zayana can win here and get himself into the B final, I think he'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely, plenty to be pleased about if you make your way up. Obviously, it gives you more opportunities later on into the afternoon. Fawaz Adra, currently the fastest driver out there with a 51 flat, so we'll probably be able to chip off a few tenths of that as we head further into the running in this C final. As we see a couple of penalties breaking formation as well. Amy Gualtieri, Ethan Miles, Callum White and Voidan Kajayan is one of those drivers as well. Started second on the road to this race, not really going Kajayan's way, unfortunately, but still 8 minutes to try and pick up pieces and see what points we can get on the board.
Gap at the front, reducing Reeve. Amol Zayana isn't going to have this all his own way. Ethan Pritchard and number 8 fancies a look before the end. I do believe Iris Crease seems to be following as well. We are following Harrison Bishop and Callum White there. Harrison Bishop in the lime and blue / black gets up the more blue of Callum White, 120 in behind. So these guys battling over 5th and 6th. Making their way around. Right hand now. There's the change for the lead. Up the inside goes Ethan Pritchard, squarely under braking, but we saw that a couple of times from him earlier on in the pre-C. Wait and see if the stewards have any judgment on that. Amaziana has got that position back and says to Ethan Pritchard, come on, let's work together and go. Pritchard to the inside, but relents on this attempt to get past Ziana.
Yeah, it was a brave. Yeah, there we go. Contact warning. Yeah, right decision, I think there. Not that we, of course, can have an expert opinion on this. This is all down to the stewards, but Ethan Pritchard there saw a move. The gap did open up, and I respect him for going for it at least. There, as we have a tenth separating Ethan Pritchard and Amo Zayana as they cross the transponder line last time around. And we're going to have a similar situation here. These two are going to enjoy some battling, but they're very much at risk of slowing themselves down in comparison to those carts just behind, which is what we're seeing out on track now. Yeah,
just to clarify for our viewers there before this battle really kicks off, what might have happened there and what I suspect did. If you are judged to have bumped and passed someone, advantage by contact, bump and pass, ABC lap. As we see Pritchard go to the inside, that's a cleaner move. Yeah, Pritchard gets it done to the leader. This one, Ziana defends now from Fawaz Adra, but loses the lead on that one. So yes, what I suspect happened initially was Pritchard was adjudged to have done an ABC lap, but in giving the place back, that gets reduced to a contact warning only, given that you haven't had an advantage by contact, you haven't done the past someone.
Yeah, intelligent driving there by to recognise that and to do the right thing.
Yes, he takes risks on the brakes into that right-hander as round someone goes. Who is that, Reeve?
Didn't quite catch who it was. We might see them on the transponder line in just a moment, but that
it's
is
Callum White. Yeah. Fawaz Adra has got up to second place as well. Ziana's got a job on to reclaim one of those repechage spots, if possible. Currently held now as a contact warning comes in for Harrison Bishop as well in this lead pack. Yes, Ethan Pritchard and Fawaz Adra are to repechage as it is, and while Ziana will be looking to get back at them. Aris Crease is in the mix as well, and Harrison Bishop too, despite that contact. Let's see what these guys can produce for us in the remaining half of this race. Pritchard's pace has been decent all day, and this is the spot where he's made 3 overtakes happen now. Takes risks on the brakes. We've seen him look on the borderline of control of his kart at that point, and that's perhaps what made the stewards decide that he wasn't in full control and in making contact, gained an advantage by contact, but he's penalty-less and at the lead of this race, looking for one of those 2 repechage spots. Fawaz Adra fancies one as well, and I think Reeve fancies the trophy for the C final win as well.
Yeah, very much is the case. Came up from 5th on the grid. I mean, Ethan came up from 6th as well, so an impressive drive for our 2 front runners. Fastest driver overall is Fawaz Adra at this moment. Let's see them now as they head up through the next couple of hairpin bends. All looking pretty comfortable out there at the moment. I have a feeling that they're probably thinking, yeah, now's the time to build up a nice gap. We've only got 7/10 down to Amo Zayana behind, and we know Amo's got a decent pace, decent turn of pace in that car, so these two just need to play it cool for at least another lap before we head into that final part of the race and go for some battling. I think we're getting some battling now as the back end on Ethan Pritchard's kart just steps out there, a bit heavier on the brakes potentially, but that rotation serves him well to keep Fawaz Adra behind. Next couple of right-hander, Apex is coming up next, and over the shoulder looked Ethan Pritchard. Fawaz Adra on a hunt. He is from 5th on the grid, wanting to make it a first, but we do have waved yellow flags out for this sector of the lap. That's heading on further into the lap, and that is for a couple of tyre barriers running down towards the turn 9 hairpin band looks of things.
Let's remember, Ethan Pritchard does not want to be in the C final. He's currently 6th in the standings overall. He won a race earlier in the year. He won an A final earlier in the year, so winning a C final will not be his ultimate goal today. At this point, certainly winning the C final will be his #1 priority, but getting through this race and further up the field to score decent points and avoid a dropped round will be Ethan's main priority.
Absolutely as well. I suspect Fawaz Adra though is going to try and put a stop to that. 0.4 of a second is the margin between our 2 front runners. Amo Zayana has built up a gap a little bit now. It's now about 1 second between Amo and Ethan Pritchard. And we have waved yellows once again for the second half of the lap while we get those tyre barriers back into position. So drivers are obligated to control the pace a little bit and make sure no overtaking takes place. And now interesting, Ethan Pritchard is actually bringing the pace down a fair amount here. He's bunching up that pack. Is this a bit of tactics potentially from Ethan Pritchard as we run through the final couple of corners so we can get a good release to start the next lap?
I might have been in half a mind about full course yellows. There was a significant part of the track that had yellow flags.
It was.
They are coming now, and we will be racing for the final 2 minutes. But you are right, look at that train of karts now. It's 7 karts long. Any one of these could end up in one of the 2 repechage positions. So Ethan and Fawaz run into difficulties. Look to be picking up where they left off before the yellow flags now for me.
They certainly do. That pace has resumed. We did see a second between Amos and Ethan Pritchard a moment ago. That now is only around about 6/10. But here's all of our focus. It's our 2 front runners here. I want to give mention, by the way, to Ethan Miles, who's worked up from 15th up into 6th. They're a big mover in this race, but here we are seeing our 2 race leaders continue on through that final corner. 2/10 is the gap as they came across the transponder line last time round. That now builds up to half a second. Is Ethan Pritchard just showing his true spirit now as we head into the final couple of laps of this race?
Yeah, this will be the penultimate lap, Reeve, and I think Pritchard and Adra know it, as do the drivers behind. Zayana's defending heavily but loses out. That's Iris Crease who's got it into 3rd place now, and there's further battling going on. The 79, I think, made a brief bit of contact there. The 79 of Harris and Bishop does get ahead of Amor Zayana, the one-time race leader. I do feel for Amor there. He ran an absolutely fantastic pre-C earlier on and looked to be on for a great C final as well, but it's just not worked out the way he wanted to. Ethan Pritchard rounds the final corner and about to start the last lap. He gets a bit aggravated there in the middle pack, and we see Amy Gulatieri as well moving up to 5th place. We see the front 2 there. They are still very, very close together in this final lap. Perhaps they will both be happy with a spot in the B final though. Quick look over the shoulder for Ethan Pritchard. Sees that Fawaz Adra is still there. Adra's got 3 opportunities really to make the pass, and there goes one of them. 2 left if Adra wants this trophy to win for winning this race. Second to last opportunity goes, and there we have the final left-hander. Ethan Pritchard comes around the last turn, and that's the pace kart. This is Ethan Pritchard. He wins the C final. Celebrations for him and Fawaz Adra, who will join him in the B final later on. Iris Crease comes home in 3rd place. Amy Gulatieri in 4th. Amos Zayana finishes 5th. Harrison Bishop in 6th. Ethan Miles 7th. Voidan Pajayan, I think, had a penalty but is 8th on the road. Imogen Owen is 9th, and Kai Ferner rounds out your top 10. Well, that was your junior super lightweight South C final. We now move on to our B finals.
It's our cadets heading back out on track then for our first B final of the afternoon. They are making their way out of the pit lane and in fact are already on circuit. Let's have a look at the grid formation for these drivers then. On the first row of the grid, it will be Ben K. Freya Lally, followed by George Hillary and Jensen Fuller on row 2, Dexter Hazeldine and Juan Armandiros Bocanegra complete row 3. Moving on to the 4th row, Jamie Watson, Frankie Charles Jones, Samadip Dhaliwal and Jack Dowding on row 5. Row 6 has Milan Pillay and Oscar Bradley, followed by Xander Cameron and Rocco Titchell on row 7. Guy Baxter and Teddy Milan on row 8, followed by Amanzi Nwosu and Gillen Townsend on row 9. Madhamnisa Subadar and Barnaby Rolfe on row 10, and Nathan Gretsch and Hugo McMillan working their way up from the C final earlier on. Our cadets currently out on track then, beginning to get formed up. They'll wait to pick up the pace kart and get into their 2 formation trains that they have to be in order to get racing underway.
So 4 more races left today. We have the Cadet B final, the Junior B final, and then 2 respective A finals in those classes. See the sun still shining down here on Ellough Park. It's been fantastic racing conditions all weekend and fantastic racing as well. Let's hope that can continue for our last stretch of races round this final right-hander they come. I believe we will be going once we've rounded the last corner.
Yep, slightly shorter, smaller grid rather to form up for our Cadet. Oh no, we have confirmation, I think, of another go around. We do indeed. We're going to go around once more to make sure every driver is in the correct position. And we've got a couple of carts, I think, waiting to catch back up to the train. So one more go around for our drivers. They will take that shortcut later on into the lap, and then we will see our B finalists battling it out at the front end of the pack. Watch out for Ben Cape versus George Hillary. Watch out for Jensen Fuller as well. We've seen on a number of occasions so far this weekend that having that ideal inside line is really beneficial for the likes of those on the second row of the grid in a P3. They can work their way up if they get a clean run through that first corner.
Yeah, we've mostly seen our pole sitters make the most of their advantage in races this weekend. It's quite rare that we see an overtake around the outside of turn 1. In fact, I don't think we've seen any overtakes around the outside of turn 1 so far this weekend, and indeed we have seen changes of the lead on the first lap. It usually happens a corner or 2 later, so your eyes glued to the screen. Ben Cape on pole position for this one in the 16, likely to be challenged by the 62 in second place, who was the one that we were waiting for towards the end, but now he's in position. We're ready to go.
We are indeed. Our drivers jump to the tram lines then. We are going to go racing in just a moment. The face begins to smile, and it is Ben Cape defending the insider. Look at George Hillary already. They're trying to find a way past. Apologies, that was Freya Lally actually. Then we have a spinner, a bit of a front to rear contact there. That tag unfortunately just upsets the kart, spins it round. Not too much you can do from there, but we continue on with Ben Cape controlling things quite nicely out in the front. A bit of battling to be had in the mid pack as we head around the left-hander, but looking good for Ben Cape, looking good for George Hillary there, who has a little bit more pressure on them, and that is the number 28 of Samadip Dhaliwal, who's worked up to a very high position indeed.
Yeah, excellent from Samdi. That success earlier on in the pre-C final, translating to B final success here as well.
Yeah, he could well be one of those drivers that we see working their way up into an A final all the way back down from the C, making up for qualifying to forget. Samadip Dhaliwal in the second position in this race, ahead of George Hillary as we start the next lap. Ben Cape, meanwhile, is in a prime position here. 1.4 seconds is the gap between P1 and P2 at the moment. So Ben just needs to keep the nose clean to try and progress through to that A final later on. We do have a penalty. I would suspect, I'm going to make an educated guess, that it's probably to do with that turn 1 incident that we saw maybe earlier on.
I don't think it was, Reeve, because it's a forcing a driver wide penalty.
Very true, sorry, I apologize. I thought it was a TO.
Yeah. Typically that happens on the exit of a corner or maybe the entry. We will find out at some point. It's a contact warning for another one of our franchisees from earlier, Mohammed Isa Subadar gets a contact warning only, so not a penalty. I will say as well about our second place driver, Samadip Dhaliwal, had a penalty in the pre-B final. Speaking of penalties, Barnaby Rolfe gets an ABC takeout. That might be from earlier on, but could be something we've missed as well. Yes, Ben Cape out in the lead. Samadip Dhaliwal looking for second repechage of the day.
Yeah, that would be a really impressive day for Samadip Dhaliwal. We don't declare driver of the days here in the comms box, but that would certainly be on our list, I think, if that were to be the case. Fastest lap so far goes to Gillian Townshend there with a 53.7. We will see that tumble down as we get some more representative laps coming in the next few minutes.
Ben Cape doing well out in the lead of this one, Reeve, from pole position, like I said at the start. Pole position tends to keep first position, certainly through the first corner, but Ben Cape's gone a lot better than that. Has kept it for the first 3 laps of this one and built out, what is that, a 2-second gap, 2.2 second gap back to Samadip Dhaliwal, who's not quite as comfortable in second place with George Hillary, Dexter Hazeldine, Jamie Watson, all in close company. You can see them filing through to 2 and 3 there.
Yep, doing everything that he needs to do is Ben Cape. A couple of contact warnings coming in now for some of our drivers, I suspect, in the mid-pack here. Yes, that is a very eclectic mid-pack at the moment. Plenty of action to be had for our drivers who are gunning for that A final coming up in around about 20 minutes time, give or take. But here is Ben Cape heading through the hairpin with no major challenge. That gap last time around was 2.2 seconds. It's only going to build, I suspect, as we run around the right-hander. But Samadhi Dhaliwal, what a drive he has had so far today. A real recovery drive indeed, but does have some pressure as we come across the line. Next, it has the pressure in form of 3 cards here. He is being followed very closely behind by George Hillary, Dexter Hazeldine and Jamie Watson as he runs into the first corner. Here comes George Hillary. George Hillary had a look at the inside, was too far back, and is perhaps going to be preoccupied by what the likes of Dexter Hazeldine can do to try and challenge for that podium.
Yeah, we've spoken today, Reeve, about the opportunities to make up for perhaps a mistake or two or a bit of poor form in qualifying and indeed in the pre-finals. But this is the last chance, and on the exit of that corner, George Hillary looks to have a chance. Not quite though. Dhaliwal has the drive out of the corner now. The 15 of Hazeldine has a look. But yeah, this is your last chance to get into an A final. You've been given a couple of chances previously to rectify any mistakes or make up for some poor form. This is it. This is the only chance you'll get to get into the A final this weekend now. Dhaliwal currently holds that as on the inside goes Hazeldine. And off goes Hillary. That's Hillary taken to the escape road in the 78. The 15, Dexter Hazeldine, I think, slowed down. And yeah, it seems to have lost his chain. I think that contact might have bumped the chain off that car. Is coming to a halt just on that straight. It might be a quick fix if it is just the chain. But unfortunately, Dexter Hazeldine's chances of making that repechage position are gone.
They are indeed. What a shame for Dexter there. We did see a similar issue with a driver yesterday. It didn't look like chain in the end. They were able to get the engine restarted, so I wonder if there's some type of fail-safe or the engine just gets a little bit... There we go, yeah, the back underway. So it seems to cause an engine stall, does going for that escape road a little bit too aggressively. At least Dexter Hazeldine is still able to take part in the rest of the race.
And whilst we lost 2 cars from this battle, it looks to be like they're queuing up to join anyway. Oscar Bradley in 4th. And Mohamed Issa Subadar, another of our repechagees, fancies a second repechage of the day as well. Will need to take it away from Samadhi Dhaliwal, or rather Jamie Watson now, who's just gone up the inside to take second place in this race. Penalty ABC takeout for Hugo McMillan. And yeah, look at the battle now, Reeve. It's certainly not the 2 of them anymore.
Samadhi Dhaliwal there, very much under pressure as we run through the next couple of corners. Just look at the number 39 of Jamie Watson hanging around the outside, but goes through Oscar Bradley, Mohamed Issa Subadar as well. Watch out for the 43 there of Mohamed Issa Subadar. He started in 19th, a repechage driver, and is looking poised to take second in this race. What a charger, and through goes Oscar Bradley into the tyre barrier. A bit of a front to rear contact unfortunately knocks out his chances of progressing further in the cadet category today, but Mohamed Issa Subadar, hats off to you, sir, from 19th on the grid in the B final, now within a real shout to the A final as well.
Yeah, those 2 from our pre-C cadet final earlier are going very well. Be interesting to see if the stewards have anything to say about Oscar Bradley losing out there. Very unfortunate for him. He's driving a great race up to that point and looks to be well positioned for a repechage. Ben Cape still out in front of this one. He's got a 7-second gap. It might be more now as they come over to cross the line. It is indeed more than 7 seconds back to Mohamed Issa Subadar, our pre-C final winner. Repechage up to the pre-B, and he and Samadhi Dhaliwal made their way halfway up the field in the pre-B final and are now doing the rest here with a sight of the A final later on. Freya Alali is the 62 in 3rd place at the minute. Freya might fancy a go at Subadar for that repechage position. It's contact warning for Frankie Charles Jones in the number 40. There's a change for position there. I think that's Gillen Townshend, who started, I want to say, the pre-B final on pole position, taking 6th off Rocco Tischel, I think, as Ben Cape claims the fastest lap at the front of this.
Yeah, Rocco Tischel held that for a little while, but as you mentioned, Ben Cape just taking it away as we round another circuit here at Ellough Park. There's plenty of action out in the mid-pack here. Mohamed Issa Subadar leads us in second. Freya Lally just behind is putting that pressure on. So let's see if Freya can jump up in front here for that repechage position. What a drive, though, I mentioned, for Mohamed Issa Subadar. Big shout out as well to Gillen Townshend as well. Started 18th up into 6th here. We see a little bit of pressure brewing for Samadhi Dhaliwal, was second previously in the running. Drops back just a little bit further behind Gillen Townshend, who I've just mentioned, beginning to apply that pressure. Has a look through the inside, gets a cleaner run of things, but can be defended against as Samadhi Dhaliwal is aware of their presence.
Yeah, good driving from both, and somebody trying to defend that 5th position, which is still a very respectable haul of points from where he started this afternoon's racing. And up the inside goes Freya Lally. Freya Lally takes 2nd place, made it work even before the start finish line, and now Mohamed Issa Subadar has got an overtake to make if he wants that 2nd repechage of the day. At the minute, it's going the way of Freya Lally.
Yeah, she's poised for another race in the A final later on this afternoon. In fact, not even that much later on. How time flies when you are having fun. We're certainly having fun with this fantastic racing action in front of us. Meanwhile, Ben Cape, as I know you just mentioned, 8.5 seconds. I'm going to be right, I think, in saying biggest gap we've seen between P1 and P2 over the weekend.
That myself.
Yep.
I'm not sure about over the weekend, certainly today. I
Yeah,
can't remember a race that's been so decisive, but there were 1 or 2 yesterday with big gaps up front. But Ben Cape, yeah, really showing us how it's done at the front. If we haven't quite picked him up as often as his sponsors might have liked, the battling is all happening behind him, a long way behind him. Freya Lally holds 2nd place. This isn't the final lap, this is the penultimate lap, and Lally has got Mohamed Issa Subadar all over her rear bumper.
There is the aforementioned Ben Cape, looking rather lonesome, as I say, just out there, just quietly cruising along. Freya Lally and Mohamed Issa Subadar certainly are not doing that. They've got plenty of company, plenty of competition as we run up into the tight hairpin here.
Another forcing a driver wide penalty for Juan Armendariz Bocanegra. The number 23 is currently running in 10th place, dropped a few positions in the final result. There's Ben Cape then, starts the final lap. Freya Lally will cross the line in 2nd, I believe, yeah. Very close contention is the 43, Mohamed Issa Subadar. It's going to go down to the wire. Subadar gets a good run out of the first corner, but Lally defends. The 78 is still there as well, George Hillary, in case anything happens between these two in the remaining part of the final lap. A look to the inside, perhaps not this time for Subadar. Can he get a good drive on the exit? Lally defends hard here, but fair through the sweeping left-hander. 2 right-handers to come. There's a lunge. There's the lunge. It's not quite come off though. Lally gets a better drive off the corner and down to the final 2. Defends and defends well. Ben Cape wins. A spectacular B final performance from him, and we wait to see if Lally has managed to hold on. I think she just about has. And there's confirmation. Lally comes home in 2nd place through to the A final. Mohamed Issa Subadar has to wait for another repechage on another day. A fantastic performance from him nonetheless. George Hillary 4th, Amanzi Nuozo in 5th. Still a good result for Samadhi Dhaliwal in 6th place, Gillen Townshend in 7th, Jamie Watson 8th, Rocco Tischel 9th, and Teddy Mullen 10th.
Fantastic stuff from our cadets there then. We're going to move over in just a moment to our juniors for the penultimate time today.
Here it is then, our last but one super lightweight juniors race, the B final. The whistle is blown. They will be pulling out on track right now. And let's see just who we've got in this pole position goes to the 22 of Miles Harrison. Jamie Richards is alongside him. Ryan Bohr is third with Milo Stewart for company in fourth. William Harvey starts fifth, and Austin Lawrence Fielden is sixth. Row 4 will be David Snesko. He's having a good day's racing as well. Won the Green C earlier and is up to seventh already in the B final. Aslan Iqbal is 8th. Harrison Bishop is 9th with Stefan Chiffan in 10th. Tom Justice and Dina Rowan are on row 6. Row 7, William Markwick and Callum Wilson in 14th. 15th is Henry Eaton. Jamie Warner starts in 16th, just ahead of Jasper Clark-Suss and Sienna Chappelle, who are row 9. Row 10 is Ollie Baldwin in 19th and Caden Seville in 20th. Tyler Nickelbine in 21st. Harry Harvey 22nd. Nikolai Eisgard 23rd and Charlie Murray 24th. I think we'll go around once more, but Ethan Pritchard and Fawaz Adra are our repêchages from the
C final. There we go, yeah. C final. Plenty of finals. We are going to go around once more. Yes, our penultimate junior race of the afternoon. It has absolutely flown around, as we can see. Our two front runners there just behind the pace car as we wait for drivers to form up. There we can see a prime example of that. Drivers who are slightly out of position, just needing to work their way up through the pack as we run through turn 1.
Yeah, just 3 races to go, including this one. Our last B final of the weekend, currently rolling up. 2 A finals to go after it. 2 spaces available in those A finals, Reeve, to whoever finishes in the top 2 in this race, the last repêchages of the day. They come round the right-hander for the final time then. And indeed around the left. Miles Harrison in the 22, hoping to fend off the 12 of Jamie Richards on the outside. They keep the pace down low. Pace car pulls away, and we are racing in the B final. 22 of Miles Harrison holds the lead on the inside. There's a cone that's being carried along with a couple of carts there on the inside further down the field, but the 22 still has the lead. Jamie Richards has lost out, I think, in the 12. Not quite sure what's happened to him, but the 62, of Will Harvey is now at the front of this race. Great start from Will Harvey. He was 6th crossing the line, but will be first next time around. Pole sitter will be reasonably happy still, as Miles Harrison follows him around in 2nd place. They've got a little bit of a gap now, back to 3rd place. Can't quite pick out who that is in 3rd place. It might be Darius Cheshko. But we will see. Braking formation for Jamie Warner, the number 16. Yeah. He'll be dropping 2 positions in the end result as William Harvey signals to Miles Harrison, let's go. Darius Cheshko is indeed in 3rd place. He's seeking a 2nd repêchage of the day as well. No one can do it in cadets. Can someone do it in juniors? Can that someone be Darius Cheshko? We shall see. Ryan Bohr and Milo Stewart in the mix as well. Harrison Bishop, Ashan Iqbal and Jamie Richards, who started in 2nd place, will all still be thinking of that A final. Let's see how the race pans out.
They will be thinking of that. The race has settled down a little bit. We actually saw a few drivers go over the escape road on lap 1 as well. I think it was 3 carts in total had to take avoiding action. We are underway though, no yellow flags, no kind of debris on the circuit. And we continue on with the number 62 there of Will Harvey leading the charge just behind Miles Harrison, closing up that gap. David Snesko, though, as you mentioned, Jacob, is closing down that gap. Is very much eyeing up another repêchage in this fight. Has a bit of a ways to go just yet till he catches up to these 2 front runners here, but certainly is thinking forwards and not backwards at this moment. Although maybe he should, because Ryan Bohr looking pretty quick as well.
Yep, it's a train of, what's that, 7 carts down to Ashan Iqbal, separated by less than 2.5 seconds. Contact warning for Stefan Chafan in 9th. That's a battle with 2nd place Jamie Richards. Henry Eaton a little bit further back in 10th as the 62 Will Harvey has some defending to do now. Miles Harrison perhaps worried at Darragh Chinesco behind. Contact one of Tom Justice as well comes in. This looks like a 4-kart race at the front of this one, Reeve. They've dropped the following 3 who battle in behind. These 4, including Ryan Ball, are looking like the most likely at the minute to be in the repechage places in 8 minutes' time.
Yeah, let's see how much this order changes, or looks like it might change over the coming minutes. Right, William Harvey, looking over the shoulder, knows that that lead is very much not secure yet, as it has been over the past couple of races. Miles Harrison then occupying the spot that really, as you mentioned, everyone is wanting to take. David Sniesko, Ryan Buck just behind there. 2 rookies actually in the form of Sniesko and Buck. So a really impressive job to see the juniors doing so well in that regard. We have a couple of penalties coming in, but they are just mainly breaking formations. Nothing that is relevant to this front pack action that we are watching at the moment. Just about a second covers that top 4, then there is a bit of a gap of about a second down to the likes of Harrison Bishop, Hassan Iqbal as well. Tyner Nickelbein just a little bit further behind with a 50.8, is your fastest driver out on track at the moment. William Harvey then, controlling things quite nicely at the moment, is not cracking under pressure.
Yeah, I think these guys at the front, based on what we've seen, have been quite happy to see what kind of pace they've got and maybe pull out a bit of a gap. It looks like all 4 of them are pretty evenly matched. They're not really running away from the likes of Harrison Bishop, who's come through there, and Hassan Iqbal, who are down in 5th and 6th, but they've got a little bit of a cushion. There's cone warning for Miles Harrison as Will Harvey sets the fastest lap out in front, but as I said, Hassan Iqbal takes the fastest lap now, so they're not really pulling out too much of a gap to those guys. Yeah, the cone warning will be a little brush with a cone or a tyre barrier. Just don't do it again. We are watching for Miles Harrison. But yeah, Harrison's certainly not having too strong a look at Will Harvey. Pretty content to see what the 2 of them can do to work together. Darragh Chinesco as well had an initial sniff of a chance, but happy to file in and make sure that they're all in a suitable position for the final 2 laps. A bumper pass penalty for Harry Harvey, the 1.62 down in 19th position, possibly on Sienna Chappell, who is now in 20th but unseen by our broadcast. And we approach the second half of the race. It might be now that people start to think maybe I should be at the lead of this one. I'm the fastest and therefore more likely to break away. Certainly William Harvey has had his chance to prove that himself. And that was Ryan. Was that Ryan Ball, or was that? Yeah, that's David Sniesko, who took to the escape road. Ryan Ball points to him as if to say, "Well, that's not a valid part of the track," and potentially, gained an advantage by exceeding track limits. We shall see how that one is adjudged. I can see Clark, of course, having a good look at that lead battle. Keep an eye at the top of your screen for any penalties, as contact warning for Harry Harvey, who's just fallen foul of a bump and pass as well. The Clark, of course, is now looking elsewhere in this race, so perhaps Sniesko has been deemed to driven fairly there. We'll see if something comes through later on. His track limit warning has come through for him, as that cone penalty comes through for Jamie Riches. So yeah, it's track limit for Darragh Chinesco, but he's not gained an advantage in terms of place, and so that's the adjudication.
That seems to be the trend for the day as well. When you do go for that escape road, if you do need to, but you might not even realise you have to, it might just happen by accident, you tend to not gain enough of an advantage really for it to make any real difference into the shape of the race overall.
Gaining an advantage by track limits, and certainly disadvantage. He may have disadvantaged Ryan Paul as well in rejoining the track, but there's no penalty for disadvantaging someone else by going off the track on your own, so nothing can do there. It has given Will Harvey and Miles Harrison a little bit of a gap at the front of this one. Chinesco's got some work to do to close in. Here's the track limit warning confirmation at the top of your screens. Yeah, it's given a little second or so of a gap for these two, and they might be happy to just stay in formation for now. There is a trophy to win this B final, and that'll be on the minds of Harvey and Harrison, but what will also be on the minds are the points on offer should they go through to the 8.
Will indeed. Harrison Bishop there with a racing under yellows. It might not necessarily be overtakes, it could just be excess speed. He's currently running in 6th in this mid-pack here, so will drop down a few positions. Will drop behind the likes of Milo Stewart, Stefan Chifan, who briefly held the fastest lap of this race, but it's our race leader, William Harvey, who we're on board with at the moment, who takes back that accolade.
Yeah, perhaps a case of still being able to see the lead drivers on that spot in the A final and not want to slow down, as Stefan Chifan suffers in the same fate of racing under yellows. I did catch up briefly with John Weiger during the lunch break, and all those racing in the yellows we saw in the final qualifying session this morning were indeed drivers setting their best lap times whilst yellow flags are out on track. So I'd imagine we've got something similar here as home warning.
It does indeed, but no change in order for our 2 front runners. They're heading around the final part of the lap now. They are less than a car length apart as they get ready to start the next lap. That gap has shrunk on the previous lap, and I am sure it could well shrink again if this battle begins to shape up. A slightly compromised run through the first corner though for Miles Harrison means that that gap extends ever so slightly. Still more than close enough though to mount a charge in the final few laps of this Junior B final.
Yeah, it looks like Dawid Śnieżko might be the second driver of the day to miss out on a second repechage by 1 position. The gap are now a second and a half back to them, and with very little left on the clock, I think we'll get just 2 more laps after this one. An ultimate and a final lap. Miles Harrison looks content with the spot in the A final at the moment, can't quite get close enough to make a dive for Will Harvey's lead. Will Harvey is also the fastest driver on track at the moment, with the fastest lap of 50.4. We did see towards the end of yesterday the lap times drops ever so slightly in the later races as the sun went behind the clouds, which it has now done here. We are looking a little overcast at Ellough Park, and that drop in temperature just coincides with a little drop in lap times.
Yeah, it does. That may be that colder air helping the cars a little bit, whether the track surface just being in a more ideal spot, or potentially even less fatigue for the drivers as they head throughout the race. It could be a variety of factors. Either way, we're seeing some strong times coming in, and we're going to see those times get stronger as well as we jump into our A finalists potentially. Not to say that there's a few drivers here who wouldn't very much deserve to be in that A final as well, as we have seen well demonstrated as we run into the final part of this race. Now Miles Harrison still yet to find a way past William Harvey. William Harvey maintaining his cool, calm, collected driving style here. 1/10 is the gap between the 2.
Yeah, final lap. Will Harvey leads Miles Harrison. They've both had a little look over their shoulder in this first half of the lap. Harrison, I think, knows that he's got an opportunity if it presents itself, but it doesn't look like it's going to here. Will Harvey will probably take this B final. He has another look over his shoulder there just to double check Miles Harrison isn't close enough to make a move through the final right-hander, and all he has to navigate now is this final left-hander, and he's out onto the bendy start finish straight. You can see he's getting excited already. William Harvey wins the B final. It's celebrations from him and Miles Harrison who go through to the A. Dawid Śnieżko is the second driver of the day to miss out on a second repechage by 1 position. Ajahn Iqbal takes 4th, Ryan Ball is 5th. Harrison Bishop is 6th, Milo Stewart 7th, Stefan Chifan is 8th, Jamie Riches 9th, and Harry Henry Eaton finishes 10th. That's our final B final of the day. We have 2 races remaining. They are both A finals, starting with the Cadet Super Lightweight.
Here we go then, the final time we're going to see the cadets heading out on to the track here at Ellough Park, not just today but this weekend as well. Our lightweights yesterday, our super lightweights today. Let's have a look at the grids then. On the front row of the grid, it will be Rory Hamilton and Jack Thompson. James Wout and Zachary Smith line up behind in row 2. Jacob Underhill and Mia Gualtieri on row 3. Moving on to row 4, Ronnie Deacon, Jacob McClone, Harley Drury, Senna Panna, William Moore and Harrison Outram, row 4, 5 and 6. We move on to row 7 with Edward Sybry and Alex Ivanescu. Then we have Aubrey Harrington Evans, Kabir Singh on row 8, Valley Finberg and David Kadar on row 8 and row 9. Omar Ullah and Jaden Williams on the 10th row of the grid, with Ben Cape and Freya Lally working their way up from the B final earlier on.
We've got a spinner on this formation lap, so I think we might be rolling around again. Indeed, they are not going to catch up to the packs. We will have a second formation lap here. Certainly not going to be ready to go, and yeah, I think the staff have recognised that, and they are keeping a decent pace already. So one more trip of the circuit for these guys. Keep your comments coming in on the YouTube. It does catch my eye on the occasion when you get an advert, Reeve, on your phone, and
yes,
what on earth is Reeve doing?
It's very
Watching
annoying.
Some weird videos on his phone whilst we're supposed to be commentating, but no, we are keeping an eye on your comments.
No one clipped that. We head into this Cadet A final, and you always seem to nail the grids kind of reading out as well. The timing's been really good on your side today. What seems to happen is I read it out quickly, and then they have another lap.
It's because I keep one eye on reading the grid and the other eye outside. It's really hard to do, but if you train yourself for long enough, it is achievable.
I'm going to blame the laptop screen. Yeah, as I mentioned yesterday, we just had a very good point in our ear from Luke on the stream production there. It says, I read it at BUKC miles an hour. I'm just getting prepared for January, where we head back to Buckmore Park, as I read out that calendar earlier on. January 29th.
Is it?
Yeah,
wow.
January 29th. January 29th. My
It was
birthday.
that early.
Yeah.
Happy birthday for January 29th.
Thank you very much.
More importantly, Reeve, we're about to get going with this Cadet Super Lightweight A final.
We are indeed. They get ready to head down the tram lines for one last time. It's going to be Rory Hamilton versus Jack Thompson. Watch out though for James Out, who has that inside from row 2. Zach Smith and Mia Gualtieri, your top 5. We are green and racing here. Rory Hamilton looking over the shoulder already. He knows what a threat James Out could be. James Out and Jack Thompson making a little bit of contact as we start this first lap. We are 3 wide then. Ronnie Deacon having a really strong start up into potential second here. Has to drop back though between James Out. No, he doesn't. Second for Ronnie Deacon at the very start of this race. He's worked up from 7th on the grid.
Yeah, Jacob Underhill's made his way into 3rd as well. Then we've got James Vout in 4th and the 65 of Jack Thompson in 5th. So it's a lot of shuffling about behind Rory Hamilton, and Jacob Underhill looks for 2nd place early doors on Ronnie Deacon. Ronnie Deacon's got a penalty for an ABC bump pass.
So it was an impressive start there, slightly tainted by that, but still a charge, and nonetheless that was great to see as we head around the final corner. Then we start the next lap of the race there. You could just see Ronnie recognising that penalty there. He's under pressure though from Jacob Underhill, so not too much time at all to think about that really. As we can see, there is Jacob Underhill, there is Jack Thompson as well. Jack Thompson started 2nd in this race. He's back down in 4th at the moment, but is going to try and work their way up through. A penalty though for Jack Thompson for track limits at the 3rd marker around the circuit by the looks of things. So the stewards have determined that 4 wheels of the cart were outside the white lines for a bit too long really in this race.
Yeah, Jacob Underhill looks to the inside again, and this time makes the move happen on Ronnie Deacon. He's up into 2nd place, and Deacon's under immense pressure now. Vout to the inside of this right-hander also makes the overtake, so Vout up into 3rd as well. Deacon down 2 positions, and now Underhill and Vout can work to get after Rory Hamilton. I'd say if you want anyone at the head of that pack chasing you down, Rory Hamilton's not going to be happy to see it's Jacob Underhill behind him. Jacob Underhill's set the fastest super lightweight cadet lap of the day so far in practice this morning, so the pace is there to close down the leader. I think Vout, given his and Underhill's championship experience, will know that working together from the point they're in now is the way to make this a 3-kart battle for the lead. And indeed, you've seen them eke out a little bit of advantage on Deacon, who's got Harley Drury for company in 5th.
Senna Paddock, fastest lap of the race so far, 53.2. Here's where we should see some really pointy times coming in late on into this race. That is providing that everyone has a boring run and we don't have plenty of pack battling, which is what we're currently seeing running through the final corner now. There is Ronnie Deacon we're on board with at the moment, Harley Drury just behind. followed by Willie Moore, and then Senna Panner, Zachary Smith, Harrison Outram as well.
Fastest lap of the race for Jacob Underhill. He's taken a whole 0.6 of a second out of Rory Hamilton's lead, and he's only 0.5 of a second now behind him. That battle for the lead is shaping up very nicely. James Vout is following Jacob Underhill through. Deacon still defending 4th place from Harley Drury there, and we follow, I think that's Senna Panner, is it? No, sorry, it's Zach Smith, 1 position behind, defending from Harrison Outram, and Jack Thompson. He's got Ed Sibury there as well in that little pack of 4. And here we have it then, our battle for the race lead. Rory Hamilton leads Jacob Underhill, who is right on his rear bumper now. Hamilton goes defensive. Vout takes the racing line. Underhill's back across as well and looks for the undercut, Reeve. It could be on here into turns 2 and 3. Underhill's alongside. He's fully alongside. He's fully ahead.
Wow.
Going into turns 2 and 3. Perhaps a little too defensive from Hamilton into turn 1, and Underhill takes the lead. On the attack, though, this time
Through he goes.
Rory Hamilton. Too much defence. Plenty of attack from him this lap, and Vout is right there as well. These 3 are going to battle it out for the remaining 7 minutes of the race.
This is a fantastic battle that we are witnessing, folks, here. That great run through turn 1 for Jacob Underhill. Compromised, though, and Rory Hamilton able to find a way back past. Watch out for James out there. He's very much in the mix here, taking a slightly wider entry into the hairpin at the end of the circuit here. That gives him a little bit more pace that he can carry on through into the final hairpin. We go on to the start-finish straight once more. Over the shoulder looks Rory Hamilton. There is Jacob Underhill. There is James Vout. We saw Rory and James having a battle earlier on today. We're going to see that again at some point, I suspect. James is just that little bit further back, and it's Jacob Underhill, Rory Hamilton attached to each other as a trio. They go towards the next part of the lap.
Yeah, a little point there from Jacob Underhill. I think that was to James Vout, not to, and there's another one. Yeah, it's there he is. Let's get him. Let's not get each other, I think, is what that one means. The 3 of them bumper to bumper. It's quite an interesting tactical battle, this, as well, at the front, Reeve. Rory Hamilton knows now that Jacob Underhill can do that undercut. He knows that if he goes too defensive at turn 1, then the switchback is on. So perhaps he'll be a little less defensive or a little tighter on his exit to make sure Jacob Underhill can't pull alongside him. Vout goes to the racing line now. Perhaps getting the switchback himself. See there, Hamilton has learned his lesson and stays tight for turn 2. Good defensive line there from Rory Hamilton. He's defended this lead well so far. Stays defensive for the left-hander. Perhaps an undercut or a switch around there heading into this sweeping left-hander might be on in future laps. Still 5 minutes of this one to go. These 3 only have a 1.5 seconds back to Senna Panner, who's worked his way to the front of the chasing pack and might make this a quartet sooner rather than later.
I think he could well do. His previous laps have been pretty strong, in fact a little bit quicker by about half a second in comparison to our top 3, as we see Rory Hamilton heading up on through here. James Vout has a great run out of the final corner. He's going to go side by side, gets boxed off by Jacob Underhill. Nothing that James Vout can do just yet. We haven't seen any overtakes around turn 1, but look at that. Jacob Underhill takes the race lead by going down the inside, and James Vout heads on through turn 2. What a remarkable drive by James Vout. We are 3 wide for the lead of this race. It's James Vout who wins out in the end. The question is for how long, because through comes Rory Hamilton, is still side by side, hangs it round the outside. Could be within a real shout here of taking back the race lead from James Vout. James Vout, though, ahead of Jacob Underhill now, who's worked his way up on through. It's going to be chop and change here for a 4-way battle for the lead, folks. What a drive, what a move by Jacob Underhill.
Oh, that was fantastic from all 4 of these boys out there. I thought James Vout was exceptional in doing the double overtake through 2 and 3, but Jacob Underhill has massively regained the lead of this race. And look who we've got in the mix as well, the 72, Senna Panner, to the inside of turn 1. There's contact between him and Rory Hamilton. James Vout gets the undercut and takes 2nd place. Hamilton's now back to 4th. The 29 is Zach Smith up the inside of Hamilton now as well. Underhill's running away with this at the front. Vout challenged by Panner. 29 coming up the inside as well, thinks better of it, but Panner has gone up the inside of Vout. Vout remonstrates with Panner, but Panner is 2nd place. Rory Hamilton's still involved there. He's on the outside of Zach Hamilton, the 29. Let's see who comes out of here first. Vout to the inside. A little nudge to get through on Panna. These guys are now, what is that, 6, 7, 8 carts battling. Jacob Underhill has gone, Reeve.
Yeah, this is a huge train now forming up behind P2 here. James Vout just ahead of the number 72 of Senna Panna, followed by Zach Smith, followed by Rory Hamilton, who led this race, but you wouldn't quite think it just a lap or so ago. And there is Zach Smith having a look down the inside. We're going to go 3 wide once again. James Vout has to go very wide, drops back, loses a few positions. It's now Zach Smith up into second in this race. Senna Panna just behind. Alongside him is going to be Rory Hamilton. It's Rory Hamilton now up on and through into third.
It's changing so quickly we can barely keep up. But yes, after a brief drop down to 5th, Rory Hamilton is now 3rd and has half an eye on Zachary Smith, I'm sure, to reclaim 2nd and maybe get back after Jacob Underhill, who's pulled out over a 1.5 second gap on that lap alone due to the battling going on behind him. Can they avoid battling for the following lap or 2 now and catch back up to him, or has Jacob Underhill got this one sewn up?
We will have to see as we have a brief diminishment in the action. That is not to say that there is plenty still to come as we run down into turn 1. 2 minutes left on the clock. This race has absolutely flown by. It has been a brilliant to behold. Zach Smith leads us in second, then leads this battle in second. James Vout and Rory Hamilton are side by side. James Vout has a look down the inside, takes back third ahead of our previous race leader. They bounce their way down to the mid part of the lap, and it's Zach Smith who is now feeling the pressure from the man in neon green. James Vout just behind as Zach Smith looking at least a little bit more comfortable, and by that I mean just a cart length separating the two drivers.
Yeah, it's still very, very close in this. The battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th all coming through there. Underhill is 2 seconds up the road. I think we're going to get 2 more laps in. We are indeed. So this will be the penultimate lap that we go on to now. Zach Smith leads the charge after 1st place. Rory Hamilton looks to be unhappy, perhaps at a penalty that's not come his way, but perhaps the lack of penalty anywhere else. James Vout points to the head for Zachary Smith. Think that's a sign to try and work together, maybe to catch Underhill. It might be too little too late. It's to the inside goes Hamilton, reclaims 3rd place from Vout.
He does indeed, yeah. Jacob Underhill checking out. You wouldn't have suspected this just a few laps ago, but 2.2 seconds is the margin between P1 and P2. Zach Smith has all of the weight of the world on his shoulders in terms of this race. As we see Rory Hamilton getting in front of James Vout. They need to be very careful indeed that they don't start to drop Zachary Smith, that Zachary Smith doesn't start to be able to walk away. That isn't going to be the case as Senna goes through on James Vout here to take 4th position in this race. Here we go, Zach Smith versus Rory Hamilton as we start the next lap, the final lap of this race. Who's it going to be? Zach Smith looks over the shoulder, so does Rory Hamilton. It is James Vout versus Senna Panna once more. They are side by side at turn 2. We don't quite know how that has ended up yet. It is going to be James Vout in front in that battle, and there we go. It's Zach Smith just ahead of Rory Hamilton, looking over the shoulder. Nothing that Rory can do just yet. Has to wait for the next corner. Is right on the rear bumper of Zach Smith's kart. We head round for the next couple of hairpins, and Zach Smith still leads us into second, gets close to that tyre barrier though.
Yeah, Jacob Underhill round the last corner or 2 then. He's led this race for the last couple of laps, and he's going to take his first win in Cadet South of the year. Jacob Underhill, by quite some margin, wins the Cadet Super Lightweight South A final. Zachary Smith comes home in 2nd, Rory Hamilton in 3rd, James Vout 4th, Senna Panna 5th, Will Moore is 6th, 7th Jack Thompson, Harley Drury in 8th, Harrison Outram 9th, and 10th is Jacob McClone. Excellent racing there. It got very, very spicy in the middle there, and when the going got tough, Jacob Underhill got decisive, took that lead and never looked back. Fantastic racing from all our super lightweight cadets today, and a very well-deserved victory for Underhill.
Yeah, what a drive from our cadets. Really put on a show for us. They can all pat themselves on the back, I think, for a fantastic bit of racing action for our young cadets. I'm pleased to report, though, we've still got one last bit of racing action to come this afternoon. The junior super lightweight 8 finalists are going to be making their way onto track very shortly.
Our last race of the day makes its way out on track then, the Junior Super Lightweight A final.
let's have a look who's in this one, who are the main challengers. Up first, Logan McAllister, the number 2, starting from pole position with Benjamin Hamilton, the number 3 for company. Jules Larkin starts in 3rd with Jack Bromham in 4th. Jacob Brown will be 5th, and 6th will be Thomas Welsford. 7th is Edgar Azevedo with Piers Hartley in 8th. Ellis McKenzie is 9th, Ollie Brunel while 10th. 11th is Sam Spencer, and Matteo Arenfleiter is 12th. 13th, and on row 7, George Dugan and Caden Ward. Sam Morse is on row 8 with Ty Dewis-Sherlock. Leo Belimenko is 17th overall on row 9, joined by Josh Belling. Row 10 is Jensen Barnard in 19th and Kieran Steadman in 20th. Oliver Yangu is 21st overall, just ahead of Ruben Tucker in 22nd. They're followed by Max Miller in 23rd and Jack Hayhoe in 24th. Then, last but not least, our 2 repêchages from the B final, Will Harvey and Miles Harrison, worked together well in that race to find themselves at the back of the grid for what is our final race of a fantastic weekend's worth of racing. Hopefully, our junior drivers can provide us with what we've seen over the previous 23 races we've had here at Ellough Park over the last 2 days, and an absolute spectacle to finish.
Yeah, it'll be a very tall order to see if they can match what the cadets were able to put on for us in that previous race, but I've got good faith. We got some good names, some brilliant drivers out there for the final bit of running at Ellough Park for our cadets and juniors. They're currently out on track with getting a few practice laps under their belt. This is something that we allow our junior A finalists who we know have got the experience to determine whether or not they've got a kart that suits them, whether the kart is working well. So this practice lap is an opportunity to get a feel for the kart before they can maybe give it a quick change if needs be, before we get formed up and ready to go racing.
Yeah, as with yesterday, the juniors get some practice laps in just to check that there are no serious mechanical issues with any of their karts. They are, at this point in their racing careers, deemed experienced enough to understand if there is anything at all wrong with these karts. Of course, it is the end of a day's racing for these karts, and wear and tear does happen, so it's all in the interest of fairness that they get the opportunity to check these karts over. You might have noticed as well, viewing at home, that there's a little bit more contact in the junior fleet than there is the cadet fleets.
I don't know what you mean.
No, you wouldn't know, Reeve. You've not been keeping that close an eye on the racing, but for those eagle-eyed among us, you might have seen that there's slightly more contact and perhaps the opportunity for more wear and tear with these guys, which is why we get this little opportunity to double-check that they
I just meant that I'm coming from the BUKC.
Okay. Yeah,
so there is
not that much contact, yeah.
Just want to give a quick shout out, by the way, to Greg Smith, who's supporting Piers Hartley at home. He says, Piers, think like Euro Truck Sim. And I like that idea. You reckon he's going to stop halfway through and collect like a 48-ton trailer load on his cart?
I'd love that. I would love to see that. But I don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately.
Hello to my fellow Euro Truck Sim enthusiasts. I know there's at least 4 of us somewhere.
More of a farming simulator guy myself.
Oh!
Nothing like getting behind that wheel of a combine harvester and ploughing through a field of corn, taking it up to the silo and dropping it off for a lovely bit of cash.
Can you tell we've got a downtime after some of the excitement of the previous race?
Just trying to calm myself down, Reeve. It was a very exciting cadet super lightweight A final, and I'm primed for a very exciting junior super lightweight A final as well. They are just getting into formation. You can see them going reasonably slowly. That's to collect those who have switched karts. I believe the 3 or 4 drivers I can see making their way around now are just trying to warm up their newer karts. Someone's off on the infield. That's a really strange place to stop, Reeve, and I can't imagine we get started with them parked up where they are.
No, it's
we'd probably rather wait for them to join the field in the first instance. Yeah, that's a super strange place to have stopped. There's a couple of CLUB100 staff giving the cart a good looking over, but I feel like if there's something this drastically wrong to have stopped by there in the first place, there'll be a switch of carts going on, and indeed we will be rolling around once more. You can see these guys not formed up very well at all, and ready for another formation lap. The driver there, you can see, I can't quite make out the number, but they've got the well, I can't make out the number because they've taken the plate and transponder off in the interests of getting into a spare card. I think one is being prepared now in the pit lane. Usually at this point we have the testers drive one out and get them replaced ASAP. But it may be that cart needs a trolley recovery, and we could be in for a little bit of a delay here.
Yeah, we could well be. As you mentioned, it's an unusual spot, but we certainly don't want to get underway and racing if the track is not.
Here comes the spare Reeve.
Yep, so the
wheeled out by Barnaby Pittingale.
Yep, so Spurs heading out of the pit lane, and what you will now see is a test driver absolutely flying along the circuit as they bring the kart around.
No, you won't, because Barnaby's not actually a test driver. He will just be bringing it around at a safe speed.
And he is doing that at the moment to bring our stricken driver a fresh bit of CLUB 100 machinery. There will be a further delay while we get his said stricken machinery to a safe location on or around the circuit before we can go racing.
Yeah, as I said, it's a strange place to stop, and you wouldn't think anyone would be able to hit that cart there, but given that it's at the end
it's
of
definitely
that
an obstacle,
secondary
so
straight, you wouldn't want to keep it there. It might find a temporary home behind that tyre barrier for the race. You're about to see the obstacles showing there as a single file. Well done to all our junior drivers who've realised what's going on there, and hopefully the number plate and transponder are fixed to the new cart. They'll be able to join up with the pack by the end of this.
Yeah, Jack Brom by the looks of it.
Who started in fourth, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that is Jack Bromham there. So fresh cart for Jack. He'll have an opportunity to work their way up through to the rightful place at start of this race. And
hopefully the field will stop weaving, because he's got to come straight down the middle of them to fourth place. Does our third in the championship placed driver. Not the easiest thing to do coming through this shortcut either. We might have to roll again here, Reeve, depending on how much progress he can make. See him coming down the middle aisle. Trying to. That's the weaving, get in the way there. We will roll again. Jack's not going to be slotting in. Oh, they're going to try and slow it right down and see if he can. Still some weaving going on in the pack. Yeah, we'll roll again. Reeve, this isn't going to work. This will be the last formation lap, I am sure of it.
Yeah, some really vigorous attempts at keeping and maintaining the heat in the tyres of these karts.
A little overzealous, if you ask me.
Yeah,
patience. They don't need much.
Patience is key. We will get underway and racing in a moment. I think we're still going to be yellow flagged for this sector and getting them to slow down because we need to move.
Oh, he's stopped again, Reeve.
Oh.
Is that Jack again?
It's a similar helmet. We will see.
It looks to be... Oh, he's left something on the last car, has he?
Ah.
Changing the pedals. Yeah, I really don't know. They're changing back.
Changing back to the other cart.
I've never seen this, Reeve. Not
no,
even
neither.
Seniors, juniors, BKC. I have no idea what's going on. Safe to say. I'm tempted to go and ask Nikki briefly what is happening.
I wonder if it could have been a potential Yeah, by all means, go and do some a bit of a recce for us. We have our track correspondent as well. We can add that to his list, but I imagine some form of transponder issue potentially that could see Jack Brom needing to change that kart again. We don't have any sessions past this Junior A final, so we don't have to worry too much about time remaining. Here it is only 4:52. CLUB 100 do a remarkable job of getting the sessions swapped and changed. I go down to our track correspondent.
Yeah, we're going around once more, despite the fact I was confident that was the last roll-up lap. Nicky's not 100% sure on this, but he thinks that the cart they swapped to didn't actually have any fuel in it.
Oh,
so they managed to fix the original car and decided to just swap back.
Fair enough. That is a valid reason to swap back. Fuel is always useful in a race.
I'm no mechanic, but you need fuel.
Yeah,
I know that much.
And there we can see that is the number 3 of Benjamin Hamilton, very wisely asking his competitors, please make a gap. Let's make a gap for Jack Bromham so we can get racing.
Fed up doing formation laps now, wouldn't you?
So that is a very kind of Benjamin Hamilton and very wise of him to make sure that we can get Jack into his rightful position that he's worked so hard to get up to for this A final, so we can go racing.
Yeah, there's only so long you can drive around at snail's pace down at the back of Rory O'Regan's helmet until you get very frustrated. But we're all in position now, and I am 100% confident.
Don't
we
say
will
that.
Be going this time around. The lights are red and primed to go green, and we are about to see the battle resume between Logan McAllister and Benjamin Hamilton. Peerless in the pre-A final. Who can challenge them in the A itself? Thumbs up all round. We are good to go. Logan McAllister on the inside in the red, Hamilton on the outside in the blue, and away we go racing for the A final in our juniors. Logan McAllister to the inside, Hamilton around the outside. We haven't seen it all weekend, but he's made it work in the last race of the weekend. His cart's facing the wrong way in the background, but Benjamin Hamilton takes the lead of the junior super lightweight South A final. He's away, and McAllister holds second place. There's some locking up in behind as well, a little bit of contact further back in the field potentially.
Jules Larkin's up in position.
Yeah, taking the escape road, but we've got Jules Larkin now up into third, is that right?
That is indeed, yeah, up into third and breaking away that top 3. It's the only reason why I so rudely interrupted there to mention that is that he had found a bit of a breakaway, although it must be said, Thomas Welsford and the likes behind closing up.
Yeah, so excellent start from Benjamin Hamilton. I think that's the only instance we've seen of second place managing to overcome third around the outside of turn 1 this weekend. It certainly would have been something that Benjamin Hamilton hoped would be possible, but it's about as great as that start could have gone for him, I think. And we are clear of penalties in the top few runners as well. Jack Bromham is now racing 4th position in that fixed up car, which does have fuel in it, I can confirm. And yes, Jules Larkin has got himself.
Oh, we have the meatball out. The meatball for Piers Hartley, a mechanical flag. Black on the orange. That is a shame. That could be, usually with this fleet, that tends to be a number plate that's not affixed properly, or potentially a transponder issue or something not quite attached to the cart as it should be. So Piers Hartley unfortunately going to have to dive in and get that assessed if that flag continues to be waved, which it is. So Piers needs to get that looked at.
Great pace from Hamilton out in front, extends his lead to nearly a second over Logan McAllister at this one. Jules Larkin keeping close contact with Logan McAllister, third and second, and Jack Bromham is about half a second down on them. Chopping and changing here, that looks to me like Thomas Welsford and George Shoegood changing positions, just ahead of Caden Ward there in the 111 and the pink helmet. There's our race leader, 2nd and 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th are in close proximity. And then it's the battle for 8th, 9th and 10th that we saw as well. But yes, looks like Jules Larkin fancies himself second place and maybe even a run at Hamilton later on. Will they battle or will they work together? Let's have a look over this next lap or so. If Jules Larkin thinks he's got the pace to close down Benjamin Hamilton, he's going to have to make that move happen sooner rather than later, because it looks to me at this stage of the race, Reeve, like Logan McAllister hasn't quite got into the groove he'd want to get in order to close that gap down at the front. There's a cone gone flying there. That's one of our drivers between Jack Bromham, Sam Spencer, Sam Morse and Matteo Ehrenfreiter. Be interesting to see if the officials have been able to pick up exactly which one of those displaced that cone.
Yeah, we will see in a moment. The driver's getting very close to the tyre barrier at the hairpin as well. Yeah, you mentioned Logan McAllister there. Seems to be really able to chip away at those times in his previous running in the pre-A final. Hasn't quite matched that so far. We've got just over 7 minutes left on the clock. Hopefully for his sake, at least, the fortunes turn around.
Fastest lap of the race for Benjamin Hamilton, exactly what he needs to be doing. Logan McAllister's gone faster than Jules Larkin has behind him, so I don't think switching positions would be too beneficial for them at this stage, but they're going to have to find something if they want to be on that top step of the podium. Benjamin Hamilton is on for yet another win. It'll be his 3rd win of the season Logan McAllister has 4 in the bag currently, but doesn't look like making it 5 unless he can improve his pace here in this particular A final. Jules Larkin, Reeve, could be on for his first ever win should he be able to get the better of both McAllister and Hamilton. But third would be his best result of the season. He had 2 of those in round 2.
Yeah, that'll be a great drive for Jules Larkin. Has looked really sharp today, it must be said. Has looked really keen, really eager going for those positions as we see a great move down into turn 1. That was a number 34, Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, who found another position there down the inside.
Yeah, so we are following Sam Morse here, leading this one, 23. We've got the 34 of Ehrenfeuchter behind him.
Jack Bromham just behind as well.
Yeah, Jack Bromham, who had the kart switcheroo in the formation lap. Quite the most unusual kart switcheroo that we may have ever seen on a Club 100 broadcast, as Ollie Brunel Weil gets a warning for disturbing the track furniture. Ehrenfeuchter then potentially thinking of a move, signals that he won't be trying it on this corner, but for how long will that last? Hamilton out front, a 50.0 is blistering pace. We've seen a couple of these junior drivers break the 50-second barrier, and it wouldn't surprise me if Hamilton manages that before the end of this one. Certainly if he does so, he will extend that lead over Logan McAllister even further and make himself even more comfortable for this A final win. Could be another golden trophy coming his way.
Yellow flag's being waved at the moment. Drivers recognising that and showing their hands to the marshals to say, yep, we acknowledge it. We might still be going quite quick, but we acknowledge it, honest. So we can make sure that the track is safe. I presume it's going to be another example of cone or tyre issues at this part of the race. Looking at the battle being led by the number 39 of Jack Bromham at the moment. Just behind is Samuel Spencer, who had a great turn of pace in the previous running earlier this afternoon. Meanwhile, Benjamin Hamilton checking out with a 50.0, controlling things very nicely indeed.
Yeah, glad to see no one putting in a personal best on that last lap with the yellow flags out as well. They have all learnt their lesson. What looks to be happening here, Reeve, with the 23 of Sam Morse and 34 of Matteo Ehrenfeuchter. Matteo signals that he wasn't going to make no move on Sam Morse over a lap and a half ago now, and it seems to be that they want to work together and catch up to Jules Larkin. There's a space on that podium with their names on it, should they be able to overcome him. And indeed, Logan McAllister isn't too far ahead either. So yeah, you can see the 47 there starting to come under pressure now. Sam Morse in the red and yellow helmet is close up to the back of him. These guys are 4 seconds off the lead. Logan McAllister himself is about 3 seconds off the lead. As yes, we see personal bests for Morse, Ehrenfeuchter, Bromham and Spencer. The first two of those are these two that we're following here now, chasing down Larkin with that distinctive red suit just in front of them. Here's the pack behind as well. Bromham and Spencer, I mentioned, put in PBs on that last lap. Thomas Welsford's right in there as well with Jacob Brown. So battles going on, even though first and second are quite far apart at this point. Third, fourth and fifth are bumper to bumper, as are 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th.
They are indeed really close running for our front runners here. Jules Larkin feeling that pressure though. Sam Morse, who personally I haven't looked at too much in today's running, but he's had a really strong go out here in this A final, currently running in 4th. Actually up from 15th on the grid, as we say. Really strong drive there. Matteo Ehrenfeuchter just behind though, wanting to try and find a way past. So Jules Larkin potentially a little bit of a cork in the bottle at this phase. Still has 3 minutes to play with though in this race, as they follow in very quick succession. Having a look down the inside is Sam Morse. They get very close to the tyre barrier indeed. That means that Jules Larkin has to relent. Is still around the outside as we head into the hairpin, but dives behind Sam Morse now. Matteo Ehrenfeuchter has found his way past Jules Larkin as well. So a big change in the order there. It's going to be Sam Morse who leads into the next lap. Third overall, bottom spot on the podium, following Matteo Ehrenfeuchter and Jules Larkin just behind as well. Jules Larkin actually picking up a penalty on that lap as well for a cone infringement, which means bad to worse really on that lap.
I think that might have been the tie wall on the exit of the corner. He was overtaken. I think he might have clipped that and therefore picked up a penalty. Yeah, showing his frustration there is Jules Larkin, and understandably so. Was a reasonably forceful move from Morse up the inside, but the stewards have judged it to have been fair. It's now up to Aaron Freich to see if he can force his way onto the podium with a move on Sam Morse that he's probably been thinking about for the last 3 or 4 laps now. Every time Morse has looked over his shoulder, Aaron Freich has given him that point ahead. Remains to be seen with less than 2 minutes left if he thinks he can catch up with Logan McAllister, or if he's going to have a little go himself. He's certainly thinking about it down into turn 2. Can't quite get alongside down there, but this is the closest battle in the top 5 now for 3rd overall and that last spot on the podium. Hamilton way out in front, has this one pretty much sewn up. Logan McAllister quite comfortable in 2nd as well, especially with the likelihood of these guys battling. Aaron Freiter doesn't look close enough this time, and indeed he isn't, not where Morse got past Larkin anyway. Let's see what we can get. We're going to get another lap. We are indeed. There is no final lap board out for Ben Hamilton, and we will get 2 more laps of this. Aaron Freiter needs to make a move shortly though, thinks about it into turn 1, thinks better of it. Is there something on into turn 2? There'll certainly be defence from Morse. There isn't a defence from Morse. I don't think he felt the need to, and he knows better than me, obviously, because indeed he didn't. Round they come then. This opportunity passes them by as well. There's not going to be many more. Here's your leader, Hamilton. Expert kart control over that crest. He's been absolutely blistering in this race. And we mentioned yesterday the lap times got slightly slower as the day went on. Benjamin Hamilton's put in a 50.0, which on that measure is probably about as fast as we'd expect them to be possibly able to go. It's a really great performance from him at the front of this one, and he sees the final lap board now. He's probably had a little look over his shoulder, sees that Logan McAllister is nowhere near, and now has a comfortable last lap to go. Not so comfortable though will be Sam Morse. He's had a little look over his shoulder. Aaron Freiter to the inside. Oh, there's contact. Second apex is a right-hander as well. Was that fair from Aaron Freiter? There's a marshal on the inside there. We'll be able to judge that one very well. Not too many complaints from Morse. Aaron Freiter up into 3rd.
Yeah, bold move there, but it worked for Aaron Freiter as he now finds himself with a spot on the podium. An elusive trophy awaits him if he can bring it home in this position in this A final. Speaking of bringing it home, though, we are watching as Benjamin Hamilton dominating this race for 49.8 last time out, celebrates in style as he takes home the Junior A final victory. Congratulations, Benjamin Hamilton. Logan McAllister brings it home 2nd ahead of Matteo Aaron Freiter with that last lap charge to round out your podium. It's Sam Morse, Jules Larkin, Jack Bromham, Thomas Welsford, Ollie Bruno, Weil, Jacob Brown and Ty Dewis Sherlock. Your final top 10 for the racing today. Another brilliant race to round out an overall fantastic weekend here at Ellough Park.
Yeah, thank you for joining us on this live broadcast of Club 100 Cadets and Juniors South Round 6 at Ellough Park. If you're interested in racing yourself, do head over to the Club 100 website. All the details will be on there. And if you've enjoyed watching along with us this weekend, please do like and subscribe to all of Alpha Live's available social media. There'll be plenty more karting action available every weekend from now pretty much till Christmas, I'd imagine, as well as some long circuit car racing and various other sports as well.
There will indeed, but that is it for our Cadets and Juniors here for round 6, and what a weekend it has been. 2 brilliant A finals to round out today's running there. Congratulations to Benjamin Hamilton, who will take the top step at the end of that race, and that does bring an end to proceedings here from the comms box as well. So it has been an absolute delight to bear witness to the racing over the weekend in both the lightweight and super lightweight categories. It's been, as ever, a joy to share a comms box with yourself, Jacob. Thank you very much for joining me.
A pleasure was all mine as always, Reeve.
And we look forward to the next bit of Club 100 Cadets and Juniors action that we have in the coming weeks. Thank you very much for watching the broadcast at home, and stay tuned for more in the future.
Good night.